if you create content, you do great shit, and you believe in yourself and you're creative, doesn't matter. You never know who's watching. Genuinely, you never know who knows who knows what. And with social media nowadays, shit just pop up on people's feed. So if you do cool shit, great shit, put it out. Don't worry about your followers or if you're getting 10 likes. If you're doing content and you believe in it, it's sick. Dreams. You never know 4 years from now. It's important to add that it's extremely important to have a strong work ethic. Having a strong work ethic will take you extremely far. If you create content, you do great shit, and you believe in yourself and you're creative, doesn't matter. You never know who's watching. Genuinely, you never know who knows who knows what. And with social media nowadays, shit just pop up on people's feed. So if you do cool shit, great shit, put it out. Don't worry about your followers or if you're getting 10 likes. If you're doing content and you believe in it, it's sick, and you have dreams, put it out. You never know where you're going to be 4 years from now. It's important to add that it's extremely important to have a strong work ethic. Having a strong work ethic will take you extremely far. you create content, you do great shit, and you believe in yourself and you're creative, doesn't matter. You never know who's watching. Genuinely, you never know who knows what. And with social media nowadays, shit just pop up on people's feed. So if you do cool shit, great shit, put it out. Don't worry about your followers or if you're getting 10 likes. If you're doing content and you believe in it, it's sick, and you have dreams, put it out. You never know where you're going to be 4 years from now. It's important to add that it's extremely important to have a strong work ethic. Having a strong work ethic will take you extremely far.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ventures. We are ready to go, and it is the biggest docket yet. What can I say? We have pulled together some of the greatest minds across Europe. I've got the shades on, and we've got show sponsors. What a time to be alive for European technology, for the ecosystem as a whole. We're going to change the world, people. We're going to absolutely change the world. Right. Some shout outs to make. Our new partners, Nusmark and ACI.dev. Thank you so much for making this show possible. You are incredible. You believe in the vision. You see the movement that we're making here. And we're incredibly happy to bring you on and make this show possible. This couldn't be done without you. We thank you for the time. We thank you for the partnership. I'm super excited for this docket, right? We've had some last minute pullouts. We've had some people cancel, but it's okay. It happens in this world. Things are moving at pace. And so we found a way to slide in some new ones. We've got the largest docket yet. I'm putting myself through this for you, right? REVEL with Brian Walker, a friend of the show, talking about the hackathon. We've got Colm, Lee-Roche talking about GTM from OpenAI. Your boy did it. Nico from Singulate. It's powered by like one of the investments of Back Future, as I understand, but incredibly cracked talent over there on their founding team. We've got Veed coming on to talk about their new model Fabric 1. We've got Andrea, who's flown in from San Fran. I think he's come back. He's on a red eye. We're not too sure. We're going to catch up. He is an external friend of the show, and he's coming on to talk about LLMs and ads. We've got Soma from ETA Technologies talking about the founder's psychology. We've got the Grace Andrews coming on for a vibe check, right? We're going to have an open discussion, fully transparent. We've got Bryony from PT1. We've got Alec from 11 Labs. We've got Elliot from Lovable. We've got Moises, a friend of the show, who's back from the US with some news. And last, but by no means least when he wakes up, Sebastian from the newest house in the hacker network of the Residency. Our first guest is in the studio. We've got him live and direct. The man, the myth, the legend. That is Brian Walker. Brian, how are we doing? Can you hear me? Can you see me? How are we doing? We are live and direct on the stream. Hopefully everything is working out. Yeah, there we are. Phenomenal. How's life treating you?
Hey, buddy. Good. How are you?
I'm doing incredibly well. We've got probably the most stacked docket to date, but you tell me, how's the hack? What's REVEL up to these days?
That's what I was gonna ask you first. I know you wanted to dive into probably the hack and what we're up to, but man, I saw you posted. When did you post the docket? Like
I posted
yesterday,
it
right?
yesterday. We've had some people drop out. We've filled the slots. It's insane. It's I think it's 7 hours of streaming today. 13 people on the
Man,
docket.
how are you doing that? And
How?
how did you came up with this? Like, I'm just gonna go on like a 7-hour bender with a bunch of cool people one after another.
I think the only way that, Europe gets uplifted, the world gets uplifted, is we showcase the talent, right? People like you that are doing incredible things inside the ecosystem, and we give you the media coverage. Live streaming today is where it's at. We want to meet consumers where they are, and let's be perfectly honest. No one wants the sort of performance marketed type of conversation. We want the real people talking about boots on the ground, what's happening, and that's where we are, and that's what it means. It means so much to me.
I like it. I like it, man, and I appreciate it. Appreciate you having me on second time. Really, really excited about it, and it's a real honor that
You are
you're
one
staying
of
in touch with us.
the few people that I know that are working in robotics. Actually, probably one of the people that I entered into this world with. And now there is like 4 or 5 other people I've come into contact with that are building in robotics now, building data sets for robots. And I think it's incredibly cool that you've sort of like not pioneered, but have been the spearhead of this movement in Europe is what it feels like. So tell me, we've got a little
Oh
intro into
man, thanks.
REVEL
Yeah,
already, but
thanks.
tell me about the
Thanks,
hack.
thanks,
How did
thanks.
this come about?
Well, you know the story with the 20-hour company, and I convinced my wife 2 days before her birthday that we should change our plans from going a romantic getaway in Prague to go to Stockholm for a hackathon organized by Lovable, 20VC, Project Europe, most importantly, and a few other really great folks. And you know the story. There was a video I commented, got together with the team, and I was like, I gotta back this team. Turns out that they could build something that we need, that the team is currently still working on, and we're polishing uh, this really cool thing. And so that was amazing. But I flew to Stockholm and I met Kitty. And I met Harry from 20VCs and Philip from Creatum, and a bunch of just really just amazing kind of people. And then, the atmosphere was super electric. Everybody was, the teams, like the people that were there, the people that were building, even though, that was one winner, there were so many cool projects at the hackathon. And I just loved how this whole thing kind of came about. And I was like, man, I really want to continue in that spirit. I would love to back something again quickly that is a little bit more, in the line of what REVEL is focusing on. So robotics, digital twin, simulation, generative worlds, generative synthetic data, and all that jazz.
And it feels like
And
there's not a lot of people doing hacks for that,
yeah, yes,
especially in
one of
Europe
the
right
things
now.
yeah, one of the things I heard from a lot of the people that registered for the hackathon, and I'll get to how that whole thing happened and how successful it has been. But many people told me like, hey, I'm super excited about this. There hasn't been many robotics hackathons, specifically also, I guess, remote, so people from all corners of the world can participate. Anyway, so I had this idea because I joined NVIDIA's Omniverse community. They have a pretty cool Discord. There's a gentleman there, his name is Edmar, who runs it. Super fun guy. And I've been chatting with him that we wanted to do something. And through some of the live streams that they're doing at the NVIDIA channels, we basically became sort of friends and start talking. I shared with him what we're doing. He's like, that's amazing. You should meet with this community person that we have here. He has his own Discord channel and a YouTube channel. He does these educational videos on teaching people how to do, robotics with a lot of the NVIDIA software stack, specifically the Isaac Sim, the physics engine from NVIDIA. It's called Isaac Sim. And so I met this guy, and I was like, wow, this is so cool. His name is Moamir Bey. And he goes by Lychee AI, like the fruit, Lychee AI. And
I
he
love
started
it.
this community, and I was just amazed. And I was like, oh, this is so cool. Like, no expectations, just like wanted to share his learnings and findings about, teaching robots to do something useful and great. And I went back to our team at REVEL, and I talked to my co-founder, Kamil, he's REVEL's CTO, and a few of the other guys on the team, and I said, we should do a hackathon, worldwide hackathon, and we should do it in collaboration with Lychee AI and the community, and we should see where we can take it. And then I was like, okay, we approached NVIDIA with it. They really liked the idea. Because Momir actually did a little tournament prior, I call it tournaments. And so anyway, so we kind of, we came in, we stormed in with all of our ideas and kind of took over and said, let's shoot for the moon with this. And he was like, okay, like he just kind of strapped in and was like,
I love it.
Brian's here, the missile's off,
When Brian gets involved,
Went to
things are about to go on a moonshot. That's what I've realized. It's Brian has put his direction in one way, and it's a wrap after that. He's going in that direction with full force.
Thanks, man. Yeah, well, kind of, I mean, that's the only way to do it. Like Harry says, speed is everything. I believe in that, and obviously it doesn't apply to everything. But I went to Kitty, me and my wife connected with Kitty really well at the hackathon in Stockholm. And so we were chatting, and I call her up. We set up a call, and I was telling her, hey, I want to do this thing, and I want Project Europe to be part of it. I want you guys to become a sponsor, and I want to amplify. Because I really, really believe what she's doing and what these Project Europe stands for, what they're working on. I was like, I'm outside of the 25-year-old and younger criteria with REVEL. So
Same.
if we can't join, and we would, and get backed by Project Europe, let's back Project Europe. Let's do the opposite. Let's join Project Europe and help them spread the message. So I had a call with Kitty. She liked the idea. She was going to run it internally, and then I kind of just ran with it, and I got a bunch of other really cool sponsors and peoples and companies on board. And then like we raised a bunch of money for, like REVEL, we were going to put a little bit of money as this kind of a starting point, and then we start raising. I think we're at like $6,000 right now, and I think we're headed towards maybe 10 by the time the hackathon is over. So anyway, so then Project Europe joined, and we reached out to a bunch of these really cool robotics evangelists and teachers and sort of people that are pretty active in the space. And I'm not sure if you see it, but we started to post these like judge reveals, like people that basically are joining the
It's
panel.
insane. You've got a like NVIDIA team, you've got robotics team, you've got Kitty obviously as a judge. Who else is on the lineup? Explain it to me.
Yeah, so once we put the hackathon together and everybody was a go, and Momir, the Lychee AI community, was like, let's do it. we kind of went out and publicly start pushing this out, like we're going to do this, the prize pool is going to go up, and we're going to get some really great people to judge the competition. Winner takes this much, second, third, and so on. And the only criteria we had for us as to kind of, embed REVEL into the hackathon was, as you know, REVEL's working on and building this world's largest library of real world products, like a digital products, twins that people can use in Sim. So we created this, I want to call it a Sim ready library, calling it a hackathon ready library. We had to make some adjustments so people from the early stage of working with simulation engines and working robotics could participate, as well as some of the incredible teams that we have joined from just insane robotics teams from universities, MIT, Stanford, a couple of the major Zurich, Munich, tech universities. So robotics clubs and teams have joined from there. And then as that was kind of happening, I said, we need to up the ante with the judging panel, just for the fun of it. And we wanted to motivate people that, hey, this is going to get seen by people that are actually doing some really great thing in the industry. Yesterday, we had Amit Goel from NVIDIA. He is the head of robotics at NVIDIA. He leads the robotics division, and he was like, oh, I love to be a judge. So we have him now to be the judge number 9 total. We're going to have 10. We have one more, like a big reveal surprise judge that will be at the very end of
Can we give us a sneak peek? Is there anything you can give away for us?
Well, I can tell you that the way we're doing it is we have some yeses, and we have some pretty big names of founders of some major robotics companies and or software companies that are kind of in the robotics humanoid space. And what we're going to do, actually, now that we have all the 9 judges, we have everybody we kind of needed. We have Kitty from Project Europe. We got Amit from NVIDIA. We got Jacek and Lucas, who are sort of this big voices in Europe. Lucas has like a huge following, like at 200,000 plus. He goes to all these crazy companies, makes a video, never takes any, he never sugarcoats anything, which I think that's why his audience loves what he's doing. So he's joined, and then a bunch of really great people. On top of that, we have the REVEL team, and we have Mumir, obviously the Pirityi AI, founder of the community, as a judge as well. We also had some American robotics evangelists join. Peter, he's got a pretty big robotics community.
So this sort of got bigger than Europe quite fast. This sort of became the hackathon of the matrix, the hackathon of the internet. It's not of a place.
Yeah, I guess
it can exist on the internet. I think that's super cool.
Yeah. We, since the hackathon is all a remote access and it's all done in a simulation, we are allowed teams and robotics clubs and engineers to participate from all around the world. We ended up with 125 submissions.
Wow.
Yeah.
Craziest submission. So where did it come from? Where like, which country did you not expect?
Oh man. We reached the Australians somehow.
Oh, wow.
I don't know how, but we did. There's 2 Australian teams. One is 2 guys, and one is like a team of 4. So it's 125 registered teams, but that means I think we have 250 plus, something like that, 250 plus actual members, which is pretty huge. So we were super excited about that. As it started blowing out, we actually pushed the deadline for registration because we had so many people like, hey, we just got this in our school and we're putting a team together, and the deadline was like that evening. So we just extended a couple of days, which was a really great decision because we had like 60, 80 registrations by the deadline, that original deadline, and then we extended and we got basically almost a double of what we were kind of projecting. And so, yeah, just super excited about that. I mean, like I said, the one rule is that the contestants are using asset from the REVEL's library, which was, by the way, they didn't know what it was going to be. So they signed up, registered. They were like, the challenge was pick and place, which means, you grab something here, you place it over here. Could be with a humanoid going across the entire warehouse, picking something here, taking it to a delivery place, or loading up a truck, or it could be a manipulated arm like the ones you see in a factory, is just grabbing a part in a factory doing something. And so yeah, they really had no idea what was going to be in the asset library, and we put some fun objects there. We put some carrier boxes like DHL, one of the sponsored companies. We put some big brand manufacturer tools there, and then we put. Maybe she got on the call.
Kids, huh?
My daughter you can't hear her? Good. She started screaming a song. She's watching something. Yeah, so we got Lego there and some IKEA, kind of things you would find around your house or in factories and things like that. So just a bunch of cool stuff. But they didn't know what was
like
going
super
to be
cool about that
in the
is
library.
like you've made it really easy to visualize what these things are, and so people outside of robotics can understand like, oh, this is the application of what this like humanoid is going to do, or what this Tesla robot is going to do, as an example. And I think that sort of cements it in people's minds, and you can see that like, oh, it's going to pick up a Lego brick, or oh, it's going to pick up a crate, like it's going to pick up a DHL package and walk across a warehouse, or it's going to walk across my house. And I think that applied to like the hackathon concept, where you've got these real brands involved, is just killer.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, thanks, man. And that was kind of our intention that's how it was designed from the beginning, was like, hey, how can we demonstrate useful tasks with other humanoid, or like an arm, like a pick and place arm robot, or even combination of a pick and place on like wheelbase, or, any kind of robot that, we're going to see in the next few years, being massively adopted in construction, manufacturing, and eventually residential. And we wanted to then create a library that was going to be fun and that had some objects that people are sort of familiar with, like the general public. So when they're looking at these submissions, they can be like, oh, wow, that's kind of cool, And I always tell this example when we had this kind of live kickoff with the teams. We had like 70, 80 people join on that live kickoff as well, which was really amazing. We had Edmar join from NVIDIA and Lucas, and it was a whole lot of fun. Where we, for the first time, got to talk to the audience of the registered people. And the example that I always like to give is this company that basically engineer autonomous trash cans that go around offices.
I've seen them. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, they'll go around your corporate offices, and they'll beep at you. And if you have any trash on your desk, you just throw it in, and yeah, exactly.
But I think we lose out on the fun of the Kobe, right? Because now it's always gonna catch the rubbish.
That's fine. Yeah. Well, maybe they'll like, if you miss, maybe they'll have like an arm that'll attach to it, and if it like falls out, they will just pick it up from the ground. And but it just gives you an idea as what could be possible. You could, as soon as I was seeing that, I was imagining we could create robots that would have some of these wider inflatable tires that could go on a beach, and they could have a trash can compactor built into them, and they could just drive around the beach and just picking up, picking up trash from beaches all around the world. Just could have millions of these robots deployed, just collecting trash from the beaches, all the plastics and everything that people kind of leave behind, all the litter, and just going around beaches picking up trash. I think that would be kind of cool use. Another great use I saw just recently was traffic cones, wheeled traffic cones with lights that basically deploy autonomously and create a pattern which they want to move the traffic to, right? So it's just no humans need to go out into the traffic and start placing. They just kind of start slowly scooting and flashing. They start to scoot from the edge and create like a diversion, or like a detour kind of a lane.
We can almost build it into like the center concrete block of motorways, right? And so when when traffic accidents happen, they sort of just deploy straight out.
Yeah, these are literally they like literally a traffic cone with some LED light inside of it to lit up the cone to flash, when they're moving. And then it's like a 4-wheeled base that autonomously deploys them in space. And again, that's such a practical and useful demonstration of the future of robotics and what they will be able to do. And, like you have AI companies now working on things like early detections of wildfires,
Mm-hmm.
where artificial intelligence predicts certain, and it can really get early on, kind of call out like, hey, this is a hot area of, a critical area of potential for wildfire to kind of emerge. Or even if it emerges, it can catch us early, the signs of it. Imagine autonomous flying drones with high pressurized sort of fire retardants that could just deploy it in hundreds before the firefighters, the hotshots, before they even get there and start they could start spraying retardant around what at the moment might be just a small area. So we wanted to inspire that kind of thinking. But look, hey, I don't know. I have seen few things. We are in touch with the community. I don't know what people are going to come up with, right? We might, the rules was just to pick something from the library of REVEL and do something useful, or something great, demonstrate usefulness. And the task was pick and place, which means, like I said, it could be a humanoid, could be a simple robotics arm that picks something from point A, puts it on point B, which, by the way, for somebody who's working in the physics engine and simulator and robotics for 1 or 2 months, is an incredible achievement. And we wanted to make sure that kids in high school or even, elementary schools can join and take a stab at this and kind of, give it a shot and put something out there into the world, say, hey, look what I did, which basically at the end resulted, like, we looked at the submissions and we realized we have teams from MIT, Carnegie Mellon, Stanford, Caltech, and, Purdue. And
All of the heavy hitters.
We're like, yeah, so we were like, okay, we're going to have to separate. We're going to do amateur, like the amateur teams and the pro league, so to speak, right? But ultimately, at the end, we're going to look at all of the submissions. And if anybody who's an amateur created something incredible, I mean, they're going to go straight into the to the top. And then, so yeah, we're going to pre-pick. We're going to kind of, because we allowed everyone to submit. We didn't limit it to, like, Stockholm had, like, the hackathon was 20 teams, right? A bunch of people signed up. We said, you know what, let's just let everyone through. We open up the library. They will submit 1 to 3 minute video plus GitHub code and a bunch of other things. And we're gonna internally, with the team REVEL and a few folks that are part of the project, prejudge the all of the submission, pick top 10 in kind of both sides, in the amateur and more kind of a pro level, and then that's what we're gonna put in front of the judges, in front of the 10 people. A lot of people on the judging panel are extremely busy, and they're like, just putting 10 people together on the same schedule for an hour and a half to look at all these submissions and cast their vote. And then we're going to announce the winners. We have some plans how we might do that.
When is that happening?
Hey, look, 26th of September is the
Got it.
final deadline for submission. So the teams have still a little bit, like 10 days plus.
10 days. Awesome.
They have 10 days left. They do the submission. Then I think we're going to take 1 or 2, 3 days as a team to look through all the submissions and pick the top 10. And then after that, we are going to organize a time slot that works for all of the 10 judges, which that's going to be a challenge, right? Because people are from all around the world as well on different time zones. So somebody's going to be like up at 4 a.m. or whatever, and just what it is. And then we're gonna have this, like, a special block synchronized, like a little app that we built for the judging, and that they're gonna put their numbers, put their votes in, and we'll have the winner and the second and third. And then we're gonna do probably a live stream, and maybe we'll do it with NVIDIA on their channels, or maybe we'll do it on ours and theirs together. Not sure. And then hopefully we will have one more surprise guest that will hand over the check to the winner.
Can I ask, post all of that, what's going to happen to these all of that humanoid data? Is the whole point of this and the hack to really just inspire people to start building, or is it to go a step further and actually commercialize what you've built during the hack?
Yeah, so unclear. But I'm glad that you're asking the question, because I've been asked that question. I think first things first, all of the teams they're the owners of any kind of IP or whatever they're built, apart from the asset that we've put out into the REVEL library.
It's the Revel asset, right? It's the Revel's
The
IP.
goal was to highlight their skill and talent, and I've had few VCs ask me if I can facilitate a meeting with the team that wins or the best team. What can I like with the? It was actually somebody, yeah, you would know. But anyways, I don't want to put anybody on the spot or anything. So, but few VCs and angels, like, how can I have a meeting with the team that's going to win? Can you make that happen, Brian? And I was like, damn. So that's almost like a part of the prize pool. It's like,
It's a warm intro. It's ready. It's loaded. If you've built the right thing, you pitch it right in that meeting. It's highly likely there's some investment coming.
Yeah,
out
like,
of
hey,
this.
we did this, but this is what we're building, and we're a robotics company startup, blah blah blah. And do you like like, I just read a post from Harry the other day, I think it was yesterday, where he talked about the ultimate sort of early stage investor should really only look at the founder, because there really is nothing else yet, right? Like, if you're the pre-seed kind of investment, like, do you like the founders? Do you like what they're doing? Do you want to back them? If the answer is yes, to do it, do your due diligence, obviously. But so I think that's what might be happening here, is like, we might be able to put a group of people in front of early stage investors and let them run with it, and see what happens. So if I can facilitate that, I would definitely do so. And the second question we're being asked, is there going to be another one?
That's the question.
Yeah, is there going to be another one? And is how, we got to make it bigger and all that. So I think, shamelessly plugging Revel in the middle of the event as the library is what we wanted to do worldwide. And this is kind of the best marketing strategy, because all these robotics teams and teams and companies are now looking at Revel as the library for assets, which is one of the two main pillars that we're working on, right? The pillar one is the assets. The pillar two is a simulation engine. So we have the pillar one and pillar two. The pillar one we're demonstrating now here in this hackathon. And I'm hoping that maybe not in the second one, but in the third one, we'll be able to demonstrate pillar one and pillar two, where we would actually have the teams use our training world to train the robot.
Brian,
of diverse
this
backgrounds.
is going to be a lot of fun. We'll be covering here on the show. We're looking forward to
Thanks, mate.
seeing who these winners are, and we'll get the judges on when we can.
Yeah, I'd love to. And they've asked, a lot of people are supportive of the show and want to see you succeed. And so I just wanted to give a quick update on what we're working on at Revel. Apart from all the engineering we're doing on the library and the stuff that we're actually working on, the hackathon has been sort of this incredible marketing tool and exploratory tool with getting in touch with so many robotics universities and cool companies and teams and people. So it's been just great for us.
No, I'm looking forward to it, right? You're building something incredibly awesome. It's amazing that we're sort of talking about brands already, of like the IKEAs, the Dysons, the Brawns of the world, and like actually being able to touch and feel what that might look like. And so, because what the tools are, what the humanoid is and how it might be able to use it. I think the hack
Absolutely, man.
sort of just cements that all together.
You got it, man. Thanks for having me.
Brian, it's always a pleasure. We're looking forward to seeing you soon. Thanks so much for the time.
You got it, bud. Have a good one.
I will do. We're going to go for it. Today is the one.
All right. Cheers.
That was Brian on the show talking to us about all things Revel and the hack. It's incredible that we're able to see this ecosystem being flourished in robotics, right? And the fact that this one has, no physical location, it's of the internet, it's not of a place, means that you don't feel cemented to it in a physical location. And I think that that's beautiful about this one, in that people from all over the world can tune in, right? You've got the MITs on the East Coast, you've got Zurich in Switzerland. Apparently the Australians have got involved. Maybe there's some of the Chinese teams, maybe some of the Indian teams, the African teams, the Middle Eastern teams. It's insane what hacks can do. And I love the fact that we're sort of coming together and we're actually figuring out what that looks like. Obviously, it's a marketing tool as well for REVEL. They're at the center of the conversation. And that just makes everything just so more cool because they can really bring to life what this is. Our next guest is in the waiting room. He is the man of legend, Colm Lee-Roche, GTM at OpenAI. Colm, can you hear me? I can do. How's life treating you, my friend?
It's good. It's not raining in Ireland, and Dublin is, crisp to walk through. So yeah, feeling good.
I love it. I've got to get a Guinness in me to start going for the day. And now here we are. We get OpenAI and GTM on the show. Look, I appreciate the time. I think that GTM is probably one of the most underserved topics on the internet right now. And this engineering that's come together of like, how can we go to market quickly and at speed? You do it incredibly well. And I want to start with a little intro background. So walk me through it for the stream. Who are you? Give us a little bit of context on you.
Okay, and thanks so much for having me on. By the way, it's a great opportunity and I think it's definitely my first live stream. So I hope I do you justice. So who am I? Colm Roche. My married name is Colm Lee-Roche. You've interviewed my wife Becky before. We both work in AI just recently. And who am I? So dad, 2 kids, a boy and a girl, first and foremost, and a dad who works in tech, probably better described as that. And
what does that look like today? A dad that works in tech? Is it with the gilets? Have you got the Laura Piana like the billionaires do, all those billionaires in tech, or is it very much like the t-shirt and jeans vibe still?
I'm on the. I think there's definitely a spectrum, and I'm definitely on the like possibly wearing a t-shirt with stains on it.
Yeah.
So I'm not one of those hipster dads who's got the latest anorak on. So I'm firmly in that camp. But yeah, I'm definitely family oriented, working in tech and trying to juggle both at the moment. My wife and I are both juggling at the moment, but it's what we asked for, and we really enjoy it. So yeah, why we're speaking today. I've worked in tech for the last 10, 11 years, maybe 12 years now. And I've worked in various roles, and a lot of those roles were in startups and scale-ups. And something that appealed to me in speaking to you was the opportunity to possibly demystify how someone can work in tech first and foremost, but also answer any elements of curiosity online about how to work in a company such as OpenAI. There isn't a playbook as such, but I definitely have kind of my own lived experience of juggling skills, experience, kind of juggling both of those elements together in order to actually deliver in a GTM motion. So I don't know if I even
I'm ready. I have so many questions. I've been looking forward to this conversation ever since we first spoke. Flowers where flowers are due. Becky, your wife, is one of the most incredible talent teams, part of the talent team that I've ever met in my life. The thinking that she brings to the table when it comes to talent is incredible. I think she's definitely a psychologist in a past life.
Thank you. And yes, and I take full credit for that, although I shouldn't. But yeah, a lot of the reason actually I'm in tech in the first place is thanks to my wife.
Walk me through the journey a little bit. Like, from what I heard, it's real estate, recruitment, and then kind of playing in tech a little bit with HubSpot, and then Tinder and OpenAI. Like, what a journey.
Yeah, it's crazy when I look back now at the last decade, and I can definitely, I won't just chronologically walk you through it, because I don't think your listeners will actually pay too much attention to the step-by-step. However, I do want to call out that, the last 10 or so years, I struggle to even call my career a career in tech, because I've worn so many different hats and done so many different roles in possibly so many different contexts in tech. I would say I definitely have a career in tech, but it's not tied to a role per se. So to unpack that a little bit, I started out, yes, in real estate. I studied property economics. So another way of looking at that was like commercial valuations. So going in, or not, well, physically or virtually, valuing office buildings. And did I necessarily want to work in real estate at the time? No. Did I Was I motivated by money at the time, being young and hungry to succeed? Yes. So I studied property economics. The recession happened a year before I graduated, and that took me to go where property was booming, and that was in India. So I actually moved to New Delhi, and I worked in New Delhi for just under 4 months, in kind of a how do you describe it, like a graduate placement perspective, working Monday through Sunday, 9 to 9, and got a flavor for what it's like to work in a different country, different culture. And do I have anything romantic to say about like that experience and how that like skyrocketed my career in tech? Not necessarily. However, I do think that, and this is something that probably comes up quite a bit in your show, putting yourself into scenarios where you are, from the outset uncomfortable, and the guardrails do not exist, and there's very little.
I completely agree. I think that India, having spent a year there, you develop this level of agency because everyone is moving at incredible speed, and it is a dog-eat-dog world, and sort of refines the character and adds a little bit of gristle to you over the years. You build a thick skin with that country very quickly.
Totally.
And I think that pays dividends throughout a career, throughout life, throughout work, whatever it might be. And it lives with you.
Yeah, I totally agree. And again, I say this knowing that people might think, oh, it's the J1 experience that changed you. Not necessarily, but it absolutely shaped how I bring myself to work. And an incredible experience overall. But I did come back to Dublin, and I knew, actually that's in and around when I met my wife Becky. And Becky had been working in recruitment at the time. She was an agency recruiter, and she was actually an agency recruiter for IT roles. And I knew she was very successful. I could tell straight away that she was a salesperson through and through. And the only job that would pay, decently at the time, that there was lots of, was an agency recruiter. And Becky put me in touch with someone, and before I knew it, I was an agency recruiter. I did that for a year and a half, short amount of time, because I can't even blame that it was tech, because it wasn't. So it was very much a year and a half in the corporate world. And what it taught me was a really fundamental skill in, business development. I learned how to sit at a desk, do phone calls in a room full of other people listening to you doing the phone call. And I sharpened that skill of building relationships over the phone. And the reason I'm kind of focusing on that is because that's ultimately the skill that got me to be one of the first BDRs in HubSpot when they arrived to Dublin. And that's essentially my route into tech, was using the business development skills that I learned in recruitment. And also there were sales skills there. In recruitment, I learned how to sell candidates into companies and companies to candidates. And I know Becky is an absolute pro at that. The only difference between Becky and I is that she stayed in recruitment, and I very much kind of moved into tech and, iterated from there. So where that took me then was HubSpot. I got, as a first tech company, it was HubSpot back in 2012. So it was when they were arguably a scale up in itself, breaking through the international markets. And I was generating business for their new corporate sales team. And I got to learn about inbound marketing and that whole motion as a new concept going to market.
Can I ask a question here?
Yeah.
The word motion, what does it mean to you in the context of GTM?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked this. So I might even take a step back from motion and even just talk about GTM as a concept, because I've seen it nearly in every second headline on LinkedIn. And it very much is, obviously, it has its definitions. But what I've learned when I look back at my career is that I was probably in a lot of GTM motions that I didn't realize I was in.
Right.
It was just how you turned up and did your job. What I didn't realize was that GTM, I would argue that most tech companies, most SaaS companies over the last decade have had either mini GTM motions within them, or they were full-blown GTM, like I'm in at OpenAI. One spectrum. One spectrum is that maybe they launch an epic launch every 2 to 3 months, and in kind of bringing that launch to market, there's a lot of GTM demands there. Or you're in an OpenAI where over the last year, there's been 26, 27 epic launches.
I think we've lost count. It's just the cadence is every 2 weeks.
Exactly. Yeah. No, and literally is. And some of these launches would be year-defining launches for other companies. So I think to answer your question around motions and GTM, I truly believe it is. And again, not to kind of make this a lot more dramatic and romanticized than it should be, but I think a GTM motion is where a collective group of people who have a really strong balance of top tier skills and the resilience and understanding of how to operate in a high velocity, ambiguous environment come together in a collaborative way and ensure that products are launched to market, and also there's surrounding supportability to those launches. And that's one of the drivers of why I wanted to join OpenAI, was because I knew that the velocity of launches was going to be. I actually didn't realize how high that velocity would be, but yeah, I knew that it would be an environment where I could definitely lean on to some of the skills that I built up over, particularly in my days at Tinder.
I want to talk about the Tinder time for a little bit, right? We did a long stint there, right? And I think it's really honed the craft of GTM that allow you to move to OpenAI. You correct me if I'm wrong, right? But when we were having this intro discussion and, talking around the conversation, Tinder was where you learned the craft, like really deeply learned the craft for like what you're able to do now. What are some of the takeaways from that time in terms of GTM and how it changed over the course of your period there?
Yes. So, I absolutely agree that Tinder, I think without my experience at Tinder, I don't think I would be able to operate well at OpenAI. And that's despite being in different scale-ups before Tinder. I have a lot to thank for my time at Tinder. It was an amazing environment to learn. And I had a mentorship there that unlocked a lot of doors that I knocked on, but previously had knocked on, and the doors were always firmly closed. So I definitely have a mentor there to thank. I'll actually name him Aaron Shu. He's definitely someone that I really value. But at Tinder, as you know, obviously it's the most well-known dating app that there is.
What's hilarious is that while you were there, I was probably using the app. And so therefore your Midas touch on what went out, I was probably using.
Yeah. And as someone who joined Tinder without having ever used it, because, my relationship had been, 12 years deep, I missed the whole Tinder show. As an environment, it was a highly autonomous environment, and being the app that it was, to keep users engaged and to keep meeting their ever growing demands in terms of the evolving relationship landscape, or the dating app landscape, we needed to launch products very quickly. And there had already been an established launch readiness vehicle in LA at the time, and there still is to date. And when I joined, what I had noticed was that a lot of the way the processes were flowing were quite archaic and almost traditional, in the sense that it was kind of traditional PMO style. So project management office, a waterfall almost, like, has this been done? Has this exercise been done? Has this team been notified? Exactly. Yeah. And that absolutely serves a purpose, and it has worked for many companies. I'm sure there's elements of that in all the big companies. And actually, even in OpenAI, there's still elements of that. But what I wanted to do at Tinder was to take a step back and look at that launch readiness function, which I had thankfully had a program management role in. I had overseen the member experience org for launch readiness, which we plugged into the wider readiness vehicle. And I wanted to basically strip back the Google suite, the sheets, and actually make sure that this was a vehicle that was autonomous, that it was complementary to a remote first kind of company, because at the time I was in a remote role, and also kind of didn't depend on people being in the same time zone, for example. That when Viraj woke up, he could very much know what he needed to do, know what he needed to give feedback to, and make sure that he could contribute while juggling his core responsibilities. So at Tinder, I was able to lean into different tools, and I used a lot of ChatGPT actually at the time, which obviously created a pathway for me to work at OpenAI. But I used a lot of tools, some of which were AI, a lot of it were just basic project management tools like Monday.com. And I automated the whole readiness experience for various working groups and all teams at Tinder, which included engineering, product, analytics, and design. And we oversaw some of the biggest launches that there could have been. The Digital Services Act was one of the biggest ones, where our whole application had to be reviewed and basically overhauled to meet the needs of the requirements rather of the DSA, the Digital Services Act. And that was 6 to 9 months in the making. So I basically put the launch readiness, vehicle to test up against possibly one of the most complex launches. And when I say I just proposed the vehicle and very much iterated as we worked together as a kind of a working group. And that was delivered quite well.
That velocity that Tinder was moving at, how does it compare to OpenAI today and like what you've experienced there?
Yeah, so it's a funny one. So OpenAI, it still baffles me how they're able to launch so quickly and so successfely.
Boggles the mind, genuinely.
Yeah, and when I say baffled, I don't mean to assume that we're not a sophisticated motion at OpenAI, because it's absolutely very sophisticated. But when I look at what was built at Tinder and the amount of resources and team members that were behind it, the amount of team members at OpenAI is naturally quite small. GTM in OpenAI is very much its own startup. So the how I can compare OpenAI to Tinder had a lot more resources and was able to support the high velocity of launches. At OpenAI, I would say the velocity is 10x the velocity of what Tinder was, with 10 times less resources, or runways. So a runway.
How do you have to think about the launch philosophy then? Do you have to strip it back to bare bones, back down to first principles, and really just think, okay, we know that this is coming out. We know that this is the velocity that we're operating at. How do we build a vehicle that allows for this? What's the philosophy there?
Well, to be honest, so there hasn't been one really. I think there's an overarching philosophy at OpenAI anyway, that we use the term future of work quite a bit, and everyone that joins the team or their various teams has this onus to define, and again, not to romanticize it, but it very much is how to define what our function today will look like in 6 to 9 to 12 months.
Wow.
And what will that actually look like for the market, because we all carry quite a big burden in that I'm working for a support function right now, for example, but we're essentially building what other companies will do themselves in a support capacity. So how to do it for launch? Admittedly, we are still early at looking at how we can improve our launches. They are looking at this, but I would say that we don't have an answer per se, but it is something that is getting attention.
That's really interesting. It's one of the things I've heard from a lot of the AI companies. Everything is moving at such a fast pace. It's almost like you're not playing catch up, but you're just in the moment building. And it's quite a beautiful time for that, right? Because you get to rewrite what the playbook is. And so when we look back on this moment in 10, 15 years time, I genuinely believe that they're going to study GTM at OpenAI. They're going to study GTM at all of these other companies, engineering in, let's look at 11 Labs as an example, right? And we're going to have discussions around how did that cadence affect the products that were coming out, right? When we think about chat today as an example, the updates don't just elevate the product. Sometimes they work, sometimes it gets a bit funny, but it still is able to deploy to, 1 billion users now?
Yeah.
Mind-boggling.
Yeah. And I think actually accepting that we won't get it right. And when I say we, obviously mean OpenAI, but in any company, I think you can only do so much preparation when you're launching. And actually, a lot of the learnings come obviously post-launch. So you launch to a beta cohort, or you launch a beta version to a cohort of people, and then expand that to general launch. But with OpenAI, there's definitely there's much more at stake when we're launching different models. And I think that's why I'm really interested in working at OpenAI, is that I can play a very small role in building, systems or building ways of work that could potentially impact vast amount of people. So I'm highly envious of the products that are being built under the hood. I'm not privy to a lot of them, but I think from a user operations perspective, I get to potentially contribute to how we can marry the amazing models and products that are launching, but actually in a very human way and a human-centric way. So yeah, that's one of the biggest motivators I have in working in this company, because it isn't somewhere you can just turn up on Monday and feel like you've been productive. It is very, very high complexity, fast paced, highly ambiguous, and yeah, a lot of fun.
I want to ask then, okay, two questions. One, how does someone like define a career in GTM to go and work at OpenAI? And then the second one is like, what is it really like working there?
Yeah, so number one is it's really a difficult one, because I think people are still feeling the need to upskill in academia. Like I'll put my hands up and say that I went down through the whole academia piece. I studied a bachelor's. I have 2 master's degrees. Not to shout that from the rooftops, but I spent a lot of time in academia to try kind of give myself the best foot forward in the interview processes. And when I look back, do I think that they stood to me in ways that I probably didn't imagine, but the ways that I traditionally would have thought they would, they didn't. And obviously the AI landscape has changed what education will and may become. But I still think that there is a need to find kind of avenues to upskill in AI. And even if that is just broadly speaking from a knowledge perspective, less so on the skill side, to basically not play catch up, but to bring yourself as up to date as possible with the landscape. It will be outdated just as soon as you get the certificate.
I've got to ask then, like, how do you do it? How do you stay or not ahead of the curve, but just in front of it?
Yes, I actually don't think it's possible.
Even with the tools today, even with products like, even with the AI products we have at our fingertips, just because of the rate of change.
I think it's absolutely possible to, like, I'll take prompt engineering, for example. Like I did a course, and I'm definitely not going to remember the name of the institute, but it was a workshop in AI operations. It was a boot camp where you very much went into the weeds on prompt engineering, and it was a really useful course. And I absolutely apply that in how I'm making recommendations to customers and how they use prompts. That being said, I know just having worked at OpenAI and knowing the product iterations that are launching, that maybe the demand for prompt engineering, maybe the product will serve a lot of that purpose in the future. So I think it's not that you don't need to put in the groundwork before to understand. I think it's absolutely valuable to do it. But I think just before going into kind of any upskilling and taking any path where it takes a commitment of time, just accepting that you will build knowledge in an area, but it may not be directly applicable, but it will absolutely serve you as a person that's possibly wanting to move into AI. Now, what I would tell anyone that's looking to move into AI or even into tech more broadly is, I do think that it's important to debunk the idea that only people, and you keep me honest here, Viraj, because this is just what I sense when I'm speaking to people who are interested in working in these companies, is that only people that have a comp science background can work in these companies. And I'm living proof.
That's the general sentiment. That's the feeling on the ground, and the reality is
I do not have a computer science background, nor do I have the ability to code in Python. Do I understand it now? Thankfully, working in a lot of different environments, absolutely. But I didn't have that background, and I think it's important to call out, because I think if people think that that's the route in, they're doing themselves a disservice, and they might pick up courses that they may not actually want to study or have an affinity to study. So my advice to anyone that's looking to get into tech or even AI is that there are a lot of courses out there, but actually just reach out to people on LinkedIn that work in these companies. I know that's quite obvious, but people want to help people. And I've definitely responded to quite a bit of messages, just ask from former colleagues, friends, and people I don't know about how to get into or how to start out a learning path that could lead them.
like, where are you going right now? Is it very much like your prompt engineering with OpenAI? Is it that there are like certain resources that you use specifically, or like is it just like you're deep in Clay right now?
Yeah, no, so no, not deep in Clay, but I absolutely appreciate what Clay have done. No, so what I would do, I do a lot of learning, obviously within ChatGPT. I think it's an amazing tool just to like surface really hyper focused learning paths. I would quite frequently use advanced voice, and I would speak to,
Oh,
ChatGPT. It's amazing,
it's
and
so good.
it's actually it's so crazy that so I work in a hybrid. I'm kind of jumping around here, Raj. Sorry, but I work in a hybrid model at the moment where I work from home sometimes and then I work in the office. And my biggest challenge right now is that I'm so used to at home speaking to my monitors with ChatGPT and having conversations, back and forth about all my thoughts and then how I could possibly propose a solution. But then when I'm in the office, I don't feel comfortable, doing that same thing. And I actually just realized that, like, and I asked myself, are we going to get to a place where, people are having conversations to ChatGPT? We might. But that's what I do, Raj. Like I would use a lot of ChatGPT to direct my self-learning. I think that's a hat that I firmly wear. But also, Anthropic recently launched something in partnership with the Irish education system around AI fluency. And it's an amazing course and it's free and you get a certificate of completion. So whenever I have graduates reaching out to me or peers that are looking to break into AI and maybe they've worked in some of the biggest SaaS companies, I hand them this course because it is such an amazing piece of coursework to get, and it is very reflective of the things that matters most when you're using AI and how to do it in a safe way. So full credit to Anthropic for developing that course. I can actually share you that course at the end too.
We'll add it to the list of resources at the end of the show.
Yes, great. So that's where I would go. And I don't mean to be too pessimistic in saying that, yes, this does get outdated, but that's a great way. I would say focus on foundations and foundational knowledge first, and then obviously using the different apps or models. And then secondary to that, getting the experience. So working in startups is something that has served me incredibly well. It has allowed me to be comfortable in highly ambiguous situations. And I think that really stands to me. Like the most skilled person in the room is only as useful if they're able to cope with the demands of that environment. And I truly believe that. So I would say what I said first is the foundational knowledge piece, and then marry that with experience. Maybe it's not in an AI company, but it's in a startup, for example.
Love it. Tell me, before we let you go, I've got a couple more questions. One, what's it like working at probably the
Yes.
most interesting company on the planet right now?
Yeah, and I feel so fortunate to be even able to speak to you, having like working in OpenAI. I truly believe that. It's amazing. Like it's hard work, but it's really challenging work. And I think I am someone who I need a lot of stimulation with regards to the work that I do, and it very much delivers that. Is it probably as sexy as people think it might be? Probably not. Like there is work involved, and there's some heavy lifting to do. But it's great. There's things coming down the line that it blows my mind. There's lunch and learns that happen in the office that blow my mind. And I can normally comprehend a lot of the concepts that are shared, but there are concepts that are shared where I really have to take a second look at the demo and I really have to think, okay, so what? That is absolutely incredible. I can't wait there's not enough time for me to use this stuff. That's my take. And I'm working for the company that delivers it. So it's incredibly exciting. Very exciting.
Love it. Look, before we let you go, I've got one last question. We asked Becky the same question. And it was right at the end of the interview that we did with her. It was very much focused on like, how are you raising your kids right now?
Yeah. Oh, Becky definitely had a much better answer than I probably would give. Um, because I feel like my kids raise me, which is crazy. Um, I don't think it's as deliberate as I would take it in approach to, work. I think I'm very conscientious of their experience and their understanding. I think the quickest thing that I do is I try to teach while I'm saying something, which is hard because you have to almost second guess what you're saying and what that could mean. And then you think you're saying the right thing, and then Instagram will tell you later in the day that what you said actually has the wrong effect. So I think, to answer your question without going over, I'm very mindful of how I show up with the kids, and it is a huge challenge being mindful when you're working for an OpenAI or an 11 Labs. So I think Becky and I try to lean on each other. Sometimes I'll have late meetings, sometimes she will. And we just try to divide and conquer, like, who is the mindful parent at this given time, who can actually dedicate their full attention. And I think for us, attention is the biggest currency with regards to how we parent and show up. So do we do a perfect job at it? Definitely not, but we try.
Well, look, you're probably the two parents that I know that are probably the most well-positioned individuals to teach their kids about how to use technology in the next decade of their lives, maybe 2 decades of their lives. We appreciate you coming on the show. I'm looking forward to doing it again. Thanks so much for the time.
You're a gent. Thank you so much. Thanks, Raj.
Pleasure's all mine. That was Colm on the show talking to us about GTN. I mean, what an incredible character, right? Wasn't from the craft, but has taught himself and upskilled himself to even having that Midas touch at Tinder, where he was probably releasing features, or part of the team that was releasing features that I was using. I think it's incredible when you put the face to the technology, and that's what we do here. And giving us an insight into what it's actually like to work at OpenAI in Europe and some of the nuances that you may have not known. Our next guest is in the green room. We're going to let him in. Nicolas Klein from Singulate is with us. I am hyper looking forward to this. Nicolas, are we there?
Let me close the video. I was listening to your talk earlier. How you doing?
I'm doing incredibly well, my friend. How are you? How's life?
I'm doing all right. That's great. I just came back from San Francisco, and yeah, back in London, back in this lovely weather.
Tell me about it. But look, I want to know, what are the vibes like right now out there? I've heard a lot of great things. What's your take?
Oh, the bus is still going, I think. So yeah, yeah, it's everything is AI in that town, and it's absolutely amazing. Everything's buzzing. So yeah.
Do you feel like it's come home, AI, in the Valley? Do you think it's like that's home for AI, or do you think it's actually not of a place?
No, it absolutely felt like it took over. I think everything I heard in that town started and finished with that word. So yeah, I would say so. I would say it's come home. It's taken over other places as well, but I think San Francisco absolutely remains the capital of AI.
Well, we're looking forward to getting into Singulate today. Tell us a little bit about yourself and the company.
Yeah, cool. Hi everyone. My name is Nico. I am one of the co-founders of Singulate. A little bit about my background. I started my journey in tech in London at a company called Journey, and then moved as the first director of engineering of Hopin. So I joined Hopin just before it became the thing that everyone knew and loved. So I joined the company back when we were 4 people. I was person number 5, joined the office with the founders. Incredibly exciting journey to join a hyper-growth company right before the pandemic. Stay there for a number of years and then move on to 11x. 11x was the first company, at least that I know of, that was bringing this idea of digital workers and was framing this new AI transformer and generator technology, generative AI as it became known, as the solution to creating digital people that would sort of start taking over some of our tasks, especially around the SDR space. And I learned a lot about what that technology could be applied to and what couldn't be applied to. And I used my learnings to try to figure out, what if instead of thinking about what AI can do that's being done today, we could start thinking about what AI can do that's not done today. And while personalization, I thought, was an incredibly exciting concept that 11x was thinking about on the big topic of SDR, I felt that a space where personalization could really be applied was marketing, but also just the larger idea of personalization really enticed me. And I think there's personalization can become a very controversial word because it's kind of like a weapon. It can be used in a lot of ways. It can be used to deceive people. It can be used to create false sense of intimacy, but it can also be used to create relevancy, and it can also be used to respect the audience time. And that's the kind of personalization it really, really attracts me. And I think my mental model of a great personalized mental model is something like TikTok, where the feed, the thing that you're seeing,
Dude, it's
actually
hyper relevant. It's so personalized to you. And I don't know what they did. Like, I've read the paper, but it still doesn't make sense how no one else has been able to copy the infrastructure framework around how TikTok hits every single, I think it and it shows up.
That's exactly right. And it all comes down to, I mean, why do you care, and why do people care? This is not like changing the content. This is not lying to you. This is showing you what you care about. And this is the kind of personalization that I think can be really, really impactful. And there's so many surfaces that with the advent of generative AI can be applied. And one of the greatest things is you don't have to be a company the size of TikTok now to start creating this kind of hyper-personal relevance to your audience, no matter what kind of message you're communicating. Today can be done. And that's the kind of funding principles where we funded Singulate from. So Singulate is the first communication technology that allows to apply personalization. We started today on marketing, and this is a space that's growing. It's incredibly hot. And of course, in marketing, you have so much information. I'm sure you, as everyone else, got so tired of buying something on Amazon and immediately getting flooded with ads of that thing, emails of that thing, right after you finish the purchase. Why do you have all this data on me if you can't use it for anything useful? And that's what we call the broken promise of personalization. We want to make sure that data can be applied to actually make your life better, to actually give you things that you care about, as opposed to just throwing things at you.
Okay, so help me understand how it does this exactly. Is it as simple as, it takes a block of copy, throws on some uses some Gen AI to help reframe it based on personalized data points that we've got through cookies? Or am I thinking about it differently? Have you rebuilt personas or the concept of personas for each individual, and then you sort of enhance that data set with relevant, very hyper specific data points on myself as an example?
You think it'd be that simple. You think you could just throw someone's data at an AI and ask it write a great copy.
That's the dream we're sold, right? Like that's the dream we're sold.
You think so, but the reality of it is, when you're throwing things to an LLM has to go through a lot of different steps. And the one thing that it cannot do is understand your domain or learn from repeat experience as you're running personalization. You can apply some techniques to do it, but realistically, an LLM is not the most effective tool in the tool of learning from repeat interactions or creating personalized clusters of segments. So what we ended up building is, rather than having an LLM write the content for you, we use an LLM to empower copywriters or marketers. These are the people who know their domains, who know how to write content, who know how to connect with the human beings on the other side. And what we're doing, rather than giving them the tools to create copy, which LLMs do a pretty poor job of, we give them the tools to create the code, the logistics, the infrastructure that enables them to personalize. And that's the kind of things that LRMs have become really, really good at: coding, creating segments, and setting up recommendation engines on the background. And we build it all in a seamless UI that enables someone who's a non-technical, great copywriter to be able to leverage all these tools to create a message that really connects.
Can I ask, just for clarity, the LRM is the large reasoning model?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, these things have changed names so many times. When I first came across these concepts, they were basic chain of thoughts on LLMs, and then things have evolved a lot. But I think the current nomenclature for these models is called LRMs, large reasoning models.
Got it. Okay, right. Let's get into it. So this, the Singulate product allows hyper-personalization. It's at scale for very specific domains, but doesn't replace the role of a copywriter or doesn't replace the role of that individual. It almost enhances them to a different degree. Why How has Singulate been able to build a tool that allows people to use it compared to just plugging in Claude as an example?
Well, the simple reality of just plugging in Claude is at the end of the day, all that Claude can do is build within the constraints of the tools that you have, right?
Right.
So if you're plugging in Claude into, I don't know, your HubSpot, your Marketo, those
Uh-huh.
tools were built before the advent of AI, and they're not really prepared to take full advantage of they don't have the capability of setting up a recommendation engine. They don't have the capability of setting up a clustering system that will identify trends and evolve them. So our system effectively is built on the age of AI. It's built on this idea that you could use LRMs to set all of these workflow steps and just gives these AIs, gives these foundation models the right tools so that they can help your marketer write this personalized content.
I see. Okay, that makes a little more sense for me. I thought it was as simple as like just replacing it, but actually there's a bit more nuance where it's learning itself, and so there's a feedback loop of what works, what doesn't. Was that quite complicated to build?
Well, we're still building it, and as it stands with these things, like you never stop building. You can always think of new creative ideas or new things that you can evolve. The great thing about building on top of LRMs, as opposed to just like hoping that the LLM takes everything for you, is that you're able to like think out of the box and create all sorts of different workflows that can be unique and can really add value. Like recently, we created a workflow where we set up a research agent that
Mm.
not only does everything I just told you, but starts by finding the right data, finding the right information, and helping use that information to create personalized content. So this is, yeah.
Here's one for you.
To answer,
How do you find the right data? Because today, like I use the models a lot, right? You've got to be at the cutting edge or the bleeding edge of AI where you can. And what I find is sometimes it requires a lot of me curating the prompt to allow for a good amount of research to be done, and actually it surfaced the correct quote unquote documents, websites that I require to build, background on guests as an example in what we do here. How do you do it? Like,
yeah,
how do you actually build an agent that does the work correctly?
yeah, absolutely. So we start with three parts. First, we love using the data that already exists. Like there's nothing like using the data that captures your relationship with that customer, that audience member. And that's the data that's the most readily available, and also the data that's the most useful and impactful on your communication. Like when you're
Mm.
speaking with someone, like this Amazon example I gave you, um, Amazon knows what you purchased. They know what you interacted in, and they know what you searched for. So if they were to leverage the data in the right way, they could apply it. The second part, of course, is we create a whole dynamic of pre-built templates. And we have our own copywriters and we know how to do marketing. So basically, we started teaching the model our ways in a sense. Like we started teaching, okay, these are the research strategies that really result in impactful results.
Right.
And the great thing about building this kind of model is that you get to learn, you get to really do science in marketing. Like you get to learn what things actually work and do it in a level that couldn't really be applied before, couldn't really be done before, because
Mm.
tools like HubSpot, they don't really understand to the level of intent what their users are doing in the platforms. But because we're using AI, all the LLMs all the way through, we can understand the intent, we can understand the strategies, and we can basically pit strategies against each other and really come up with the ones that will perform the best at various specific jobs.
Oh, that's really interesting. So you can sort of pit the AI you know, against itself and figure out what is the actual flow that worked well. What is the type of research flow that we require that produces the best result?
Yeah,
Is
absolutely.
that something
I
is that
mean,
something you can just do in a Claude or a Gemini or an OpenAI, or is that something you've had to purpose build?
well, everything we had to purpose built, and of course the foundation models like Cloud Gemini. I mean, we don't just use LLMs. So Cloud Gemini, Anthropic, and the open source models, DeepSeek, Quen, they are incredibly helpful tools that we build
Mm.
on top of. But we also use, I mean, we have our own vector databases, so we use vector querying a lot as part of understanding user intent and figuring out what are the right things to grab from a database, for example. And we
Explain that
also
to
use
me. How does
cluster.
that work?
So this is one thing that marketers do a lot is segmentation. So when you're doing segmentation, one thing that you can do is describe your audience in natural language and say, I want to capture people like growth marketers. But people have different job titles on the LinkedIn profiles, on whatever information you have. And it's not always obvious to understand, okay, what does growth market translate to in my database? So you can use a technique borrowed from these transformers architectures called embedding, and have your system transform growth marketing into a matrix of numbers, and then search your database for job titles that are around this nebulous concept of a growth marketer. And because LLMs have become so good at understanding language, these embedding technologies have actually become really powerful searching techniques to help you find similar things to the thing that you're looking. You combine that with traditional queries, and you suddenly create an engine that is really, really powerful at finding the things that you're looking for.
And how does the clustering play into that?
So clustering, there's two ways in which you can create segmentation. The one way is a marketer really knows their audience. A marketer has been working on a domain for a while and can describe the audience to you. Like, we don't need to, for many of our customers, we don't need to tell them what audiences buy their products and what are the different intents, because they've been at it for so long and they have run experimentations and they learned that. So that's segmentation, not normal segmentation, but also we can start identifying patterns for them that they might have not been able to perceive before. And this is where clustering comes into play. This is an entirely different field of AI or machine learning than LLMs, but it's also incredibly helpful to use in combination. So we suggest new segments to our marketers, and they also describe segments to us. And the combination of both of those things create incredibly powerful segmentation strategies.
Clear. All right. And where does it go from here? Obviously, the marketing is the current focus. And do you feel like you get pigeonholed into that? Because the reality of the situation is that Singulate isn't just used in the context of marketing. It's so much larger than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this idea started from communication. And while we believe marketing has a lot of the right ingredients, you know your audience already. There's a lot of money, of course, involved, which helps us develop our MVP and help us grow our business. But at the end of the day, this concept that we're trying to build, it's about communication at its core. It's about any form of written communication. So think about anything from education, where has it ever happened to you that someone explained to you, after 10 times of you being explained the same concept, something in just the right way, that it finally clicked?
Yep. It was the transformer. It was the
personalization.
transformer paper. I read it like 15 times. I couldn't get it, and then asked ChatGPT to explain it like a child, and here we are.
Here we are. So this ability of breaking down concepts and describing them in many, many ways. I know, at least to me, I've got explained so many things in so many ways, and sometimes they land, but often they don't. So for education material, I think this technology of being able to personalize content and break it down in such a way that it works for your audience, that's a great way. That's a great application. And you can think about it in every form of written communication. Think about the websites you visit. Think about the government information that you receive. What if the advisory was written in a language that resonates with you? What if the advisory was written in such a way that you understand it in your language? If you don't speak English, if you don't speak the right dialogue, if you don't speak the right tone, if the language being used to describe the thing is too technical, there's so many ways in which personalization can be applied to help create a message that really resonates with the audience. And at the end of the day, that's the purpose of communication. Like, no one wants to be talking in a vacuum. Everyone wants to be heard. And this technology can enable that.
I like that idea of education playing into this, right? Because I know full well, I've talked to teachers about this and people in education, that they are in real time, as a child or a student doesn't understand what they're talking about, they're able to go into the large language models, the large reasoning models, and quite quickly make it so that that child, that student, is able to understand it on the same par as their peers. Now that at scale across a classroom, it feels like that's what's supposed to be the norm.
Yeah, I think this ability of explaining things, or again, this is all personalization. This is all about grabbing some intent and message and translating that down to a different audience. I think one danger of overusing LLMs transparently, and this is why we don't do that at Singulate, is there's certain problems that are intrinsic to LLMs, like hallucinations. I'm sure it's a hot topic and everyone's aware of. One of the main reasons why Singulate is architecture the way it is that we minimize the use of LLMs when it comes down to generating content on real time, and we maximize the use of things that can be verified before you send that message out to the world. So think about being able to verify that simplification or translation that you do to children, that's going to be correct ahead of time. Being able to validate that message is going down to the audience, it's going to be the right message. And this is incredibly important because at the end of the day, the one thing that you don't want to do is personalize to the point or use LLMs to the point where you're simplifying the concepts, but you're losing information on translation, or worse, things are being made up and suddenly the message is an entirely different message. And this can be incredibly dangerous when it comes down to education, government. So all of these applications I mentioned, hallucinations is an incredibly challenging problem that just putting things on top of an LLM can quite resolve.
How do you solve the hallucination problem? Because in some cases, when we're being creative, right, actually the hallucination is an idea, not a bug, right? It's a feature, not a bug. But in the context of comms and having to understand something in a certain way, it is by all standards a bug. How do you get around that? Like, how do you think about it? Is it something you leverage in certain moments, or actually it's something that we try and keep out of the product?
Well, that's where our idea of being built on top of this modular architecture comes into play. And this idea of we working with copywriters and people who actually humanly curate the content comes into play. So what our AI is spending 99% of the time doing is not actually writing message, or it's not writing message that will go out and verified to an audience, but it is creating these clusters of these groupings, these segments, these transformations that can be statically verified. And we have a lot of techniques to help someone who's non-technical understand, okay, this is what this transformation is doing. And because it's not using AI at the time of being generated to the audience, once you verified it once, and once you understood what's going on here, you can trust that that's going to be actually correct for everyone in the list, no matter how large the list. And we minimize the use of LLMs for places where, creativity is what you care for. So there's certain messages within the weather message where, well, if you get something slightly wrong, it's not the core of the message though. So when you're making a quick joke or the intro, there's a lot of places where, LLMs and creativity can have a lot of very little negative effect and very high positive effect. So you can combine all of these techniques and really create something that's unique to the individual, but it's not completely unvetted.
What was the raise like for this fundraising process? Was it quite easy because you're building something that seems just so applicable across so many industries? The market is basically ginormous. Or was it quite a difficult raise?
Well, it was pretty straightforward. The great thing we had going on, and this is something that my co-founders and I feel incredibly grateful and lucky, is that we built through our journey a very good network of people who support us and who believe in us. So we're able to reach out to our network, and this idea is something that resonates with a lot of investors. A lot of people were thinking about it at the time. So thankfully, it was a very short process. We were able to, from the time we decided to go institutional to the time we were able to close that deal, I think it was a couple of weeks at most. And we have a certain number of investors we had to say no to and close the conversations early. So yeah, we were incredibly lucky in that regard.
It's a nice position to be in. Were you able to bring on the partners that you wanted and the investors that you wanted throughout that process, rather than having to just like sort of cherry pick money?
Oh no, absolutely. Like I'm incredibly grateful and I'm incredibly happy with the investors that we're working with, Wowery, Sidcamp, and all of our backers, and all of our angel institutional backers. They have been our plan A target investors. So yeah, we're very happy to be working with them.
I love it. Can I ask, how much did we raise?
Yeah, it was a 2.2 million raise that we did back in October last year, announced it. They did from the show. So yeah, not too bad.
Absolutely love it. I know it's a bit late from us on the show, but we're looking forward to when you raise your Series A and we can come and announce it on here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to be looking at a series at a seed round. So that was actually a pre-seed. We're looking at a seed round sometime in the future. New
Jesus,
stability.
that was a seed. Well, pre-seed. Jeez
Yeah,
Louise, that was huge.
that was a large pre-seed. I got to admit to that.
Love it. Nicholas, I've got to ask, before we let you go, I'm trying to understand with regards to, your journey. It feels like you're perfectly positioned to build this product. And it seems like the team is too. When you're looking at people that you've looked up to in the industry across the history of everything entrepreneurship, all things startups, business, etc., who do you look at and go like, yeah, I want to take some traits from them?
I mean, I used to have names for this answer, but since then I can't say I look up to them anymore. So I'm gonna refrain to answering this question if I may. There's a lot of great people in this industry. I think it's more researchers that I look up to these days.
Tell me,
People who
tell me the
are
names of the researchers.
well, Ilya is someone who I think it's has an amazing journey through these. Well, then is but yeah, I mean.
But the clarity of mind on those two, right? When they talk about not only the product to the engineering, really get into the nitty gritties of the research, but then sort of transition into the wider vision of what this means for the world, the deep thinking around how it affects humanity. Those two do not come often together.
No, yeah. I mean, it's rare when the business savvy and the research savvy come together. And well, I wish them the very best. I mean, they are building a lot of great ideas that we're building on top of. And I mean, I certainly know that we're passionate about what we're doing, but we couldn't do it if we weren't stepping on the shoulders of giants, as they say.
Love it. Last question. Do you end up long term thinking you build out your own local model or smaller model that's hyper fine tuned for personalization in the context of the different industries you cover?
So I think model is a loaded word. We did build an architecture that's when people think models, they're basically thinking, are we going to build our own LLM? And I think the answer to that is almost categorically no.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes down to a model, the word model used to mean something bigger than just specific an LLM. And our AI model, or basically the way our email generation works, it's indeed a model. It is the combination of it is an architecture series of non-deterministic steps that results in a email generator. So in a sense, we kind of already did with MCSA, with our architecture model that creates these modular emails. That said, yeah, I mean, when it comes down to, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to predict whether we'll never come up with an LLM. Maybe at some point we'll find like these niche use cases where we might want to fine tune an LLM for very specific purposes. But I do think I'm really looking forward to what comes next after LLMs, after LRMs even, and we might be playing on those games. We might be looking at what comes after, and we might be building something along those lines.
Give us a little sneak peek into that thinking. What do you see past the curve that no one else does?
I mean, it's hard. It's hard to say that I think of these that no one else has, but I think LLMs, the transformer technology, the auto-regressive transformer technology behind LLMs, it's an incredibly powerful tool, but I do think it's got certain limitations that are going to be really hard to overcome. So I'm not one of those doomers that says like we've hit an AI wall and progress will stop, because I do think that one thing that LLMs have already given us is the ability of creating these oceans of synthetic data, these oceans of increased productivity that will lead to the next revolution a lot faster than LLMs even came. So I can't say I'm not in the woods on building the LLM. I can't say that they won't find a way of proving me wrong, but I do think that more likely than that, the next AI revolution will come from all the data that's been produced from LLMs, from all the and from all the improvements that you can create, basically all the productivity boosts that you can now gain from being able to code with LLMs.
Nicolas, this has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for the upskilling in all things hyper-personalization. We appreciate the time. I'm looking forward to speaking again.
Bryony, likewise. Thank you so much for your time. Speak soon.
That was Nicolas on the show talking to us about Singulate, large language models, large reasoning models, and how they're envisioning the future of hyper-personalization, not just in the context of marketing, context of comms and education as well. So far, we've been streaming for 1 hour and 42 minutes. It's been an incredible docket so far. Brian from REVEL, Colm from OpenAI, and Nico from Singulate. We've got, it's a range today, and I think that's awesome. And one of the incredible things we're able to bring you on the show is that we don't just pigeonhole ourselves into a specific area of tech and business. We go quite wide, and we bring you these incredible stories, both breaking and in news, that allow for us to engage in a dialogue. They allow for us to really bring to light some of this incredible talent, teams and companies coming out of this side of the world. Our next guest has breaking news for us. I'm really looking forward to this. I was at their offices last night because, we can't just live chronically online. But we're deeply looking forward to talking to Ben from Veed about Fabric One. Ben, how are we?
I'm good, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm doing incredibly well. Thanks for coming on the show at such short notice. Veed Fabric 1.0, is that how we're describing it today?
Let's go with that.
Dude, I saw the model last night at Veed. I was there with Unicorn Mafia. It looks awesome.
It is. It's really exciting. And this is why it's very, very much last minute, because it was launched just yesterday. So you are hot off the press and one of the first ever users. So excited to be here.
Honestly, this is going to be an amazing conversation. I'm deeply looking forward to it. I love the work you guys do. I think I've been using the product for about 2.5 years now, give or take.
Brilliant.
I think I had an interview. I said had an interview. I was one of those user interviews with your chief product officer, and it was great. We had a great vibe. Love the product. But most importantly, we've got to get to know you a little bit. Tell us a little about your background. I see we've been into a couple of different places. Veed, then Revolut, and then back to Veed for a four-year stint. Tell us.
Yeah, well, that's a story in itself. But probably haven't got long enough to go into that. My background's a bit meandering. I did engineering at university. And I'm a slightly, just to date me, when I left university, kind of startups weren't really a thing. Facebook didn't exist, the iPhone didn't exist. So just, we barely had Nokia.
Startups in the modern sense didn't exist.
Yeah, exactly. So yes, of course, Google was around, but only, actually, I went into the city into finance. It's what a lot of kind of maths people do. And I did worked in private equity as an investment director at Barclays for a number of years. But I had an early midlife crisis and realized that I just love building things. Kind of wanted to get back to my engineering roots. So that's why if you kind of pair investment strategy, businesses, knowledge with engineering, building, and I love doing art on the side. So a bit of design. If you do that Venn diagram, you kind of got a product type role. And I realized this, so I kind of quit my as my wife would remind me, very well paid job to do something far riskier and go and work in startups.
That's something the beauty of the game.
Fun. Exactly. And I've been working with tech startups ever since in product roles and different companies, different hats, including, as you point out, Revolut, but also at Veed. And Veed is a slightly funny story because I knew Saba, the founder, one of the two founders, just casually, and I taught myself to code. So I said, can I join as a junior developer? So I actually joined as a junior developer when there's only 10 people. I then left because when it was just a tiny startup, it wasn't really able to pay me, and I got a young family, so needed to make some money. So I joined Revolut for a bit, but then Veed exploded and said, "You want to come back?" Actually, because we've got skyrocketing revenue, and we're growing at some crazy rate. So I said, of course, and here we are.
Love it. Right, let's get into Fabric. What role have you played in building this thing out? Because, when I first used Veed and we had a conversation with, I forget your CPO's name, around what it was that you were building, I was very much like, oh, it's just a video editing tool on the internet. And I think what I was taken aback with was the fact that he was like, no, we want to be the creative tool on the internet, more than just making videos, just more than just the editing suite as a CapCut or a Final Cut or a Adobe replacement. It was something larger than that. And it feels like this model is a step in that direction. We're here to stay, we're here to play, and ByteDance and CapCut are not going to take all of this market from us.
Yes. Well, you said it perfectly, really. I mean, I think I don't know how familiar your audience is with video. Obviously, I'm in it all day, every day, so I might skip some bits. But yeah, I think you're right. Like, there's these traditional video editing tools that have been around for ages, like Premiere Pro and Final Cut, etc. These are, the heavyweights. They're used by filmmakers, the BBC, etc. And then you get this kind of generation of people doing YouTube and then social media, and you've got this huge spectrum. The far bigger market, actually, of course, is the number of people doing short form video, and the kind of traditional tools are very good, very, very powerful, but aren't really geared up for it. And they kind of geared up for social media. They're very intense and require a lot of work. And so, the first phase of Veed is actually kind of simplification and speeding up that process, because YouTubers, yourself probably, you want a fast and simple process. You just got to ship a video every week or maybe even every day. And so you can't be tinkering in a very complex tool. So that was kind of the first wave of Veed, and that's what catapulted our first wave of success, and doing things specifically like adding subtitles. A lot of people know us. We're arguably the best.
You're the subtitle people, right? Like, when you think of Veed, you think subtitles.
Yeah, that was very much what we made our name on, because it used to be, it still is, if you go to Premiere Pro. I shouldn't be too bad mouthing, but you still have to very much kind of almost type it all in, which is crazy in this day and age. And actually, we forget, but subtitles, of course, is AI. It's taking audio and then flipping
transcribing it and then turning it it into text that is movable on a screen.
And so that was before this kind of wave of LLMs, and so we've been doing AI and applying it in the latest technology to video editing for a long time, and we're still doing that very much. But this new wave is obviously it got the headlines for the last 3 years, and particularly, frankly, even just the last few months, we've got generative video AI, and that changes the game because creating a video used to be kind of two parts. You have to go and shoot the thing, get your lighting, you've got a nice setup, a decent microphone, get decent recording, and then you have editing. And editors were getting better and better, but they wouldn't help you create the content. You had to go and do that yourself. This is why generative AI is very, very different. It allows you to create the content. So it takes that complex part out. You can literally type some text in and get a video. I don't have to hire a studio. I don't have to sort my beard out. I should do for this, but yeah, exactly. You don't need an actor. You don't need all this other stuff. You can just create a video, and that opens up video to a huge new audience of people that would be saying, "Oh, it's too expensive, too slow. I can't do it. I haven't. I hate to see myself on camera." This is another big issue lots of people have. So it's the generation part which is completely changing, and that's what Fabric does. So happy to go into that.
Let's get into it. Like, I think there's a story here in understanding how to use it, and like, what is the archetype of the person that needs to use Fabric or should be using Fabric or potentially needs to be open to using Fabric. And the other half of this is the specs. Like, how does this tee up against some of these other video models? Is it standalone? Is it a wrapper of another model, or is it something else? And I like to start with that. So how the hell did you create this thing? Because it's come left of field for me. I was very much a VO3 user. Obviously, ByteDance has brought out another one that sort of beats that. Where does Fabric sit within the context of this? Or is it playing in its own lane right now?
It's yes. I think it's a very confusing space,
right?
Particularly if you're not deep in it, right? Google's got its video model. Oh, OpenAI's got its video model, and yes, they are all video models, but they are all different. And this is why the lanes are actually you're spot on with it. It's quite a different lane to the others. VO3, I think most people may have, well, maybe not, may have heard of. It's Google's biggest kind of groundbreaking one. It got Nano Banana as their image one, and kind of VO3 is the cousin. And then there's other people like ByteDance doing C-Dance, etc., and then OpenAI have got their one, etc. And they all do this to varying degrees of quality, and it's getting incredibly good. The kind of the things that really differentiate Fabric, as opposed to the others, though, is actually if you go and use VO3, it's amazing, but you can only generate 8 seconds of video. So you kind of think, oh, I can do this, but then I have to create 8 seconds and then another 8 seconds. And it's quite painful. And it's very, it's quite complex to do that. But we've got a slightly different approach. What you do with Fabric is you start with an image, you give it an image. And by the way, you can generate any image. It can be a photo of yourself, but you can go to Midjourney and create, a cyborg version of yourself or whatever. It can be quite cartoony or anime or whatever you want it to be. And then you give it an audio file. And similarly with the audio file, it can be me doing a recording, or I can use, Vid's got its own, within Vid, you can do text to voice generation. So you can then just type it and then you can create a voice. So audio plus image, both of which you can generate. You can then combine that, and that can produce a video, which can be up to a minute long. So it's still not hours. The technology, and it gets incredibly complex and expensive beyond that. But it can be up to a minute long, which will cover you off for most social media use cases.
And so that's really what you're building for, is very much the social media short form, or potentially like ad reads type of vibe right now, with a goal I'm assuming is that actually as the technology gets better, as we innovate the product, it's going to get longer, it's going to get more fluid, it's not just going to be talking head, it's going to compete against some of these more dynamic models where there's multiple features that are being built into them. So like I take a VO3, I can plug it into like they've got that, I think it's called Flow, where it's almost like the cinematic editor, where it's like, okay, so there's the first frame, there's a second frame, there's a third frame, here's the story. I'm assuming that's the way that we're thinking about this, but we're starting very, very small at the minute 60 seconds.
Yes, exactly. But the AI guys will be screaming at you saying that actually that's incredibly long. AI video.
No, but it is very long. And I think that's what's quite cool is you kept the character consistency from what I've seen. It's very, very high quality. And I couldn't tell in the demo yesterday, right? But I wasn't sure if it had been Saber had upscaled it or something. But it looks like 4K footage off the bat. Like it's not down res to 1080p like in a lot of other ones. You've got to almost take it away, up res it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's worth saying that we're talking about VO3 like they're a separate thing. Actually, Vid offers as a bundle. So VO3 is one of many video creation tools, and it's quite expensive, but it's very, very good. And Vid actually offers a lot of this within its editor. So when you come to Vid, we've got an editor at the core, but you can actually then, if you want to generate a video in VO3, you can within Vid. So
actually you can play between the two models. And so Vid is the orchestrator, and it's like, okay, so then humor me for a moment. Why did you have to go and build one?
Because of these differences. So number one, if you want 8 seconds of video, fine. But as soon as you don't, most people currently don't, you want something longer, then you need something longer. We also specialize, and it's very much relevant to our niche. Google's going for the bigger picture, as are Klein, as are ByteDance. We're not creating Hollywood films, right? 90% of the videos that people create on us are kind of this format where, I'm talking to you and it's a kind of a podcast, or it's a kind of, I'm doing social media, and it's very much a talking head. And because we were able to reduce the scope of the video creation required, therefore you can make it longer and you can get other advantages, and it can be cheaper, importantly. So you can create many more of them. And you can create multiple versions. So one of the other challenges with AI is you create a version and you may not like it, and it takes quite a lot of time and money. But if it's half the price, you can generate 2 or 4 and just pick your favorites, and that's a big game changer.
What was the inflection point that allowed for that to happen? Like, how were you able to get it so cheap and so quick?
There's been fundamental. We are definitely standing on the shoulders of giants. There is so much research, so much money going into the industry right now. Papers are being published left, right, and centre. I have just to warn you, I am not an expert on this.
We got to get some of that research team on.
Yeah, exactly. You'll have to interview some of the other guys. But yeah, and it's increasingly new kind of foundational models being released that every week at the moment. Is crazy fast. So a lot of that you can now, it's the building blocks are there for you, and it's kind of adding a layer on top, which is why we're able to move relatively quickly and without the billions of dollars that you see of OpenAI. I was just going to finish actually this third point to kind of finish your earlier point about why is this model also kind of quite interesting for your space, because of this talking head. It's obvious but not obvious, because actually most video models don't have audio. VO3 does, but it doesn't have spoken audio, or it can do spoken audio, but that's not what it's specifically trained for. It can do explosions, it can do car screeches, it can do everything, but then it makes maybe the audio not quite so crisp. So, and if you go to another video generation, you can create an amazing looking video, but if it's not syncing up with your audio, it's very problematic. You can have it as a background video, but that doesn't really work quite often if you need to have something in the foreground that people are talking to. So all of those things are kind of unique to our use case, which is why it's so exciting and fun.
How do you think about it in the context of the product then? Obviously, we've touched a little bit on how Veed is sort of the orchestrator that allows for these models to flourish and you to play with all of them. Like, what's your thesis on how this sort of becomes an ecosystem where all of these models can coexist, and actually Veed gets to the Veed tooling competes at a larger level with tools that are not just editors but are cinematic suites?
It's a great question. We almost have this debate on a weekly basis, because it's really flips product.
Yeah, it must be really annoying, like almost, because the roadmap just goes out the window. Yeah. You're like, oh, great, we can build this now.
Yes, I mean, yes, you're actually spot on, because literally something else gets released. We've just integrated an API with an image generation model, and it's outdated. It's like, right, got to do that again. There's a bit of that, but also, as I was kind of alluding to earlier, I think it really flips the way you can do video creation. I'm not going to say video editing anymore. I'm going to say it's generative editing, where you can generate and edit. So you almost puts a hard line right down the middle of the product. So half of it now is about generating audio, text, voice, image, video, and the other half is then kind of combining that, splicing it, cutting that, and matching that. You can optimize for one, or it gets a bit cluttered. This is causing lots of fun for the design team at Veed, and we haven't got it right. I think we're going to still optimize and change and chop and change and keep going.
Give me some insight into that, please. I would love to know, how do you think about the design of a video creation tool today? Because yes, Veed's heritage and Veed's roots are very much in the editor, but we've transitioned out of that into a generative tool, right? And I don't know about you or how you think about it. I'd love to know, but chat is not the way forward for this for me. It's very much, there is an advanced layer and there is a more basic layer that exists that allows me to think and curate. And then I want to get in the weeds of like, all right, I need this animation, I need this here. We're going to cut here. How are you thinking about it there?
You're spot on with these questions. I think we need to hire you for that. Like that's very astute. Yeah, you're exactly right.
I do my research. We don't play around.
The first wave of video generation, and many of these tools, even OpenAI, is the chat. ChatGPT is fundamental. It's text, but text is a terrible way to describe it.
God, it's so bad.
It's and image is the same as video. So it's a terrible way to describe a video. You kind of want to say, oh, go that thing over there and bounce like this, and it's really hard to write that down. And that was the first wave. So we've loyally, quickly implemented that. But yeah, I can't see that being the long term. And you see this already with some of the image generation stuff. Normally, you upload, yes, you have a text description, but you'll upload a style, and you give it a couple of images as prompts, or you'll give it a starting scene, right? And this is actually what we're doing with Fabric. You'll give it an image, so you spend a long time, maybe not a long time, but you can kind of generate 100 images, which is far faster and cheaper, by the way, rather than creating 100 videos and text. And then you pick one that you really like, and you're going to stick with that. And then use that as the prompt, really, as the primary prompt, and you give it the audio. And yes, I think the next generation is very much, that might be enough for social media, but if you suddenly want to do a full-fledged film, and I'm not just sitting here I'm relatively static. I'm not really, the background's not changing. I need to run off, stage left. That requires another level of kind of modeling, and you kind of can do it, but the way you do it right now is I'll generate 100 videos and delete 99 if they won't be correct. So there will be some tools, and there's ways you can do splines. You can generate a starting image and an end image, and we're playing around with that right now. Actually, in fact, we use it in a couple of our advert videos to give you a sneak peek of what's coming next.
Love it.
You can do amazing transitions. You might spot this in one of our latest videos, but you can have yourself here and then transform into a beach where you're kind of got flowers around your neck or whatever, and a margarita in your hand. You can do crazy spins between the two just by giving it one image. And
it feels like a combination of what Kling does mixed in with some of these other image and video models. Is that now? So are you leveraging that, or is that just in-house Veed?
No, we are magpies, happily picking up whatever we can find. We are, I think.
But instead of like branding it as it's like here's what you can do with it, not what it is.
Yeah. Yes. Very much. That's always been the case with product. It's not. No one really cares about how it's built. They care about what they can do with it, the value they can get, and so yes, we will do our little bits ourselves where we need to, and there's a gap in the market. But we will very much also bolt on and bundling the best of what else is out there. And I think that's the value that we offer. We've seen this happen already. We've seen it happen with subtitles. So where we started offering transcriptions, so taking an audio to text, we used one provider, but then somebody else came along, and then somebody else came along and then did it in different languages that they didn't have before. So we actually, what we provide to our end user is an amalgamation of the latest and best model for each language in each market, and they don't have to worry about that. They don't have to learn the differences between Kling and VO3 and all. There's quite a level of complexity that you and I are happy to go to, but most people don't want to think about it, and they just want it to work. So that's the kind of wrapper that Veed puts around it all.
I like it. I think that what you've been able to do with the product is simplify the whole process of creation.
Yes.
And that's really why like I've ended up canceling a lot of my other subscriptions just so that I can end up coming back to Veed. And don't get me wrong, I'll say it quite happily and transparently. I've churned 4 times, but I always find myself gravitating back, right? And one of those things is the design. It is that you've packaged it in a way that's simplistic, it's simple. The way that the team is building it, obviously we touched on the roadmap and how there really isn't one a lot of the time. It's like you're sort of building it at a cadence or at a velocity of everything else. But what I've come to understand is everything is rooted in some foundational philosophies. What is that for you and the team at Veed?
Yeah, well, I think we're very open about this, and it's exactly what you said. We're very keen to democratize video making. So I often describe it as if you think about the kind of documents you produce at work, you produce an email, a Word document, and maybe a PowerPoint. You don't go to a PowerPoint editor to create your PowerPoint. You can do it yourself. And at some point, people got that, but they haven't got it with video. We're not there yet. If I ask most people to create a video, they'd be like, oh God, I don't know what to do. I don't want to be on camera. Awkward. And they think it's too complicated and expensive. And we haven't seen the switch. And there's an assumption there, and the assumption is they want video. But I think that's well proven. Everyone knows it's more engaging. So if you're doing marketing, it has to be a video. If you're doing training, it has to be a video because people's memory retention is much better with video. So people want to produce video. They just can't or feel they don't have the skills. So we're, very much, we want to make it really easy for anyone to create a video. And now you don't even need an image of you don't even need a kind of starting studio. You can just type it in and I can have a fuzzy version of myself saying it for me. And it takes away a lot of the pain of that. So that's just one step along this path, but the end goal is still the same.
The process of creation is something that a lot of people hold dear, right? And as you said, you Veed in democratizing that, right? And being able to say like anyone can create. Do you not feel like we're just going to end up with a lot of slop for a while? And you're sort of the product is built in a way to allow for that. What are some of the guardrails you think about when you think about creation in the process of video or the process of images in the context of Veed?
Yeah, so I think of that actually the same way as writing. It used to be that it's only newspapers. You'd have to read a newspaper. But of course, now anyone can write a blog on
Yeah.
the internet. And you could argue, yes, there's an awful lot of rubbish on the internet. So it becomes, the problem doesn't become, it's not about creating it. It's not being, anyone can now write content and stick it on a website. Anyone can then kind of publish it to the world instantly. The problem becomes around curation. It's like, right, now I need a curated feed of what's best or recommended, or I'll follow certain people. So it switches. So I think, yes, inevitably, with the democratization, there will be, and there's some valid concerns, ethical concerns around this. That's a whole another talk maybe. But there's issues around deep fakes and other stuff and misuse of the technology. That kind of already exists in many ways in other forms, but it will be accelerated by AI and made to look more realistic and therefore possibly more dangerous. I think the guardrails, increasingly we have filters to stop certain things happening. Certain videos on ours, and we've got to tighten up this as well, but increasingly getting kind of watermarked or fingerprinted. I don't know if you know about this.
I do, so but explain it for us.
Yeah, so there's a fear that AI will generate videos that will be so realistic people won't know whether it's real or not, and that is actually happening already, I'd argue, even in a live context where you're having a chat with someone. I
know a couple of people that are quite literally building that, and it's insane.
Yes. Well, there's I can't remember if it was in Japan, I think it was. Somebody had a live chat with the CEO and the FD of their company, and they handed over $6 million or something because they were hard. Yeah, and I can't remember the numbers. This is about 6 months ago, and it was just one person with 6 AIs chatting to them on Zoom.
Insane.
So coming back to it, so a lot of the AI kind of generators and publishers have taken it upon themselves to put in fingerprints, so invisible, so you wouldn't know it, but 6 of the pixels in this image have been changed, and so you can then scan the image and someone will know instantly that it's been AI generated. You wouldn't be able to visually see it, but it's kind of embedded into the end of video so that people know it's not necessarily a real video.
Ben, before we let you go, I've got a couple more, right? And I'd love to round out this episode, this segment with you on this. Who do you like in terms of filmmakers or photographers or cinematographers? Like, where do you take your inspiration from?
Who do I like? I've got to get a great reference for you. I mean, stylistically, but I feel like it's a bit of a cliche. I do love the Wes Anderson style. So I do love seeing the application of that because he does have a very definitive style. And I love the quirkiness of it. And seeing people kind of replicate that and play with that in AI and regenerate that on their, like taking their holiday snaps and regenerating it. I think it's a lot of fun.
And who do you like in that, in the product context? So when you look at the greats, for me, it's a Johnny Ive, right? I want to be in the world that man thinks in because I want to use the product the way that they've envisioned it. Who do you look at from a software POV of as you're building out the product and think, geez, the way that they think, wow.
I mean, I have mixed feelings these days because it becomes increasingly tied up with politics and other stuff, right? You've got to think that Sam Altman is definitely up there. The way he's just said he's going to do it and then done it. Right? He's done it multiple times. He's done it with. I followed him avidly when he was at Y Combinator, and then he left to do an AI thing, and everyone thought that was going to be the last of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yet now he's ruling the world, and he's got a very interesting view on things. Controversial at times, but always thought-provoking. It's always well worth listening to. I know that's not particularly original, but
we take inspiration from where it comes from. Ben, this has been an absolute pleasure. Thanks for coming on the show on such short notice. It's been a masterclass in all things fabric. I'm looking forward to playing with the product myself. Where can they find it? Where can they use it? They can go to veed.io and a little tidbit for you. We're about to bring out an API. So if you're a developer or hacker and you want to install this into your own app, DM me, or if you go to the Veed website, there's a little link at the bottom to get on the early bird waitlist. Love it. Ben, an absolute pleasure. Thanks for the time.
Thank you very much. Bye.
That was Ben on the show talking to us, breaking us the news on Fabric 1.0 and the breakdown of everything that it includes. It is an incredibly interesting innovation that Veed has put together and pulled together to allow for people to not just edit inside of their product, but actually create inside of the product for the first time. Ben was talking about how it takes a still image and then creates a video around that, but they've also added in the transitions that allow for us to create some of those crazy, I'm on a beach now, I'm on Mount Fuji, and then I'm in the Grand Canyon as an example. Really cool. Go check out the product. I love your thoughts. And then we've got to bring on some of that research team and some of the other team from Veed to talk more about how this came to life. Our next guest is in the showroom. He's flown in from the Valley. I'm not sure how long he's been on the ground for in the UK. Maybe it's a couple of weeks, but we'll find out. Andrea, how are we, my friend?
Doing great.
I'm glad to hear it. How's life being back in the UK?
It's exciting. I'm back. Just came back from San Francisco to London actually for my graduation. So yeah, good times.
Love it. Right, let's get into it. What was it like out there? Give us the vibes. Does AI feel at home there? Did you feel at home there building from out there for a while?
Everyone is AGI pilled. Best place in the world to become AGI pilled yourself. And so yeah, I think it's the best city in the world, the best ecosystem in the world. If you want to build venture scale businesses, you got to be there. And for us, it's been an incredible time to be out there.
Andrea, give us some context into you and Thrad.
Yeah, sure. So I started Thrad. We're an ad network for LLMs. We basically put ads in chatbots. We help AI apps to monetize with native ads, and then we help brands advertise in those LLMs.
Clear. How does that even begin to work?
Yeah, sure. So it's basically just like Google Ads, but instead of doing that inside of websites, we just do it inside of AI apps, LLMs, and chatbots. And so technically, we do the end-to-end ad tech infrastructure from the ad exchange to the SSP supply side platform to the DSP, the demand side platform. And so concretely, we serve the two sides of the marketplace, right? We have AI apps. They want to subsidize the user experience, right? Silicon Valley wants to save the world with their AI, and so we just tell them, hey, give it away for free, right? And enabling them to subsidize the usage with native, user-friendly, privacy-friendly ads. And so to them, they basically plug in our API, and then we just inject ads in the form of a sponsored message in their chat. And so as you're chatting to AI, once in a while, you're just going to get a sponsor response, right? And so that's how they do that, where we read the conversation, and then we're just going to inject the sponsor message with our API. And then on the advertiser side, well, they just buy ads from our website. And so we're the only self-serve platform in the world today to enable brands to buy ads in LLMs. And so you can launch a campaign in seconds with no minimum ad spend from our landing page. You literally go on Thrad.ai, you say launch a campaign for Virage.com for $100, press launch, and that's it. Right. And so if you compare it to, in Silicon Valley, even here, everyone is talking about vibe coding, Lovable project, and so on, right?
Your vibe marketing.
And we're kind of doing exactly. We're kind of doing that on the vibe marketing side, where anyone, can code now with vibe coding. Now anyone can be a marketer, right? You don't need to know about Google Ads or Meta Ads or none of that stuff. You just go on the landing page, say launch a campaign for my company, for my URL, for X budget, press launch, and that's it. You're just gonna make money. Of course, if you're a more sophisticated marketer, you want to vibe $1 million campaign, right? And so we have our own media buying platform, which gives you more granular targeting.
I think it's a really interesting time for advertising. I mean, we were chatting this morning before we came on the show about all of this. I'd love to understand, how do you make this seamless, right? Because I really don't want a ad when I'm talking to chat, especially when I'm researching things. So, or is it that actually I do, and I'm just the wrong type of ICP for someone that wants to be at the end of Thrads? How have you thought about that?
Yeah, for sure. I think overall we've been spoiled, right, by our experiences being subsidized by VC dollars, and that cannot
This is
continue forever,
it's
right?
true.
And at the same time, like for the people that know me, I'm obsessed, disease level about marketing. I'm the biggest ad maximalist. I think advertising is saving the world. It's enabled the internet to be free for everyone to use at no cost. And so that's what we're doing at Thrad. We're subsidizing not the internet era, but we're subsidizing the AI era. Right now, we're doing that in chat, but extending beyond chat as AI evolves. And so that's what we're doing. We're making AI free, basically, for everyone. And so for sure, some people can afford, and they do not like a subsidized experience with paid promotions, and that's fine. But not everyone can do that. And at the same time, that's actually our job, right? To make this experience as user-friendly as possible. And how does that come through? Concretely, it's just to make it as native as possible, right? Where the best kind of ads are ads that don't feel like ads, right? Why do people hate ads? Well, because they're bad ads, right? But the best ads, people love them, right? Everyone is familiar with, inspirational Nike campaigns and other brands that inspire the world. And so that's actually what we're trying to do with our ad experience, is show promotions that are helpful to people, right? I kind of blame Silicon Valley and tech overall, and people making it their personality that they don't have ads on their platform, right? But what is advertising in the first place, right? The way that I define advertising, which I borrow from Seth Godin, is spread ideas that matter to people who care, right? And so essentially, this is what we're trying to do at Thrad. This is even why I started a company where it would be the most powerful way to connect ideas and products and services with people that should know about them, right? And so this is what companies are doing, right? They're selling stuff. And so advertising is just an additional layer where you're just promoting, you're still selling something. Like everyone is selling something. If I'm selling my product, I'm selling someone else's product. Advertising is just selling someone else's product. And so there's no, moral failure there in doing that in the first place. But yeah, coming back to the question, like, how do we solve this, right? How do we make ads not annoying? Well, it's showing ads that are useful. I'm asking a question about a specific topic, and the ad that I'm going to show you is going to be about a product or service that is going to enhance your experience, right? Not extract value from you. And so it's just showing products and services that are useful to people, right? If you ask about something, well, making sure that what I'm showing you is not, making your experience worse. And so that's basically our focus all day long.
I have so many questions. All right, let's start with them. So essentially behind the scenes, I'm assuming there's some sort of bidding model similar to Google's.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And how have you essentially just copied the Google model in that case and just applied it to chat? Or have you thought about how do we innovate within this?
Yeah, so there's a bidding system, right? But it's about how do you bid? How does the bidding work? What do you bid for, right? And so you can, like, the concept of bidding it doesn't need to be reinvented, but how do you do the bidding is actually where you get a lot of the alpha, you get a lot of the performance. And so that's what we have. Another major thing is that the advertising industry today is aligned mostly on a CPM basis, on a cost per mile, where you monetize per impression, right? And we actually don't do this. We do a CPC, cost per click, where we only monetize per click, right? And so why this is so crucial to us is that it actually aligns incentives with all the stakeholders, where if you're an advertiser, you only pay for the real performance, right? You're not paying for impressions of people that might actually not care for your ad, right? You see an ad on a website, like, you're not even considerate. Whereas here in the LLM, when you're having a conversation, a deep conversation, you have the undivided attention of the user. And so why does that matter? That aligns incentives for us, where we're only showing ads to people that are actually gonna click on that ad, right? And so if we know that they don't care about this, why would we waste an impression? We don't get paid, just to show the ad. We only get paid when they click on the ad. And so that really aligns incentives for us, where we must do a very good job to show a very good ad to someone who's really gonna like it so much that they're gonna click on it, right? And so that's really part of that's really core to our model.
Where is the sweet spot in that? Because the way that we use chat today is very much in conversation. It's not the way that we use search or have used search in the past, where we sort of had to think a lot about what it is that the question that we're asking. Now it's like, oh, I can chat and then I can go off on a tangent and I can come back, and it's got the memory context of being able to figure out where I am in the conversation. Have you found that there are nuances to the way the human mind works and the way that we interact with this technology that allows you to slide in and add it just like at the right moment, that isn't just, oh, I'd like to buy this? Because, for instance, I've used Perplexity a lot. And one of the downsides of the product that I find is very much that, like, when I just type in a word, it doesn't find it for me. I literally have to say shopping for or buying this. What are you seeing on your end?
Yeah, so the biggest advantage that we have by being an advertising product inside of LLMs is that user prompts are super long. Unlike search, where you only input a few keywords, with us, user prompts are super long. Like, people type their whole lives, right? And then these conversations get compounded over more messages, where this gives us so much data, right? We have so much contextual data, semantic data, intent data, first-party data, metadata, that helps us to make really these tailored experiences for the users. And then the second major thing by being AI ads in AI is that we get to make every single ad in real time for every single conversation, right? So the way that marketing works today is that you have your ICP. I'm gonna make an ad, and then I'm gonna, spam it to hundreds of people, thousands of people. They all see the same ad. And what we do is that we kind of reverse engineer that, where every single conversation gets basically a message, right, tailored for them in real time. Right? And so this is really what gives the alpha and the extra performance to the advertisers. And this is what hits users a lot harder, because it's not anymore an annoying ad. It's just a brand talking to you and telling you, hey, this is what I have. This is your problem. And my product is solving your problem. And yeah, that's how performance is so incredible.
What are some of the ads that you like, that you take inspiration from? Like, for me, I'm a big Nike guy, right? So like those old school Nike ads, more recently the Under Armour one that they did for American football, as football season was opening up with Gunner, for me, brought back the vibes. What about you?
Yeah, I'm a very big fan of just the concept overall of guerrilla marketing. I try to practice it myself, and so I don't know if you've been following, but we've been trying to do the craziest possible guerrilla marketing. So,
Did you
for
really
example,
jump out of a plane?
yes. So I actually jumped out of the plane and turned myself into a billboard. I just wrote "try Thrad" on my hands. More recently, so the day of my graduation, I graduated in the morning, and then the graduation didn't finish. I got on a line bike and then sprinted through the traffic with the strikes to the Queen Elizabeth Centre, where ATS London, a very big ad tech and advertising conference, was happening. A lot of the CMOs were there. A lot of the ad tech players, the Trade Desk, Index Exchange, Spotify ads had a good presence. And so went there to sell in my actual graduation gown. So everybody was dressed normally, and I'm just there like hustling and selling in the actual graduation gown. And like everybody was asking me, "Oh, is this like a marketing stunt?" Which was funny, but actually that was not the actual marketing stunt. The actual marketing stunt is that 1 hour before the end, I went outside and I wanted to again, like, make some guerrilla marketing, create a bit of drama, where I tagged, but fake tagged, a van saying "fuck Thrad, ban ads in AI" with like a fake spray. And I just found the guy who actually is the van that moves around the line bikes, and I just paid him like $100. Hey, can I tag your van for like a bit of time? Just stay with me. And then as everybody was coming out, they would see this van and they're like, "Oh, what the fuck is this? Like, what is Thrad? They want to ban ads in AI. I didn't even know that there are ads in AI." And so we had the biggest traffic ever in the lifetime of the company with that stunt, which was pretty cool. And we have a lot still in the pipeline.
Was this the same day you met Martin Sorrell?
This was same day as what?
Was that the same day you met Sir Martin Sorrell from WPP?
Oh, no. So Sir Martin Sorrell, that's way back. I met him at the World Economic Forum, and that was earlier this year in January.
but you are on the ground and you're quite in. And what it seems like is that it's not all just guerrilla marketing. Actually, it's just your love of the craft. And it's like,
Absolutely.
if I'm going to go and build an advertising product, let me go and actually advertise. Like, let me myself
Yeah.
do it. And I think that there's a combination of like you, the brand, and the company, the brand, and it ends up being intertwined. But you seem to do it incredibly well, and you've got a love for the craft.
Absolutely. I mean, to me, it's all about the craftsmanship, the art and science of marketing, and so that's why I actually started the company. Right. I love doing marketing. I want to be the best marketer in the world. I want to find new ways and the most innovative ways to do marketing. And so right now, where you have the biggest alpha and performance is in LLMs, right? If you look at the different waves of distribution that we have had across the previous decades, right? You had the first Google ads waves, and then Facebook ads, and then TikTok ads, and so here we're really at the inflection point where we're at the beginning of LLMs and AI not being the tool to actually make ads, right? Because there's so many tools to make ads. But now what we do is that we use AI as the distribution channel itself, right? And so why those new channels work extremely well at the beginning was just because of the economics of the marketplace, right? You have a lot of attention. You have so many people on these platforms. You have a lot of eyeballs, a lot of people on Google, a lot of people on TikTok, but very few advertisers, right? And so when you have discrepancy between the supply and demand, you have a lot of supply, you have very little demand, then it means that you can get very cheap customer acquisition, right? You get a lot of eyeballs, a lot of engagement for very little cost. And so that's the same for LLMs today, where you get a lot of undervalued attention, a lot of underpriced attention, enabling marketers to punch way above their weight class, right? And so that's really the best way to get your customer acquisition. And then, as more people get into the game, you have more people bidding, then the prices get more regulated. They become more rightly priced, sometimes even more overpriced, right? But obviously that takes a lot of time.
I want to talk a little bit beyond the curve. Like, people are going to get caught up on what is happening here at Thrad and quite quickly try and build their own versions, I assume. How are you thinking about, once LLMs, just everyone starts using them, they're integrated into everything, and AR, VR, or the medium of some of these new devices that are coming out, how do you think about ads in those contexts? Because if everything's powered or has power through an LLM, you must be like almost loving the fact that like I can see through these Ray-Ban glasses and these ads can pop up in different contexts.
Yeah, of course you don't want to get in a dystopian world where, you have like mental manipulation. And I think there's like, a lot of stories around that. At the end of the day, that's really our mission, right? Spread ideas that matter to people who care, right? And provide those in user-friendly, privacy-friendly environments. Just subsidize the experience of those products. And so that's really the amazing value exchange that advertising has brought. And of course, there's a lot of limitations in the space and a lot of challenges, that have happened, and a lot of problems. And so that's why we're starting to company to try to fix those.
What's hard right now for you? Is it building the programmatic platform? Is it something else?
Yeah, everything's hard. But the way that you would typically, build moat defensibility in our space is actually by securing the supply side of the marketplace, right? If I had $1 trillion in ad spend and I had nowhere to spend it on, it doesn't really matter, right? And so the way that you actually successful here is locking in the best inventory, the AI apps that have the most users, the best users, the most premium inventory, and so ad spend will flow to the best inventory. And so that's really core to our efforts right now. Of course, you have building a very good product, and so the way that we're positioning it is we're the only self-serve platform in the world where you can go on a website, you can launch a campaign in seconds with no ad spend, with a single prompt, right? And so kind of the bottoms up approach where anyone can be a marketer today, and can have their ads and can make a lot of money by advertising in LLMs.
And so just for clarity, does this will then pop up in ChatGPT? Will it pop up in Claude and Gemini? Or am I thinking about it wrong?
Yes. Basically, that's the same thing, but not in those that you mentioned, right? Those are walled gardens that do not enable us to be inside of those environments. So we partner with similar players that are just smaller, right? And so you have maybe five companies that can build their own ad tech infrastructure and are going to do exactly the same thing. But in-house, we just do it for companies that cannot and will not build their own ad tech infrastructure. And so those are companies just like ChatGPT, but smaller ones that still have millions of users, right? And so here you have two main categories. One are, still general agnostic horizontal AI apps, just like ChatGPT, but smaller ones. And then the second ones are the vertical AI apps, right? So an AI study assistant, an AI financial advisor, an AI mental health assistant, an AI travel agent, right? The AI travel agent books your flights to London, is going to book your hotel. You're traveling here, I'm going to show you an ad for something related to this, right? So it's like the long tail of applications.
What's really cool there actually isn't just like it's physical products. It could be digital products. It could be copyrighted products that you can sort of reduce the barrier to entry to actually using it, because you're able to actually provide value to someone through, like, for instance, music, incredibly complex, right? In trying to figure out like what's the main sample, who needs to get paid. But it feels like if I'm inside an editor, like we just had Veed on before you, right? And I'm trying to build some sort of YouTube video,
Yeah.
and I'm in the chat function and Thrads.
Yeah. So if Veed has a
up.
prompt interface, if Veed has a prompt interface, we can make Veed for free.
Insane.
Yeah.
We love to see it. Dude, this has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much. We're also hiring, so reach out.
Yeah, plug. What do you need right
also,
now?
Anyone who's a 100x in anything.
Based out of the UK, based out of Europe, or is it a remote role?
Yeah, mostly London and San Francisco. Yes.
Love it, my friend.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing you in person.
And go on Thrad.ai.
Go on Thrad.ai. We will make sure to tag it underneath.
Thanks, Lee-Roche.
Andrea, this has been a pleasure. I'll speak to you soon. Ciao.
See you. Bye-bye.
That was Andrea on the show talking all things advertising. When you think about what they're doing over there, in how he and the team is thinking about advertising, I think we get shoehorned into the fact that like chat is only ever going to be in ChatGPT and Claude and Gemini and Perplexity, or DeepSeek as an example. And in reality, it feels like, well, more and more inside of products, that chat functionality is coming into it. And so you see the nuance of being able to like advertise inside of these products where you can essentially make them free for general users. And then sure, you can have like a paid version, etc. But the way that they're thinking about it seems very thoughtful in that, well, we want to be fun, but we also want to deliver the right amount of value at the right time. I mean, one of the complexities I see is like people don't like ads, but the team is thinking about that quite deeply of like, well, we want to showcase it at the right moment so that, and make sure that the incentives align for that. What we do here is essentially advertising. So we're in the game as well. Our next guest is getting ready to come into the showroom. Again, showroom into the green room. Our docket so far, we've had 5 guests. We are almost halfway through our incredible, absolutely incredible, 7 hour, I think it's 6.5 hour docket today. So far on the show, Brian from REVEL talking about the REVEL hack and all things robotics, what they've got planned, who some of the judges are, giving us a little insight into why this is so important for the ecosystem. Colm, Lee-Roche from OpenAI talking to us about GTM, how he got into it, why it's still an evolving place, and what does it take to work at OpenAI from someone that's actually there on the ground that isn't in the research teams. You don't have to be deeply technical. You may need and have to pick up an understanding, but it seems that they're thinking very large concepts over there. And so actually being curious, actually going and doing the work yourself and not just relying on academia seems to be the way, and speed of action seems to be the way that they are thinking about hiring people. Colm, correct me if I'm wrong. After that, we had Nico from Singulate. Singulate is an incredible tool that they're building out. He thinks deeply about the problems that LLM has and the hallucinations, and how what they're building in hyper-personalization is just not restricted to marketing. It goes further than that. It goes into comms as an example. I think that's quite a cool, that is a very cool way of actually democratizing not just knowledge, but access to knowledge. We all think in different ways. We're constantly using concepts that are, related to us, our search history, etc., to explain things. We may need it explained in completely different views. And what Nico is building and the team is building at Singulate is the ability to do that at scale, hyper scale. And the large language models have powered that. And when I pressed him on the fact that, hey, do you need to build your own models? He said, like, maybe the infrastructure or the scaffolding around it, but to build our own model, no, we're not going to do that. Or maybe it's not likely that they're going to do that currently. Down the line, we'll see. We love the fact that, they're doing some incredible things over there. After Nico, we had Ben from Veed, the senior product director, working on integrating Fabric, their new model, into the Veed product. He was giving us the download and breaking news around actually how people should be using it, how they think about Fabric and the product itself, and also in a wider context, what this means for video generation and video creation, as I was corrected, in the context of Veed. And then we've just had him on the show, Andrea, incredible marketeer. This guy's going to be like a Rory Sutherland probably when he's older, if not better, to multiple degrees. We love to see it. We're looking forward to consistently having him on to talk about Thrad. Our next guest is in the studio. We're just going to bring him in very, very, very shortly. Soma is coming in right now. Soma, can you hear me? Soma, can you see me? How are we, my friend?
Ready, born ready.
I love to hear it. How are you doing? It's a great day to be on the live stream.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I told you that summer was insane. We are back in business. September is even more insane. I listened a couple of stuff, what you did. So hopefully I came prepared and born ready. Early to bed, early to rise, work like hell and advertise.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Dude, give me some context into you and what we're doing at ETA Technologies.
Well, so I was in venture capital for years, as you know. And I was investing in US, UK, mainland Europe, pre-seed, seed, a bit of everything. And the single biggest moral of the story from these few years I spent in venture capital, beyond the shadow of a doubt, it was that investors invest in people. And I looked around the industry that everybody shared my philosophy that investors invest in people, or at least they should, but nobody was doing it in a quantified way. And beyond my quantitative mindset, it was a big issue because last when I checked, even the best venture capitalists, the best angel investors, they were able to identify only 2 out of 10 unicorns in early stage. I mean, I was like, okay, we need some quantified solution, something which is giving us the standards, the metrics, a formula or tool or something. And that's why I quit my job, founded ETA Technologies, really profound idea. We don't look for pitch deck or financials or business plan. We created the first of its kind psychometric AI, which is analyzing what is the most important yet most mysterious part of the investment decision. The team providing investors with a quantified overview that, hey, do those guys have what it takes to turn their idea in a garage into a super profitable business?
I've had a lot of conversations around this in preparation for this show, right? In preparation for this episode. Some people think it's a little bit woo-woo. Others actually think that, you're providing a valuable service here. I'm sure you run into this a lot. How do you explain it?
Well, I always say that, from a founder standpoint, like, what we do as we tested 10,000 startups, we really can pinpoint you in the direction whether you're going to make it or not. So if you're going to make it, that's good. It feels good to your ego that, you are a great team. Boom. If not, I mean, if you have cancer, would you want to know you have cancer? Of course you want to know you have cancer. And the beauty of my technology that I'm providing like a blueprint as well, because entrepreneurship is something what you can improve, what you can learn easily if you know what are the missing elements. From an investor side, a really simple sales. The more data you have, the better decision you are going to make. And, when I looked around back in my days, people were doing a lot of crazy stuff in order to evaluate the team. I mean, number one, of course, checking the background of those founders. Someone is ex-Google, ex-McKinsey, graduated from Harvard, Yale, so on and so forth. Now, if you look into any surface level psychology study, you will find that none of those metrics, none of those data is actually predictive, because yes, for sure, individually those people are extremely smart, but where is the mathematical proof? Where is the guarantee that they can work together under a lot of pressure? And from that moment on, all I am saying that, look, do you have a degree, a PhD in like team dynamics and psychology? If not, you need my tool. If you have, like, tell me something I don't know.
But isn't the whole point of early stage investing not just betting on like the technology itself, but the people? And do we need to have this deep understanding and all these psychometric like testing points when actually you've got a gut feeling? Or is what you're building actually enhancing that gut feeling? And if something's wrong, you are able to eke out what that is.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I never ever promote my technology as one of those AI solutions which is going to replace you or take your job, or this is going to be, you know, the next venture capital analyst. You can fire all those guys who are working at the moment in the floor. All I do, either I challenge or confirm your first impression about the team.
Mm-hmm.
I do it scientifically. So I'm not just looking in the eyes, shake hands, playing a 9-hole of golf. I'm actually going deep, because maybe, you know, if you are in the industry for like 20 years, 30 years, Anderson Horowitz, once again, maybe you have a very good intuition. However, you know, the thing is that you see one person, you invite them to the golf course, you invite them to the bar, have a cup of coffee, something like this. You're not going to see the team chemistry and the dynamics, which is really leading to success or failure. And this is where I come to the picture, that basically just cutting your due diligence, your screening time short, the co-founding team is completing my assessment, and I give you everything what you need to know about them, which once again either confirm or challenge your first impression. I'm not going to replace you. You know, there are other factors but you should definitely consider. For example, if you're a biotech specialist fund, I can show you a fantastic deep tech you know, startup team. You're not going to invest in them because you are specialized in biotech. But team is an essential component of the investment decision. We are not quantifying it. We are making a lot of mistakes. Plus, if I see it from a social standpoint, there is really strong unconscious bias in the industry. And we want to eliminate it, because what I show you about the team is not their gender, religion, or any of that, because none of it is really predictive. I show you and quantify you sheer entrepreneurial potential. Make your choice after that.
So what does that exactly look like? What are you seeing in the data that actually the archetype of the quote unquote perfect founder that's going to build you your $1 trillion company looks like?
So we started the company in 2021 with a really profound idea that, you know, on academia, there is an interesting love child of studies called the entrepreneurial persona, which is partially in psychology, partially in management studies. Obviously, I'm not the first person asking the question that what makes a great entrepreneur. And what we realized that there is a lot of research going into this. So we used a lot of this stuff from the academia papers, you know, from Harvard, Yale, Cambridge. But also back when I had this vision that I want to create ETA technologies, I was in VC. So, you know, if you are in, you are in. They treat you like family. And I was extremely lucky and privileged that I managed to personally customer interview 150 like seasoned investors.
Did you go out of your way to do that, or was that just something that came with the job?
Sorry?
Did you go out of your way to do that, or was that something that came with the job?
Oh yeah, you know, very much that I was always constantly saying that we should find a quantified solution, because, you know, the whole idea of ETA technologies is coming from my problem, my pain in the everyday life, that sometimes I invested founders which was complete rubbish, and sometimes I missed on opportunities because they didn't have enough early stage traction, yet the team was so strong, and 2 or 3 years later I paid the price. So I was always advocating that we need a solution, we need to hire like a business psychologist or somebody. Nobody listened, to be honest with you. They said that yeah, that would be very nice, but that this doesn't exist. It's not part of the periodic table. So you know, just sit down with them, look into the eyes, play a 9-hole of golf, and everything will be fine. And when I went on this side journey that, hey, I'm going to create this solution. If it doesn't exist, I'm going to create it. And, you know, first of all, people were like, okay, wow, that's really cool. I want to use it. Is there anything I can do for you? And I was like, look, give me 10 minutes of your time. I want to customer interview you. Just a very simple question. You agree that investors invest in people. 99% of investors agree with that. tell me what you're looking for. Because when we put together the technology, we wanted to measure something which is academic and something which is equally like practical. And this is how we came up with, as we call it, the big 20, the top 20 factors, which are really influential and really like predicting whether a team is going to make it, yes or no. And just to tell you another twist in the story, from day zero, I wanted to be something greater than another scoring system. Because if I tell you, frankly speaking, that, hey, your team is 7 out of 10 in resilience, this is not really helpful. Because everybody knows that, oh, a startup team must be like resilient. 7 out of 10. Is it good? Is it bad? What's the framework? What's the narrative here? And that's why, as of today, I'm extremely proud of this number, and possibly that's the most valuable piece of asset our company is holding at the moment. We tested 10,000 startups. So when we are doing the benchmarking, when we are creating the target ranges on the spectrum of resilience between 1 to 10, and we are telling you that 7 is not enough, it's not just some finger in the air maths. It's actually that we tested 10,000 startups. Some of them were absolute miserable failure. Some of them were unicorns. And that's how we can pinpoint in your direction that 7 out of 10 is not enough, or maybe it's too much resilience. Because if you think about factors like risk aversion or conscientiousness, I believe the most important component is balance.
Balance.
Balance. Yes.
Why?
Because if you think about it like really deeply in entrepreneurial psychology, too much conscientiousness means you don't understand that done is better than perfect. You are a perfectionist. In biotech, using this example again, you are sitting over a molecule. You are just polishing and polishing and polishing. You never reach to the market because once again, you're a perfectionist. Now, too little conscientiousness, well, you get the Wolf of Wall Street. You are just selling and selling and selling and selling, collecting the money, yet there is no delivery. Both of them are equally bad. You need to find the balance. And this is pretty much what we figured. Of course, we tested 10,000 startups. When we reach to 1 million startups, they will be 10 times more accurate.
But isn't the whole point of investing in a founder, or like especially an early stage, right? Let's not talk about Series A, Series B for the time being, but very much an early stage. Isn't that they are absolutely out of their mind? Because it's wild to even begin to think about starting a company. The process that one goes through, the things that they have to give up, it's not sane. So how does balance play into that?
Yeah, very good question. I completely share your view. You need to be crazy to do that. If you just do the maths, you're always playing against the odds, like 99% or 98%, I think, the probability that your company is going to fail. So I would say on a more psychological side that you need to be stubborn. Stubborn enough to start this journey, stubborn enough to wake up every single morning that, all those investors, they don't believe in you, or you are unable to raise funds, you're unable to make any sales, but you're still there, still pushing, continuing the journey. But if you are too stubborn, you're not going to notice when there is a period in time when you need to pivot as a company. So once again, it's all about balance, that you need to be stubborn enough to do it every single day. Because in my opinion, if I really need to simplify what entrepreneurship is, it's doing not extraordinary things, but for an extraordinary long time. Consistency is absolutely key, and 100% you need to be stubborn. You need to be crazy. But if you are too crazy, once again, you're not adaptable, you're not flexible, and you're missing on so much opportunities, and you're going to fail. And that's why balance, like when we are gathering all those tremendous data, from startups, what we find that the best companies are, in the target range, which is almost in the middle, in resilience, in conscientiousness, in flexibility, in agreeableness, in everything. Almost in the middle.
And how do you test them? Is it a questionnaire? Yeah. Is it actually is it talking to them and interviewing them? Is it something that I just haven't thought about? Is it like you get in person and you stick cameras on them, like a I don't know, like a police sort of interview?
Okay, we don't do that. Don't worry. We don't do that.
There's probably some alpha in that. Let's be perfectly honest. The IP behind like sticking them up to a lie detector probably is quite useful in this context, because everyone's a salesman when they're in
that's true.
when they're in raising mode.
That's true. Well, so we are a psychometric AI company, And I'm trying to explain the funniest and the easiest way of doing it. And everybody who's listening now, this is going to be the most boring 1 minute of your life. And after, everything else will be fine, I promise. So what we do, why we are a psychometric AI? Because psychometric test in itself, in my opinion, horribly unreliable. I mean, when we came up with the original idea that we are going to create an entrepreneurial persona psychometric test, everybody was celebrating in the industry. They said that it's good. It's very interesting. Would you use it? No, never, because I mean, you can game it out. If you think about it, my position, I'm like a gatekeeper. I'm sitting in the middle of the startup ecosystem. On the one hand, there are the founders who do everything to get the money. And as an ex-venture capitalist, when I say everything, I really mean it. So I am playing against unlimited entrepreneurial creativity. On the other side, I have my clients, angel investors, family offices, venture capital funds, PE firms, so on and so forth, who always expect me to report reliably and accurately. And that's why we came up with our little insurance policy, which is once again balancing the unreliability of psychometric testing. Because what we do is a double data gathering system. Imagine in an oversimplified way that my system cares about what is your answer to the question. Is it A, B, C, or D, likely, unlikely? But cares even more how you answer the question, your mouse movement, click ratio, how much time you spend on each question. Are you going back and forth between questions? Are you changing your answer in the light of a new question, what the system is throwing at you? Because entrepreneurship, is not something what you can measure as easily. Like 75% of SP 500 companies use psychometric testing in order to identify the best possible candidate for hiring. Now, in case of like an investment banking analyst or an asset manager analyst, it's a list. If you tick 7 out of 10 boxes, the probability you're going to be a good like analyst is very high. So you know what, we're going to hire you. You're decent. In entrepreneurship, because you are always under pressure, you need to perform in like really extreme cases. When everything is all right, you raise the money and, sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. On the other side, when, excuse my French, but everything just turned to dust. People hate you, your customers like say that, I'm not going to buy this product again, your investors trying to sue you, and you need to perform in each of those cases. And that's why combining behavioral science with psychometric testing is the absolute way to run such a business, because that's how we can make sure we are reporting reliably and we are reporting accurately, both for the reference of the founders, by the way, and of course for the investors as well. On a technical level, we are an online test. So you register, you get your access code and test link, you complete it. The average completion time is around 10-15 minutes. So you don't need to spend like, the life of your, half of your life there. And once the last person from the team has completed it, the report is generated automatically for your reference.
So when you look at a founder like Elon, or you look at like Jeff Bezos, or you look at Sam Altman, like how would they rate on your test?
Well, it's a very good question. I would die to do it. So if they are listening at the moment, please reach out and allow me to give you a free assessment right here and right now. I believe I really, 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 really like the example of like Steve Jobs and Bill Gates, because I think it's a perfect case study that meanwhile, there are a lot of people who are looking for a perfect blueprint and they try to interpret entrepreneurship as a black and white exercise.
Almost emulate certain characters, right?
Exactly. Like if you take a look at the early days of Apple, Jobs has always been a visionary, a dictator. I set the agenda, we are going this way, either you submit to me or I'm going to bulldoze you out from the business. Bill Gates was completely different. He said that, look, I just want to surround myself with really smart people. And what's the agenda? I don't have an agenda. We're going to figure this out together. Two completely different team dynamics, energies, like couldn't be more different. Yet both of them are extremely successful. Why it's possible? Because what really matters to find the people who you can work with. And there is no like black or white that, okay, this is an awful team, this is a great team. If you find the people who you can maximize, with a scientific term, your entrepreneurial persona collaboration, you are going to be successful. But even if you surround yourself with your best buddies or the smartest people in the room, there is no guarantee that this team is going to result, with exceptional outcome. Dynamics and chemistry is what really matters. And if you try to swap people who were working with Jobs and working with like Bill Gates, the result would be disastrous, because they loved how this person, how this visionary was leading the company, what culture he was creating. And once again, that's why it's so important when you are building your team to surround yourself with people to whom you can maximize the entrepreneurial potential of yourself and all the others involved into the business.
And so on a team level, in terms of team dynamics, what do you look for? What does the test look for that is quote unquote successful?
Yeah. Good question. So first of all, there is a thing what we love to downplay, yet it's exceptionally important. It's called the synergistic support. Let's suppose you and I are working in the same team. And if I have a bad day, everything turns to crap. I need to hit the pub and hit it hard, have a Guinness, watch the match, and that's how I let this team off. Maybe you are just like my CTO, Chris. And he has a complete different mechanism how he's dealing with stress and bad situations. He goes home, just switch off everything, drinking a chamomile tea, no TV, no people around him, just in the dark, switching off everything, focusing like 2 or 3 hours, and after he's like a monk. Okay, I'm done. I'm back in business. Now, synergistic support means that I understand your needs and desires. I understand my needs and desires. And I built in myself the confidence to support you in your own way. I don't try to force you that, hey, Chris, let's hit the pub and hit it hard. It was an awful day, because that would be a recipe for disaster. I know what you need in the bumpy road of entrepreneurship, and I give it to you exactly the way you need it. And this is the foundation of team chemistry and dynamics, that understanding the other person, understanding their needs and desires. And there was a really scary study from Harvard that 65%, like I repeat it, 65% of startups, they suffer from massive co-founder misalignment, which sounds unbelievable, because if you think about it, what that means that you are in the same boat, rowing in a different direction. And we have a factor called like co-founder alignment or misalignment, which is exactly about that are you rowing in the same direction? And the original study is 65%. And as preparing for this conversation, I was checking our data. Our data is actually 63%. People are suffering from massive co-founder misalignment. And just to put the cherry on top, this is not something which is difficult to fix. It's not rocket science. You don't need to be.
So how do you fix it?
Just sit down and talk. And I'm going to give you the blueprint. I'm going to highlight that maybe in values, maybe in operations, maybe in like speed, you are misaligned. And just sit down and talk, and make sure you don't finish talking until you are done. That's it. But without this blueprint, what we are providing you after the assessment, if you don't know what you're looking for, it's really difficult to find.
Very interesting. And is this just sort of one and done test, or actually it's something that continuously happens throughout the course of the VC's relationship with the startup as it grows and scales? Or like, what are the parameters for how often you test?
Yeah, so basically, I always recommend to the clients that do it on a quarterly basis.
Why?
Because there are a lot of studies proving that in 90 days, like on a quarterly basis, our behavior can change. Now, if I test you last week and I test you next week, it's gonna be basically the same result, because it's impossible in a week time or 2 week times, generating alterations on your behavior. But in 90 days time, I always recommend that, listen, every package what we are selling to investors comes with unlimited testing. The reason being that they have access to do it on their portfolio companies. They can implement it in the screening process, install it in the due diligence, use it as much as physically possible. Because if you can test a team, on their journey, like 3 or 4 years on a quarterly basis, what you're gonna find is some absolutely exceptional insights when they are burning out, how they are changing as a result of a fundraise. This is what we identified and what we call as a post-fundraise hubris, because in many teams we identified that they raise the funds and 90 days later, their conscientiousness is back, their risk aversion is back. And very simple, very human thing. They raise the fund and they're like, hey, I'm the smartest guy here. I can do whatever I want. And they just become reckless. And as an investor, if that happens before any disaster, you need to sit down with them and tell them that, look, you raised the fund, you're amazing. However, you are not like a demigod. So you still can make mistakes, and just hold your horses. Just be a little bit more risk averse. I'm not saying that, you should be like, keep everything close to your chest, but just be normal. Don't turn into a full-grown cowboy. And if you test like in a continuous basis, if you do the monitoring on your portfolio companies, what you're going to find is exceptional value. Like if you would assemble an IKEA furniture and you try to do it without a manual, I give you a manual, you see everything what's happening inside.
I see. What does this mean when you start putting founders or people that have founded companies in the same teams as some of the greatest startups today? I've interviewed 11 Labs and Synthesia, and they're all incredibly high agency individuals. What happens in that case? Is it still you're still searching for the conscientiousness? You're searching for these opportunities where actually these teams gel quite well, but that many egos in one room, how does it work? Why are these companies able to succeed?
Well, we always do the same tests. So there's no exception that, if you are a unicorn, we have a unicorn specific test. Or if you are just in the early stage, we have like an early stage specific test. We always do the same test. We always collect the same type of data. And what we find in case of a unicorn, I mean, first of all, those guys are exceptional. And this is something which I would like to call everybody's attention, that if you like analyze go into the personality of unicorn founders, a unicorn founding team, what you will find that, once again, they have like a perfect balance. Because if everybody is a super genius in the room, it's never going to work. There are tremendous studies I can quote for you, which is proving that the more achievement you have under your belt, you graduated from Harvard, you were ex-McKinsey, ex-Google, so on and so forth, the more you accomplished, higher your ego, higher, your IQ as well. But the overall probability you can work with other people without dominating them is getting lower and lower and lower. So if you put together a team where everybody is a superstar, I guarantee it's not going to work. And what we find that many of those super successful teams, they have like geniuses on a scientific side, and they have exceptionally accomplished salespeople who take care of all the commercial, and they have people who are just in the middle, like functioning as a bridge. Not everybody has to be the smartest guy in the room. In fact, if you enter a room where everybody's the smartest guy, it's not going to work at the end of the day.
Interesting. What does the commercial model for this look like then? Is it a one and done payment, or is this ongoing SaaS software? Or is there something more nuanced about the way you're thinking about it?
Well, this is going to be the most boring answer ever. We are selling like an annual subscription. And once again, in exchange for you can test as many companies as you wish, because we really would like to incentivize all the clients that, look, implement it in the screening process, implement it in the due diligence, check your portfolio regularly, use it as much as physically possible, and have your data, have this additional layer of data under your belt for your own reference to notice something which otherwise invisible. And once again, the more data you have, the better decisions you're going to make. For startups, obviously, we have a significantly smaller package. For them, we are basically offering that, look, test on a quarterly basis, especially when you plan to extend the team, because this really can mess up the carefully crafted team chemistry or dynamics, and make sure that, you extend the team when you are ready for that. So if you have like a massive co-founder misalignment, maybe delay it with 2 weeks. First of all, fix it. Make sure that everybody is rowing in the same direction. And when you figure that, okay, this company is moving this way with 200% speed, that's when you start extending.
Clear. Okay. Founder psychology, huh? Just it's a different breed. It's a different kettle of fish. Do you do the same thing for the other side of the equation? The VCs?
On investors?
Yeah.
Well, I would I would die to know that what's their psychology. Now, our models are laser focused on entrepreneurial personas. And I think that there are many venture capitalists who's coming from this side of the coin, like they were ex-operators, they had exited businesses, and that's how they turned into VCs. And I've never tested a person, but I would just die to do it.
Who's the one person on both sides? Who's the one person that you love to get it tested, and then from a founder side, and then from the other side as a VC or investor, who would you like?
Well, can I go into fantasy world?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so my greatest fantasy ever, testing Paul Graham when he was an operator and testing Paul Graham when he's on the other side. Because this guy created something exceptional on both sides of the equation, capturing his entrepreneurial persona when he's in the trenches, he's pushing 200%, he's, playing around with burnout and building and building and building. On the other side, capturing the Paul Graham when he's advising, he's investing, he's just creating this extremely powerful ecosystem, what we call as Y Combinator. That would be a data I would just kill for. But, as time travel doesn't exist, I don't think it's about to happen, because the best I could test Paul Graham right now. But hey, if Paul Graham is listening, buddy, you get a free test immediately.
Soma, thanks so much for the time. This has been an incredibly insightful conversation about how to build teams, or how to think about building teams, especially from a VC to portfolio company, but also for, I think, startups as well.
Well, it was an absolute honor and privilege to be here. And I'm looking forward to the other guests for today.
Pleasure's all mine. Thanks so much for the time. See you soon.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
That was Soma on the call talking to us about founder psychology, and more importantly, the psychometric testing that they do at ETA Technologies. Incredible company. To begin with, it seems a little bit woo-woo when you think about it, but in reality, actually, it's more than that. And you've got to deeply think about the craft of what it means to build great teams. We're going to take a short break for a hot moment, because this is an incredibly long stream, and we'll be right back with our next guest.
If you create content, you do great shit, and you believe in yourself and you're creative, doesn't matter. You never know who's watching. Genuinely, you never know who knows who knows what. And with social media nowadays, shit just pop up on people's feed. So if you do cool shit, great shit, put it out. Don't worry about your followers or if you're getting 10 likes. If you're doing content and you believe in it, it's sick, and you have dreams, put it out. You never know where you're going to be 4 years from now. It's important to add that it's extremely important to have a strong work ethic. Having a strong work ethic will take you extremely far.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We had to get more coffee because this is one hell of a docket and one hell of a stream. We are ready and waiting for our next guest who is in the waiting room for us. We are deeply looking forward to this particular conversation in the stream. We have the one, the only, Grace Andrews is entering the room. Grace, how are we?
So good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing incredibly well. I'm sorry for the delay. I had to get more coffee. It's been a very long start to this docket.
I honestly don't know how you do it. I'm very impressed.
That is incredibly high praise coming from yourself. Look, not everyone knows who you are. Can you give us some context into you? And to be perfectly honest, if they don't know who you are, they're probably living under a rock. But just for those that are.
Oh, of course. I mean, I think the majority of people wouldn't know who I am, but I am Grace Andrews. 2 months ago, if you'd asked me what I did, I would have said that I am brand director at the Diary of a CEO with Stephen Bartlett and Flight Story. But having left 2 months ago, that is no longer my title. My title is still something I'm figuring out, but I am a creator entrepreneur who is building audience before product. I share content of my inner thoughts and inner workings when it comes to brand content creator world on LinkedIn, Instagram, and YouTube, and most recently launched a collaborative newsletter over on Substack. So I do a lot of speaking, I do brand partnerships, I create content, and primarily I'm focused on where the creator economy is heading and the role I can play in that industry as it develops. That's me.
One of the few things that I don't get to do on this show is quite often just have a very, very open and transparent conversation, right? Like everyone's got an angle, everyone's got this. And I wanted to use this time to basically pick your brain, right? And all things that like there is no talking list, there is no topic points. We're going to use this as the Grace Andrews vibe check. Okay, let's start where everyone really wants us to start. Flight Story, right? You've done 1 billion podcasts about it. There's so much content around the work that you've done there. What did you actually take away from that experience? Besides the hyper A/B testing, besides, what it takes to build something incredible in media, like what have you learned that you're applying to what you're doing now?
I think it's something that actually Daniel Priestley speaks a lot about now, which is just having the time spent in rooms and environments with early stage and later stage founders and entrepreneurs. So it's funny because I've been watching a lot of Daniel Priestley's content recently, who's quite a prominent voice in the personal branding space. And he says that his best advice to anyone who's looking to start out is spend 1 to 2 years alongside an early stage founder or an entrepreneur who's building. And obviously, I never heard that advice 5 years ago when I started working with Stephen Bartlett, but it's funny because that really is how it's played out for me. I unintentionally worked very closely or alongside one of, I guess, Britain's greatest entrepreneurs of the moment. And yes, there are so many things I took away in terms of strategy and mindset and principles and, all of that side of things, and especially in the content social media space, because that's what we both lived and breathed. But it was more about the rooms I got to be present in and observe and almost absorb by osmosis that I think is what is so unique about those opportunities. Because yes, I can sit here and list off the way we tested thumbnails, and I can talk to you about our failure mindset, and I can talk to you about those principles, which I do share on podcasts. But I think it's almost the parts that I could never quantify or properly explain. And it's that feeling when you walk out of a meeting that you were pulled into last minute with the CEO of Spotify and like an A-list celebrity trying to just like problem solve their current issue with their podcast, and you walk out and you're like, wait, what? Like, how was I in that room? And it really is like access.
And you know what? I'd add to that, right? Like one of the things I found with the show is that I feel more energized afterwards, right? And that's when you really know you've come across like someone incredible. Like you walk out of a room and something sapped your energy. You're like, okay, maybe it's just the time of day, whatever it might be. But when you walk out of a room with some of these incredible people, like it could be across the board. You don't just have to be the archetype of a founder. One of the things that I found is definitely like I have so much more energy to go and keep doing the boring stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I always remember when we would do, so we took the Diary of a CEO on tour and we traveled around Australia and we landed and we went straight into that first night of shows. And I mean, if you've ever traveled that far on the other side of the world, the jet lag is like all consuming.
Nuts.
It's like nothing, it's like wading through treacle and it's so intense. And we did a 2-hour Q&A meet and greet before every show, and we had
Jeez.
100 people who'd bought VIP tickets who all got one-on-one time with Stephen. And I remember I was only there to capture content, you know, be of assistance, support the audience, be there for the community. And I remember that finishing, and honestly, I was like pinning my eyelids up like this. I was like, I didn't, and I just turned to him and I was like, how do you feel? Because you've now got to go and deliver a 2-hour show and keynote and presentation. And he was like, honestly, I would always do this before the show because I'm so fueled with energy from all these inspiring people who want to talk to me and share their stories and ask for questions. He was like, it fuels me. I'm so fueled by other people's energy. And it really is that. And I think people often would say to him, wow, you stayed right to the end to speak to everyone. He was like, this is where I get my inspiration. This is where I get all my ideas because I'm hearing from you and the energy is infectious. And I learned a lot from that. I think I get the same. I found since going solo, you obviously spend a lot of time by yourself. I was spending a lot of time sort of behind my laptop in my desk, and I was like, why am I so drained all the time? And then I started to introduce days where I started working with other people, or I would jump on a call with a founder, or I'd go to a community event, and I was like, I'm feeling myself come back to life. And you do need that contact with similar minded people to get everything whirring again. Like I really miss that, and I've had to work hard to replace that what I had at Flight Story with similar communities now.
You okay? Is it working out? Have you found the right blend of what is required to give Grace the energy?
I don't think you've ever figured it out. I don't think I've nailed anything. Look, I'm only 2 months out, and I've been going at 300 miles an hour still. And so I don't know if I will ever figure it out fully, but I'm really trying to focus on looking at my week holistically and making sure I'm filling all of the buckets that I feel like I need, whether it's time with family and friends, whether it's time with founders or people doing similar things, whether it's alone focus time, whether it's speaking. I love doing all the talks and the events and things like that.
I don't know how you do it, genuinely. I'm sure I could, but it's like, is that really what I want to do?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think for now, because I'm not selling anything. I have no product to sell. There's no catch.
Oh, so actually you can go in and it's just free reign.
It's like I can talk about the things that I think about all day, every day, and people pay me to do it. So for me, it's like this crazy, luxurious experience where, I mean, I'm also like a drama kid. My background is like, I love being on stage. The adrenaline rush before it is everything. I live for that moment. So the fact that people want to pay me to explore what I'm thinking about is really cool to me. So I know a lot of people find that side of things really draining, but I actually find that side of things really energizing as well.
All right, I want to look to the future a little bit. Obviously, we're 2-3 months out of flight. We're looking at the world with rose-tinted glasses. We're thinking about what are the future options for Grace Andrews. I really love, like, when we had a conversation around the community newsletter, the collaborative newsletter. I was like, huh? Like, why are you getting into this? Like, I get it from a revenue source. And then it came out and I'm like, oh, I see what her and Jordan are doing here. This is really nuanced. It's not, I'm going to just deliver you content via another podcast. It's almost like you're opening up your own media arm, but it's this collective media arm of being able to share the relevant insights that actually we want to hear from, just raw and unfiltered.
I think that's what more and more people want. They don't want curated highlights. It's why I launched my YouTube channel the week I left. And the main goal with my YouTube was just raw honesty. And I said, I don't know where this is going, but I'm going to document it. And I think the reason it's gone down so well, and I've had such incredible, intense reaction to it, is because people are craving that uncurated, unedited narrative of just what it takes and who, what it takes to just be consistent when no one's watching, those hours and those weeks when you just feel like, what's the point? And that's when most people throw in the towel. I'm promising that I'm going to keep going through that, and I'm going to show the highs and the lows and the ups and the downs. So I think when it comes to the newsletter, for us, there's two things. One, I actually see it as a very selfish project because I get to chat with Jordan, who is one of my favorite people in the industry, for 90 minutes every single week. And we get to digest everything that's happening across the industry. So we essentially get to pick each other's brains. It also keeps me sharp. It keeps me really
The
like
man is
clued up on
wired, isn't he? Like, surprisingly, with the amount of stuff he does.
well, considering he's got his 4th and 5th children on the way as well, that are coming in about 10 weeks' time, I'm just in complete awe. But the fact that we get to spend that time just back and forthing and digesting and analyzing, and like, so for example, yesterday we jump on our briefing call, we go for 90 minutes, and I had a really strong take on something, and then he shared a take, and I was like, whoa, I hadn't thought about it in that way at all. So it's feeding my curiosity for learning. So selfishly, I love it. And then the fact that we are able to give people an insight into our minds, which is what I honestly get DM'd about all the time, is like, can we just get time with you? Can we get one-on-one time? And I'm like, well, we can kind of do it at mass, and I can also better it because I can bring Jordan in and we can deliver it in that way. And so we've tried to make it super accessible at the price point. We really
did you want to give it
enjoy
away for free? Like, did you actually want to try to? Because I get it. People pay. When people pay for things, they value it more, right? I think it's one of the Direct the CEO guests said that, right? I'm probably paraphrasing here, but I am sure there's part of you that would be like, if I could, I would.
I think there's a lot of noise in this space, and we almost wanted to say, look, yes, we know it's a $5 a month. You get 4 episodes or 4 debriefs for that. So it's about 30 minutes of content for £5 a month.
But it's high signal content. It's from the greats.
And we wanted to say, like, this isn't just adding to the noise of freebies, because also people tend to know that on the other side of a freebie is probably going to be a product that you're going to sell to them. And we're saying, this is it. This is the product. We're not funneling you in. There's no catch. This is it, like, very transparently. This is what it is. This is what it's going to cost you. And we believe that it's worth, we hope that you feel like it's worth that. But also, you know, we're creators as our full-time job. Like, that's what we do. So we also have to look at the time we're investing into this and making sure, if it's not a lead generation tool to a bigger high ticket product, that it is worth our time ultimately, because I can't do everything for free.
Do you look at like the landscape of Grace Andrews and think about, like, what do I actually want to do out of all of this? I think the YouTube's great because it keeps you accountable. It's one of the few things that, like, I don't think people realize what just making a YouTube video is about. It's an audience shows up, and whether they do or don't, you have put something out there and people consistently will engage with it. But the flip side of it is, like, as that grows and as you keep documenting your life, etc., where do you want to go? Like, is there a direction yet that you're thinking about? Like, riff with me here.
I think there's the problem I'm currently in is that there's too many directions, and I've got to choose my path, or I've got to at least choose the path that I want to start on. I think the benefit of building a brand has given me this intense level of visibility and awareness of me. And so by leaving, I've had many an opportunity land my way. And actually, I'm trying not to get distracted by the noise of the opportunities and really sit back and go, okay, who am I and what do I want? And I'm working with a coach to sort of figure that out right now, because also when you work at a fast-paced startup, that is your world. That is what you want. That's all you can think about. You don't have headspace to go, wait, who am I and what do I want and what matters to me? So I'm doing a bit of unlearning at the moment to then sort of be able to springboard forward. So all these little projects, these like media bits I'm doing, they're all sort of things that are scratching the itch for now, but I'm very passionate about building something of my own. I want to make a mark in this industry that's going to last the test of time. It's going to be sort of a legacy piece.
Like an Ogilvy almost. Like that level of like, when we talk about marketing, when we talk about distribution, we talk about branding, we think of Grace. That level?
Yeah, I think I would like to I think I would like to be a respected authority in the space. And I think I can only get so far by continuing to just sort of speak and create content. I need some like substance behind what I'm doing. And so I'm very much still figuring that out. I think I looked to some formats that some big creators are creating. I think of something like Amelia de Moldenberg's Chicken Shop Date.
Yeah.
I think of And I think of these different formats that have been going for years and
Uh-huh.
are only just starting to see this like absolute lift off now. And I think that's a sort of space I want to be playing in. I think it's interesting that it's actually something we're discussing in tomorrow's edition of the newsletter, but that these formats, they're the long play, and it takes consistency over a really long period of time to start to see the results. But not enough creators today are thinking about the 5-10 year plan. They're thinking about how many views and reach can I get today, or like how can I make this piece of content go viral. And then they're feeding the algorithm, and it's very short and it's a short-term play. It's transactional. I want to think much bigger, much more long-term. I don't want to go down the agency route. I don't want people. I don't want agency.
It's incredibly lucrative for the short term, but long term, it's a pain in the ass.
It's a pain. It's a nightmare. I've seen the inner workings of so many, and it's not right for me. I'm too young to go all in on consulting, so I'm figuring that out. But I'm very open about that, and I think people aren't very open about this stage of the journey when everyone just thinks like people have ideas and they just run with them. And the problem is like not having the confidence to run with the idea. But actually, sometimes you have to sit in this moment for a little bit, look at the industry. I'm doing a lot of reading right now. I was at an internal industry event this morning where they released a report on the creative landscape. And I'm just trying to spend as much time absorbing and learning as possible. And I've given myself a couple of month runway on this. And then it's like, right, where are we at? Where can we go from here? And that's what 2026 is sort of going to look like for me.
That was me at the start of this year. It was very much like, I've got 6 months of runway. Let's figure out what we're going to do, right? And like I've explained to you before, this show started as a podcast before we transitioned to a live stream because like very selfishly, I did not want to do the post-production. And in reality, this curve of live as a concept, as a format, this very long form, right? Where you're able, the hard thing is one, maintaining the conversation and being able to context switch like a madman and make sure that that person is one, like you're having a conversation with them that isn't pithy, that isn't just a light-hearted convo. It's like you can hit all the right notes and get into the deep dive is really where I'd like to play. But yeah, I'm in a similar position as well, right? I say this open and transparently when I meet people. It's like, I am not an all-seeing eye when it comes to this stuff. But what I will say is that we are on a curve, and I'm not thinking about just live, I'm thinking about post-live. When that circle completes, where we are now, we've gone back to live TV, what's next, right? And you know, all of these incredible insights that we're gaining from guests and et cetera, like what is that model there, and that almost commercial model, so to speak? It's a fun time to be in like media and distribution because everyone's focused on technology and no one's really focused on distro. And who does it best? The YouTubers and creators.
What are you doing to try and figure that out for yourself?
Oh, I get in the grassroots. Like I'll ask guests questions and I'm like, this is interesting. There was an article released in the Wall Street Journal today on TBPN, which is a similar type of show in the US. They take a very focused like approach to, it's very much like ESPN and tech commentary, and the guys kill it at it. Apparently they're doing 15 million a year already, and they're 11 months in, which is incredible, just off partnerships and sponsorships. They are tapped into that ecosystem. And that's not to take away anything from them. We're fans of them. I'm fans of the show, and I think that online is a multiplayer game. What's really interesting there is like, how do you elevate that product, right? Because if we're selling content, and the partners are wanting to sell content, they look at like, how can our brand get integrated? I think that the nuance here is, well, how do we integrate it like a YouTuber? You know, who does this really well? The sidemen, troops, and the great YouTubers that can do brand integration, right? I speak quite closely with the partnership team over at Calfreezy, and I've learned a lot from that team on like, how do you integrate a brand into content so that there is no drop off? And I think that taking those learnings and applying them from different places is really where like I strive to be in. Because if you're not taking models and approaches from other places, you end up in this like content ecosystem where nothing works. Because all you're doing is taking the best from the hits. And I want to take the best from like healthcare and marketing and YouTubers and apply it into this model. Because when tech meets distribution, it's like wildfire.
I love that. I think it's so important to I guess be industry agnostic in where you're seeking inspiration and insight from, because I mean the best ideas, as you said, are a culmination of all the other best ideas that come together, and then a little dose of original thinking, I think, as well.
Yeah, you know it better than anyone. There is no new idea. It's like, what is the remix that I can give that's culturally relevant today? And like, how can I apply my lens to it that keeps me charged throughout all of it, right? For you, that's the YouTube videos. I tried that. It wasn't for me. And maybe down the line I could do it, but I hate getting into that edit. But with this, it's so much easier because it's me just having a conversation and keeping you engaged and like actually eking out all of these interesting parts of your life and the nuances of your mind. Like, for instance, what I find really interesting is how you are so on brand because you always wear stripes. Right? I've noticed this across, like, go back and look at what you've worn in previous podcasts, etc., and what you post. Stripes take up a large amount of like the clothes that you wear. And it's very, like, for me, it's very identifiable because no one else wears stripes like you wear stripes. Different colors.
That's interesting. I can literally think of the things I reach to the most. It's something I'll feed that back to my stylist. That's very funny. On the that's interesting, isn't it, as well? Because I sort of reject the idea that you need to have like physical, like material, like recognizable items, but I think we probably do it by default. I mean, everyone used to, with Stephen, his trilby hat, like everyone used to remember him for wearing this like black hat. Like it was so identifiable. And then I think to the Perfect TED team, who we work really closely with, they're always in green. And it's sort of at first you think, oh, that's quite comical, that's quite funny.
But that's
and
why
then
it works.
it sticks in your brain. Like it creates that stickiness, which is ultimately what we're all trying to do for like attention and retention with customers and like just occupy a space in their mind. And so now when I see green clothes in the shop, I'll send them a picture and be like, guys, you should get this, because it makes me, it's an association thing, which, it's been proven to work time and time again. It's nothing new. As we said, it's nothing new, but
it's the small wins, right? Like, how do you get those things to compound so that when you reach that person's product, they're instantly ready to purchase, right? Because that's what we're doing, is you want to win share of mind consistently. And, one of the things I like, let's not gatekeep anything. Let's just do this. One of the things that I do that most people tell me not to is like, do not post that amount of content on LinkedIn, because it's counterintuitive to the algorithm. But for me, I want to win share of mind. I want you, when you think about technology and business, to think about ventures. And I can only do that if I overwhelm your feed. But instead of just overwhelming it with terrible content, how do I overwhelm it with content that's valuable to you right here, right now?
Because
Go on.
No, go on.
Am I using any tools? Nope. It's all hand built. Like I craft everything. I crawl through every piece of content. AI just can't do it yet. We had the VED team on earlier, and I know that they're building an incredible transcription product. And I told them openly, like, I've churned 4 times because it can't do what I need to do, but I always end up coming back because the model gets a little bit better. The tech gets a little bit better, but we're not there yet. And we look at the biggest creators on the platforms, and they have a lot of people behind them. And it's not just, you think it's all magic, but it's not.
Yeah, I mean, for Steve's personal team, we used to have 4 people across his personal content, and that's not including the driver CEO. So I think people always used to get excited when Steve would like something on LinkedIn, and I'd have to quietly let them know that it probably was a member of the team. But having said that, he is still super, there's different levels. I know some CEOs and some businessmen who they wouldn't even know the login to their platform, whereas Steve is the opposite of that. He, in fact, now posts himself more than ever before. But he does a lot of testing for his books and book content through sharing LinkedIn posts. So for sure. There are always teams behind these things. I mean, people always try and want to replicate the Diary of a CEO, right? They want the trailers, they want the reach, they want the growth. And I said, well, we've got a team of 20. Like if you want to hire a team of full-time people dedicated to the show, only the show, 20 people, like then we can talk. But the manpower behind it and the obsession behind it, it's not a case of just replicating a hook or replicating a guest, like you're replicating the top of the iceberg without acknowledging the massive hidden iceberg underneath the water surface. So
can I ask, quite transparently, coming from that high performance world of like curated content is everything, right? It's like everything's tested. I mean, we've got some more of the team coming on in the next couple of weeks. I found a way to get inside that black box. Just been very transparent with them. Is part of the shift to authentic content, or just you being you because you got tired of that? Not just because the landscape shifted.
I think it's probably two things. I also think two things can be true at the same time. Like, I think there is definitely a world where high production content still has a place and people are watching and listening to it more than ever before. I think for me, I am currently a one-person team. So I'm thinking about, well, I've got a few freelancers supporting me right now, but I'm thinking about like, how can I be consistent with my output and what is realistic and consistent for me? And for now, I've had to reduce all of my expectations, basically of everything I've learned, of test every single thing before it goes out. I know that that's the place I want to get to. But right now, I don't have the manpower. I don't have the resources. I don't have the funding behind me. Do I want to get back to that stage? 100%. But I've also got to be comfortable with what's realistic for now and not wait for perfection. Like, if I waited till I was ready for that, I wouldn't be creating anything right now. And I think there's this missed opportunity. So I think I would say I'm striving towards that. I think I'm striving towards maybe less so the like high productionness of it, but the machine behind it, because I've seen firsthand what happens when you start testing titles, when you start testing thumbnails, when you start to create storyboards with a title in mind, when you create YouTube, and when you test all of these little intricate details, the marginal gains are really significant. So I'm trying to get to that engine side of things. I think with the high production level of things, for me, I'm probably creating for content I like to consume, which is much more raw, vulnerable, off the cuff.
Which is, let's be honest, what works. If you create for
and we're
yourself, you
seeing
are
this
your first
trend.
customer.
Like, we're seeing what people, I'm reacting to what people want, and they want more. They want less production. They want less polish. They want me to jump on anything with my phone if I'm in the car and just chat. And I think it depends on what you're trying to achieve, right? But for me, I think there will be high production that comes into my world eventually, but it doesn't serve a place right now when you think about input versus results.
I love it. Look, last question. When you look at the industry as a whole that you operate in, because it's a combination of marketing and content, who do you take inspiration from? And not Diary of a CEO or any of those guests outside of that, because you've been too close to them.
Yeah, and I think it's weird. I find it hard to say that I take inspiration from them because I was so part of it. Like, we did so much of it together. But who do I take inspiration from? Probably people who are super like separate to the industry. Like, I'm really inspired at the moment, probably because her story is so public and everyone's talking about her leaving, like Anna Wintour from Vogue. Like, I'm really inspired by like powerhouse women, because I think I can see myself. I see parts of myself in them and their like determination and their unshakable ambition. But and so like Emma Grede as well, another one. I'm really, really very inspired by her, particularly because she's also been able to become a mother during this time and have 4 children, but also still smash it. Alison Ellsworth, the founder of Poppy, taking that business from market stalls to 2 billion in 8 years, primarily through content, whilst also having children along the way. Again, I think for me, it demonstrates that as a woman, as a female, as a woman, we don't need to necessarily sacrifice one thing for the other, which I think has always been perhaps a fear of mine. So I think that's more of a holistic inspiration. In terms of industry, I'm inspired by anyone building anything. Like, genuinely anyone who is obsessively building anything, I'm super inspired by. And they tend to be maybe like more early stage people or people who are just starting out. I think I'm less so inspired by maybe some of the big shiny salesmen who are at the top, who's the names you probably think of when you think of marketing and social media, because I just think it feels so far removed and so distant and so unattainable that it doesn't particularly inspire me. Oh, sorry.
Grace, this has been an absolute pleasure. I appreciate the time. I'm looking forward to doing this again. We've got to make this a regular occurrence in your diary. You just turn up, we rock and roll.
I would love this. This is the lowest lift, easiest thing for me, and I really enjoyed it. Thank you for having me.
Pleasure's all mine. I'm looking forward to doing this again. Where can they find community service?
Community service is on Substack. If you follow me on Instagram, it's linked in my bio. I'm at Grace Andrews with 3 S's because Meta hasn't given me my proper name yet.
We're going to buy that for you. Grace, thanks so much for the time. Appreciate you.
Pleasure. Bye.
That was Grace on the show talking to us all things All things grace. Not often do we get to do a vibe check. It's very nice that we have the distribution to be able to bring on these guests and allow them to just have a conversation in a not a performance way. And it's very much just the rawness of it. Our next guest is one of those female powerhouses. From PT1, we have Bryony Cooper entering the room. Bryony, how are we? I'm doing incredibly well. How are you?
Pretty good, thank you.
I am glad to hear it. Look, we've chatted at length about you coming on the show. I'm so glad we finally got it in the calendar and like we can make this happen. Can you give us some context into you and PT1? Because I have so many questions.
Sure. Well, maybe I'll give you the short version. So I've been an entrepreneur and like tech startup founder for the last 15 years and then transitioned into venture capital. So I did the 360 kind of tour of early stage startups from founder to running an accelerator to running a VC fund. And before that, I was a professional singer. So I have quite an unusual background. And today I'm Director of Investor Relations and Communications at PT1, which is an early stage VC fund based in Berlin, investing across Europe.
All right, let's get into it. My first port of call. Like, where does the singing come from? Because, like, and how does that play into what you're able to do in VC? Do you think there are some overlap, or is it just a passion that Bryony has? Mm-hmm.
When I was young, I was really passionate about singing, and I did that professionally for 7 years. And I guess becoming an entrepreneur, I just kind of started saying yes to opportunities and seeing where it took me. And I found the best translatable skills when I first got up on stage to pitch, right? So I was like, I know this place, I'm very comfortable here. So
it's like
I'd
there's a
spent so much
mic,
time on
I am the
stage.
center of attention. It makes a lot more sense, right? It's like the parallels are there.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at a lot of founders, the first time they're pitching, it's a terrifying experience to do any kind of public speaking once you've got the spotlight on you. But that was kind of my domain. So I think that's probably the biggest benefit it had for me.
But was there a specific type of singing, or was it just kind of like just a band?
I used to do solo stuff in two veins. I would either do jazz and blues. I love the old 40s, like Ella Fitzgerald, Billie Holiday. And on the other side, rock.
Oh, what rock? I didn't take you as a rock person.
Oh, yeah. So my band now, BC and the VCs, we do mostly kind of rock or kind of pop covers from the 80s, 90s mostly.
Nice. It's good vibes. What have I been into quite recently? I mean, it's not, I wouldn't say, is it 90s? No, it's definitely early 2000s. Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yeah, nice. I grew up with them, of course.
God, Can't Stop is just ringing around my head constantly.
Nice. Yeah, in the band we do like Nirvana, Green Day, Billy Idol, bit of Alanis Morissette, who I went to see recently in Berlin.
Nice. Well, on the topic of Can't Stop, like you've been incredibly great at storytelling throughout your career, right? And what is it about storytelling that you've learned throughout this process, throughout this like incredible time in VC, as a startup founder, as you know, as an artist, that you talk about in terms of like fundraising?
Yeah, so storytelling and narrative is kind of buzzwords that popped up a lot more in the last 5 years or so. But when I started this journey 15 years ago, people weren't really talking about it so much, but I recognized very early on how important it was. I mean, firstly, from, of course, crafting your pitch, everything from your pitch deck to, how are you going to get your story across to investors in a way that resonates with them. But also, I think one of the most valuable tools I had for fundraising for my first startup was we made this whiteboard animation video. And I mean, this is a little dated now as the approach, but, you would make a character that someone can relate to and identify with. So we were saying, this is Fred. Fred runs a cab office. And then you talk about his problems and your solution. And just putting it in this very simple, digestible kind of format really helped get our message across. Because you have to remember, when you're a startup founder, quite often the investors you talk to might not be experts in your field specifically. Of course, you do have sector specialist VCs like PT1, where they have deep domain expertise or industry expertise. But then you also have generalist ones who are just doing kind of any software as a service, which means they might not know about specifically logistics and fleet management that we were the experts in. So I think it is important to put things in kind of layman's terms and keep it simple, because if you're over technical when you're pitching, you're going to lose some of your audience.
Talk to me about the storytelling that you've, it's not specifically the storytelling, but it's like, as a VC now, has the ability to discern like what's a good story and like what's BS when you're being pitched to, even just it's so much more easier because you've done it, like you know what the traits are.
Of course. I mean, the longer you're in this game, the much better bullshit radar you get. I mean, first of all, before you get to the story, there's just the authenticity of the individual that's talking to you, right? If they're just kind of really full of hot air and way overconfident and telling you numbers that just sound wildly unrealistic, it's going to ring some alarm bells. But then, of course, you know, with the story, like, first of all, you know very quickly if this person has done their research, right? So if they know the right kind of data about the size of the market opportunity. And there is a pretty kind of industry standard format for pitching now. So it's very easy to find resources online of saying, you know, you need to present your mission statement and the problem and the solution and then the market size. And, you know, you can do it very formulaically like this, but you don't want to sound like a robot, right? You don't want it to just be numbers and data because that's boring. When you're pitching, especially live in person, this is when you really have an opportunity that you get I think you have a much better chance when you get in the room with somebody to convince them, to win them, to let them see your vision. And so building a story around it, really, it just makes everything more tangible and everything more real. Because at the end of the day, startups are supposed to address real world problems. And so your job as a storyteller is to make it real, to translate it into words that the audience or the listener can identify with. You know, even if it's not something personal, they might think like, oh, I knew someone that had that issue, or yeah, this is also a problem in my country or in my business sector. So I think making it identifiable and human.
The human aspect of it. Like I spent a lot of time with comics in a past life. And one of the things that what I draw parallels to is stand-up comics and founders, like great ones, you see parallels. You see like insane parallels between the two of them because they're able to adapt their quote unquote pitch or, you know, what they're talking about to their audience. Like, and you must be able to do the same in reverse of like, oh, yeah, I can discern like what is not happening here. Like forget the nuance because everyone can become a great actor or a good enough actor to win investment these days. But the reality is I want to know the greats from the good. I want to know the exceptional from the great. And like in your case, when you're looking at the talent that you've invested in at PT1 or throughout your life in your other fund, like what is it that you're looking for?
So I think, first of all, going back to your last point, it is really important about knowing your audience, right? Because when you're pitching, it's not only to investors. As a founder, you spend your whole life pitching. You're going to be pitching to prospective customers. So they're going to be caring a lot more about, you know, what are the kind of benefits of the product or the service that you're providing to them. You're going to be pitching to talent that you want to get on board in your company, especially in
what you look for when you're investing.
In a company, you can iterate. So whether you need to change slightly the product or the UI or the business model, but the founders who are going to be executing on this vision are very difficult to replace once you're some journey down the road. So number one, we look for the founders in terms of, as I said earlier, the authenticity is a quality, but also looking at their track record. Do they have relevant industry experience? If they don't have so much, are they supplemented by other kind of advisors in the board who can guide them and by people that can introduce them to more players in the network? Do they have a balanced skill set in the team? You know, are they able to do the business and the number side as well as the technical and the product side? So I think these factors are probably number one when evaluating. But then, of course, there's lots of other things on top of that, right? So you've got all these kind of different buckets that you need to evaluate. After that, you need to look at the size of the market opportunity, how crowded or busy is the market landscape? Where are we on the curve right now in a market cycle? What kind of technology trends you mentioned earlier, what are just kind of hype or buzzwords that people might jump onto, and which ones are actually here to change the foundations of the world that we're living in. And I think that's something that PT1 does really well, is that it's a really thesis-driven investor. So by being agile in our approach to the theses that we have, we are able to kind of keep ahead of the curve. So we're not going to be fixed for the next 10 years, only investing in this one particular sector, because our thesis changes depending on how the world changes.
Look, I've been digesting a lot of VC content and trying to learn from the greats so that these conversations are valuable to both yourself and the audience, right? And like who we're talking to. And one of the things that I've come across is Benchmark, and how they sort of have embraced this culture within the firm of like phasing out certain investors after a period of time. Like it's a young person's game. And you need to make sure that the people that are investing are as deeply close to that technology because they're actively using it, rather than the 90-year-old or the 80-year-old. That's not saying that they won't be great investors. It's just the way that Benchmark operates. How do you think about that, given the fact that obviously you run your own fund as a GP, but also like you're inside of PT1 as director of comms and investor relations?
Yeah. So it's been a really interesting journey, actually, working with different types of LPs. So you can categorize them, right? So with my first venture capital fund, the majority was public money from the Polish Development Fund. So this comes from EU funding.
Yep.
And then we had a couple of private investors just from private industry as well. And I found a lot of challenges working with public money in terms of the amount of bureaucracy and administration and reporting, and also the limitations, right? Because you have to agree at the beginning of the fund cycle, I'm going to invest in X, Y, Z, and you have very little flexibility to change that regardless of what happens in the world or in the economy. So what I really like about PT1 is currently we're completely funded by private LPs, but they vary, everything from high net worth individuals who are those industry leaders who have actually had those traditional industries with their boots on the ground and their hands dirty, and they are available to advise our startup founders on those specific industry sectors. So whether they're from construction or real estate or from the energy sector or infrastructure, we're able to give this value add of having the expertise at our fingertips from a network of over 100 professionals. Then you've got family offices. Some of them, again, are very sector focused or impact driven, and some of them are just looking for the best financial returns. Then we also have corporate LPs. So whenever you have, it might be a CVC or a corporate venture or innovation arm. So we have companies like PwC and JLL Spark that are invested. And a couple of banks, for example.
Can I ask, what's it like when trying to win over an LP or like a private investor? Is it incredibly difficult, or do they just give you money?
I would say it's harder than raising for a startup, in my personal experience.
Because the numbers are larger, or is because they're more clued in on the economic value they can create?
It seems to me like a lot broader segment of investors have a mandate to invest directly into startups, and a much smaller pool of them actually have the mandate or the capacity to invest into VC.
Okay.
Of course, private ones have more flexibility to do what they want, but I mean, when you're fundraising, there's certain things that are within your control. You know, how good is your pitch? How good is your track record? How good are you at building and nurturing relationships? How much exposure do you have? Your brand awareness and reputation. Those are all things that we can work on. And I think PT1 does a great job in those areas. And then there's other factors that you have no control over. And so, for example, if you're talking to an LP and they've already invested all of their capital and they're waiting for returns, they just don't have the money right now. Or it might be that they are oversubscribed to VCs. So they've already put X% into venture capital and they're reserving the rest for direct investments. Or of course, it might just be that you don't fit within their mandate because they only invest in funds larger than 500 million. So that's often the case with private equity, for example. So yeah, first of all, you have to do that initial criteria. Are we the right fund size? Do we invest at the right stage? Do we invest in the right geographies? Do we invest in the right sectors to appeal to this LP? And only then you can even get the door open to have a conversation. So
actually, you've got a
lot,
really hard job. You don't just have to win them over and just be like, yep, and show this incredible mind and like traction, etc. today. It's like you've got so many boxes to tick. Do you think that's the right way of doing it, or actually not?
So, I mean, both. So on the one hand, it doesn't hurt to be absolutely charming because, you know, it is a people's business at the end of the day. So I think the thing is, you have to remember it's about the long game. You can't launch a venture capital fund and expect to have closed 100 million in 6 months. I think with startups, it can go much faster depending on, you know, the ticket size. The less money you raise, the quicker you can normally do it. You know, for startups, they could just do a CLA or a safe note or an angel round to get pretty quick money in weeks even. But the larger the rounds get, normally the more hierarchy there is to get to the decision of if they're going to invest. And it's the same with VC. So because we're working with bigger ticket sizes, normally there's more of a hierarchy or decision-making structure. And of course, now the next hurdle for us is getting to those larger institutional investors. So that might be bigger fund of funds or pension funds or public funds. And they just have a really established process that they cannot deviate from. So it doesn't matter how much they like you and the team and the numbers, you have to, jump through every hoop to follow the protocol. And looking at German or European public funds right now that are very active in VC, the average time to get from applying to getting money at the moment is around 18 months, in some cases up to 2 years.
Really?
Right? So yeah.
Why is the deployment so slow?
Partly right now they have a bit of a backlog because I think when the programs were brand new and people were applying, they could process them more quickly. But as it's been a few years now that some of these programs have been available in the market. And so they just have so many applications to go through. But again, as I mentioned earlier, with working with any public money, it's the bureaucracy. They also have to tick all of these boxes. They're not allowed to take any shortcuts. They are, they have a fiduciary duty to make sure that they dot every I and cross every T. And that takes time.
I can't even begin to imagine the due diligence that they have to do. I wouldn't want to be in that position by any means. And the fact that you're at the receiving end of that, I don't envy that job.
Yeah, so fortunately for me, we have a really nice division of skills in our team. So my team, as I mentioned, is doing investor relations. So that's fundraising and events and the communications, including PR and things like talking to you, Viraj. But we have another team that's doing all of the kind of finances and administration and regulatory work. So I think a lot of the weight is going to be on their side.
I want to jump over to the fund you run as GP, right? Like, tell me a little bit about that. Like, how did that come about?
Yeah, so that one's called Brink VC. It's based in Warsaw in Poland. So we predominantly focus on the Polish market. Very early stage, so we do pre-seed investments. And
B2B SaaS or is it generalist fund?
It's actually mostly focused on IoT and connected hardware, but there are a couple of AI and SaaS companies in the portfolio too.
I'm more interested in the former, not the latter. That definitely, like IoT and interconnected devices. Like, what's the ecosystem like there for that?
Well, Poland's got a brilliant growing ecosystem for startups in general, but that was one of the key differentiators that we had as a fund because, again, having all of this European money flooding on the market, there was a lot of competition to find GPs to run funds. So I was actually approached. I was kind of headhunted by a guy that I used to work with at Brink, the accelerator. So Brink's founder kind of became a partner, an LP in the fund, and he recommended me for the role.
Why
so
you?
The rest of the team's all Polish, and they wanted someone basically that would complement my business partner's skill set.
Okay.
He's good at the sort of behind the scenes hardball negotiations, but not so much of a people person. And so, yeah, I think they were looking for someone that had a lot of experience with startups, that knows how the process works, everything from kind of doing the evaluation of deal flow through to the due diligence to the signing of the term sheet and all of the legal documents. And because I'd done that so many times from the other side of the table as a founder, and then for the previous couple of years have been running an accelerator program, so supporting other companies go through these processes, I had a pretty good kind of training, like running the accelerator was like VC and training basically. And working with Brink, they actually taught me, they let me sit on the investment committee to show me how they make their decisions, how they score these different buckets we talked about when they're evaluating deal flow. So I basically was being groomed for this role. And the guy that ran Brink Poland, he had kind of been a fan of my work for quite some years. So ever since I ran my first startup, he was already keeping an eye on what I was doing. He tried to headhunt me for a competitor back then, and I said, no, thank you. This is my baby. I will, I'll stay here. But yeah, he just reapproached me a couple more times over the years. And when he came and asked me if I'd be interested in being a GP, I was like, now you have my attention.
That's really interesting. I always thought GPs ended up like spinning up their own funds and having to go away and do a lot of that fundraising. But in your case, it's a bit of both. It's like right place, right time, right moment with the right network. And I assume there was some element of like having to do a raise for the fund.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically at the time that they asked me to come on board, which is why whilst I was at Brink, they said, look, we have the other guy that would be the managing partner, and he has a team, and we have kind of a concept for the fund, and they're about to release all of this money in the European market. So we think that together with you and him, we would have a really great chance. So yeah, I joined at that stage. I was doing the kind of final pitches to the LPs and to the Polish Development Fund. And yeah, we got accepted. So that was the last 6 years, and now the fund is in the divestment period. So we're not investing in any more companies. The money's all spent. So now we're just trying to support the companies and get some exits.
Love it. I want to talk a little bit on the state of the European ecosystem right now. Obviously, being on the ground in Berlin and having some very deep talons into the ecosystem, I think it's beautiful that we can have a conversation around like the work that PT1 does, but also like the insights you've gained from like the Polish fund as an example, or investing in Poland. What is Europe not getting right now?
There's quite a few things. So I would say Europe is definitely falling behind other global markets. I mean, we're facing a lot of challenges right now in terms of quite often innovation can be stifled by too much legislation. So it's much more difficult to move as fast as the US does or as China does. The political landscape doesn't look great at the moment. We're seeing a lot more kind of moving towards right wing coming up. And also, there was really great news in the last year of these budgets that have been announced for, like, what's very relevant for PT1 is the infrastructure and the climate aspect. So we had 500 billion euros earmarked for that in Germany. But in both in Europe and the UK, it seems like these targets that were leading us towards the Green Deal and things like that are all being delayed.
Did you have a feeling that was going to happen going in, like with the background that you've got?
I had a feeling that they would have trouble actually deploying that budget, because it's like, okay, so we have access to the money, that's great, but that's just the very first step. Then you actually have to find people who are qualified to find the best opportunities where to put it. And that's of course what a VC does, but we're not government, we're private. So I think there's a lack of expertise in the public sector of actually where to best invest that money and actually deploying it and executing and seeing the results. And everything just seems to move so slowly.
It's very interesting that you mentioned that. And that kind of brings me to the thought of like what the US is doing with Intel. And like, don't get me wrong, all sort of national security kind of precedents and etc. But the fact that the government is taking a stake, and I don't believe a board seat, or maybe there was one, in the company that can produce chips for AI, I thought was a very interesting step in the right direction for them. I don't want to speak on behalf of the European Union, but there feels like there's a lack of that, where it's we are not deploying that capital into our quote unquote AI sovereignty, and we really need to be thinking deeply about that as the rest of the world takes off. Because yes, it might be a race to the bottom, but we want to be in the race.
So there's two things I want to mention here. Number one is one of the biggest themes or buzzwords you will have been hearing over the last year is European resilience. So there's a lot of funds now popping up, and this is one of our 3 core theses going forward as well. So basically we at PT1, we're talking about electrification, about industry, because we need to have a second industrial revolution, and about resilience. So that is like energy resilience, infrastructure resilience, climate resilience. So I think this is something that is super important for Europe. And of course, we need the buy-in from different stakeholders, like you mentioned, from the manufacturers. We need supply chains that are not going to be collapsing. We don't want any more geopolitical dependencies on other markets. So that's the one thing. And then on the regulatory side, have you heard of EU Inc?
Of course, we had Andreas on the show last week.
Oh, cool. Yeah. So I met Andreas last year. And I think that this is a brilliant incentive and I fully support it. And it would just solve a lot of the issues that we currently have in terms of, as I mentioned earlier, innovation or entrepreneurship being stifled by the amount of legislation and regulatory rules that we have. And of course, it's great that we have them because they also protect us, right? They protect people, they protect businesses, they protect taxpayers. But at the same time, we need to have enough flexibility also to be able to progress at a faster pace than we have been doing until now.
What is Europe collectively doing well from your point of view?
I think we have fantastic talent here. So fortunately, we haven't experienced too much of a talent drain like some other countries do. I mean, I think countries as well, where you have a very aging population and less industry, they have the brain drain, right, of the young people moving to the US to get jobs. But Europe still has an abundance of brilliant talent. I think we have an investment environment that's really ripe. So actually, it's a good time to be investing because we're not in a market cycle where the share prices are too high at the moment. Again, investing in European companies compared to US ones, you're going to get a much better bang for your buck. Because I think just sometimes the valuations of US companies is ridiculous and unjustified, and we've seen some stories of that just going horribly wrong. So I think that EU valuations are a lot more conservative, but thereby a lot more affordable for investors to get on board. So I think that's two of the biggest benefits.
When you read EU Inc. specifically, I'm sure that, like, given you operate deeply in the space, you've sort of read all of the documentation. Simply put, why does it work? Is it the fact that it unites the block under sort of like one quote unquote legislation in the context of investing? Or is it something else that I might have missed?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the most simple way to put it. So as an international entrepreneur, because I've set up companies in the UK, in Germany, in Poland, and I've run companies in Bahrain and worked with Hong Kong startups. So I know that the legislation for establishing a company is different in every country. And what that means is that your shareholding entity is governed in a way that other investors from other countries don't understand, because US investors know US law, usually. And UK investors know UK law. And so when I ask a UK investor to invest into a Polish entity, they take one look at the shareholders agreement and say, like,
what is this?
Like, yeah, I don't speak that language. I don't know what that means. And so it just would make so much more sense, because there are so many clauses that are pretty industry standard, or would not take a great leap to unify them. And if we just, for example, had terms that you could just have, like, the same terms kind of the establishing a company, it would just make everything a lot more seamless and easy for entrepreneurship.
Well, I hope we get to that stage. Before we let you go, there's one thing that we're starting on the show when we talk to VCs. I would love, and I don't want you to plug your portfolio companies right now, I would love to know, across the world, it could be any startup, who do you look at and go, like, this is something, they're doing something really interesting here? A startup that's valued under 200 million. Who are you seeing who are you seeing that's world class? Okay, I'll give you 3. 2 can't be from the portcos and 1 can.
Okay. All right. So I will go first with the one from our portco, because, well, I wanted to tell you 2 because they're in the same space. I'll talk about the industry sector instead. So at PT1, we like to think of ourselves as the truffle pig, right? Because we are really good at finding opportunities much earlier and identifying what are going to be the future biggest technology trends. And so when we transitioned from doing a lot more, we started out doing prop tech, real estate, construction tech, and over the years we evolved into a much broader physical world. So looking at energy, looking at infrastructure, looking at climate adaptation tech, and we were looking at battery storage. So I think some of the most exciting.
I'm surprised you're not in space as well, but at this point.
We're not. We're sticking to planet Earth at the moment because there's enough to do here. So battery storage tech is one of the most interesting spaces for me. And there's a couple of portfolio companies. We have Terra One and Voltfang that are both operating in that space. And they are some of the best performing companies that are just about to announce some really, really huge deals. And so we were very happy to be part one of their story, coming in as the first institutional investor. And basically, they're just changing the entire landscape for energy. Electrification is the future. And a lot of people said battery storage is not ever going to work really. And even some politicians now today are still kind of falling back a little bit on their climate commitments. And I assume it's probably the oil and gas lobbies that are still getting to them. But the science and the numbers and the data shows otherwise, that it absolutely is the right investment. And it is something that we still are standing very fast to. So that's one thing.
Give me the other 2, the 2 outside of the portcos, like 2 companies that you look at and you're like, wow, they're really innovating here. There's something deeply technical about what they're building, or they just have world-class founders. Which two companies do you look at valued under 200 million?
Yeah, I'll give you 2 on opposite ends of the spectrum.
Works for me. It could be whatever you like.
super, super well known and then probably not very
No,
well
I
known?
don't want to know the ones that are well known. I want to know the ones that you look
Okay.
at and go, "Ooh, this is
All
something
right.
I would have liked to be a part of."
Yeah, absolutely. So I try to support a lot of women founders. So I've been looking over the years into femtech and other things like that. And there's a company also based in Berlin called Oh My V, and they are developing basically a solution for STIs, but that is purely viral, so that you wouldn't have to use contraception as in a condom in the end, for protection against STIs. So
Very
they are,
interesting.
yeah, so this is basically deep scientific based research. And it's very high risk, of course. It's difficult to fund. Anything in kind of med tech or health tech where you need some kind of diagnostic is very difficult to get certified. So they've had a lot of challenges on their plates. But these women, this like complete female founded team, have just been pushing away at it. And I've been following them for a couple of years. And they're finally starting to get the recognition and the seed funding. So I'm like, oh, I'm really behind them.
Love it. Give me one more.
I'm on the spot. There's another one called Control X. And again, a woman founder. I always support women founders,
Champion them.
especially in very male-dominated industries, because that was my entire career. And they are basically trying to disrupt the publishing industry. So it's founded by a former journalist, and she was having a lot of issues with everything from copyright and plagiarism to having problems with clients and contracts and protecting the work. So she first of all built like a consultancy and a network for writers and journalists and content creators, but now has gone even further to see like how can we use technology to solve this problem, and is now actually building an entire platform using AI and blockchain. So I think that's going to be really interesting as well to see how they can kind of reimagine the whole publishing media industry.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that. When I bring out the book, we're definitely going to them. Bryony, this has been an absolute pleasure. I'm looking forward to doing it again. We're going to have to do a deep dive on investor relations because I feel like we've missed out on so much. Thanks for the time.
Still got so much to talk about. All right, thanks for having me, Viraj.
Ciao, ciao. That was Bryony on the show talking to us all things PT1, but also her life a little bit. It's interesting diving into a GP, but also someone that works at a fund as well. Our next guest is a man that needs no introduction. You've probably seen him on the web in some capacity. The man, the myth, the legend that is Alex Wilcock. How are we, my friend? I'm doing incredibly well. I've been looking forward to this conversation for a very long time. How has life been?
Fun, totally new concept for me.
It's wild that it's new for you. Of all the people that I would have thought this is just normal for me, I thought you would have been the guy.
This is new heights for me.
It's a different gravy, to be honest. It's a much more fluid conversation. You can really get into the nitty gritties in a different way because I get to ask.
And you're doing this back to back for like 6 hours, right? I just since 11:30 this morning, I believe.
Yeah, that's the one. I think we've taken a short 5-minute break, and that was it. We just had to go and get another coffee. But yeah, it's a long one. I think we've got to do it because we've got to bring a new flavor of energy to the ecosystem, and. If you don't try and push the boundaries, like what are we doing here? We're just going to remake everything the same.
I totally agree. I love it. And I tuned in a little bit earlier when Grace Andrews was on. I thought it was really good. I'm a big fan of her, and I've been following her for a while, so that was good.
We get the big dogs, right? Like we've got to make sure that these are like one of the things that we've touched on a lot is the creator influencer kind of distribution. And the fact that today, more than ever, in the role that you do, understanding distribution is key. For me, Grace is one of those few people in the world that's done that inside of the company and then stepped out. In your case, you've done it the reverse way round.
Yeah, that's true. I think there's definitely room for people to go and learn all of this at companies, then leave and then do it on your own. But I also think there's a lot of cases where you do it on your own first, then go and be able to do it at a company, right? But I think this is what's super interesting, that now that a lot of big companies and production companies and just creators are hiring and creating teams, there's so much opportunity to become a creator, but not just in the traditional way that you would, where you start posting on social media. You can go and learn from the best, right? And I think that's what Grace Andrews has done by working with Dario, the CEO. And so, that's just super cool. I love that.
it's really interesting the parallels you find, because obviously we context switch so much on the show, and you end up like just seeing patterns where other people just can't see them because of the hit rate of people you talk to. I see so much, like there are so many parallels to what they do in terms of experimentation and the way that you guys operate at 11 Labs. I'd love to lift up the hood a little bit, but not get too deep into the process, but try and understand like how the hell, with such a small, high agency team, do you produce the most incredible content?
That's a good question. I think it comes down to the people you hire. It's genuinely the team you build. You've got to obsess over the details. And at 11 Labs, they definitely try and find and pick out the people that obsess over the little things that you wouldn't necessarily obsess over. And so for me and on our team, we literally are really passionate about what we do. We love creating content. And I've been doing YouTube for like 9 years. And so getting to do this as a job, it's just like, it's almost a dream come true. And so I think at 11 Labs, they've just got really good at finding those people and picking the people out that are just passionate about what they do. And that allows for like high agency and just creating high quality stuff. And it is all about having ownership, because I think when you are passionate, you want to have ownership. And that's when you can just kind of let people do their thing. And without worrying about constantly having to push the quality bar because people want to do it themselves.
I want to talk a little about your thesis around content, right? We play two ends of the spectrum, right? You play short form incredibly well. I do long form. Like, I don't even know if it's long form anymore. I don't know what this is, but it's like a version past long form. When you think about short form today, obviously there's hooks, there's visual hooks, there's physical hooks. But at 11 Labs, what I've noticed, because I've consumed a lot of the content, both because I love you, I love James, I cannot remember the new hire that you've brought onto the team that's absolutely cracked. Joseph is cracked as well. I've noticed that there's a huge play on sound effects.
Yeah.
And you've been able to, throughout the content, instead of just pauses, like there's always something happening, and it's almost like hyper performance, these short form pieces of content. And then like short form in the context of a YouTube video, so 11 minutes showcasing something, you also include that. I'd love to understand a little bit about how you're thinking about like this end of the spectrum.
So I think audio is actually really interesting, and there's two parts to it, I guess. First of all, audio is almost just as important as the video itself. Like, you can watch a video in 4K, but if the audio is bad, it's going to be tough to watch it. But we've all watched like grainy videos with high quality audio. And so the audio, in my opinion, is just as important. And what I really love about working at 11 Labs is they believe that as well. And obviously, being an audio research company with the creative platform where you can go and create incredible audio using AI, we want to demonstrate the capabilities of 11 Labs. And so to us, it's kind of just a no-brainer to include that in the content and show people the potential, because it is something that stands out. It's not the first time we've heard this kind of feedback, which is like, wow, this sounds really good. This is amazing. I love this sound effect. This music's great. This voiceover's insane. And so, yeah, I think it's just a question of like, practice what you preach, right? And so
as Becky with 11 Labs would say, you sip your own champagne.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And it's a big, I'm a fan of dog fooding, and it's simply like just using your own product, but using your own tools. Yeah, it's exactly it.
How has AI played into this, right? Like I in a different way, you must see into content and think about like, how do we create content at scale for these products that are coming out like so incredibly fast. The velocity is insane. We had OpenAI on the show, and they were discussing around the speed at which they come out. Like, the content has to come out at that speed as well. And like, how do you do it? Because I think that everyone that tunes in, or everyone that thinks about content, always wants to optimize for the speed these days of like, how much can I churn the machine? But you do it, you churn the machine, but you also are able to create such high quality.
Yeah, I think so. A lot of people, when they think about AI workflows and AI tools, they're often thinking about how they can find the next best AI workflow or the next best process to incorporate into how they're creating content. And I'm a strong believer in, you're already making content that's working. the only thing you want to try and do is speed that process up and make that one faster. So it's just a question of iterating on your own process. And there's, like you said, there's so many new tools coming out all the time. And we're just constantly trying everything that's new, every new model, every new LLM, every new, any AI tool you can think of. We just try and think, okay, how can we include this into our workflows to make it faster? And to give you like a specific example, YouTube thumbnails. YouTube thumbnails are really important for YouTube videos. And recently with Nano Banana and Seedream, I believe it's called, there's been these AI image editing models, which now allow you to create assets for your content at a much faster rate than before without sacrificing quality. And so as AI tools and models are getting better and better, it's allowing you to do these important things faster and at scale. And so that's just one simple way that we are like using new AI tools. And I'm sure within a couple of months, there's going to be another one that comes out and we'll figure out how to incorporate that. And so I'm constantly trying to think about that.
As someone who is constantly thinking about that, actively using these tools, what aren't they good at? Like we preach about what they are right now, but like, what are you seeing as like still like a huge problem with them? Is it the time that it takes to generate an image or a video? Is it the character consistency actually isn't, Nano Banana does an incredible job, but it doesn't hit the bat all the time? What are you seeing as someone who's like in the weeds?
So yeah, I'm lucky enough that since I've been working at 11 Labs, I have never been more in the weeds with AI tools and content. And my perspective has changed in the sense that I used to look at AI content and be like, oh yeah, well that's AI, that's kind of easy, but it's not at all the case. Right now, I still think there's a craft to it, and it takes a lot of people, or it takes, a lot of time for people to figure out how these tools work, how to get the best prompt, how to get consistent characters. Right now, I think the biggest problem is maybe jumping between a bunch of different tools. And so you'll generate an AI image, and then you'll want to animate that in another tool like Runway, and then you need to upscale that in Topaz. And then, oh, wait, the face has gone a little bit weird, so you need to face swap with another tool.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, and so right now, I think there is an issue of jumping between a bunch of different AI tools. But knowing how to use these tools and what tools to use for what scenario is definitely a skill.
What's your creative suite at the moment? Obviously, 11 Labs is within that. You've got some incredible new features that have come out, or new platforms that have come out in the last couple of weeks. James was not joking when he said you are literally shipping weekly now. I did not believe him. James, I stand corrected.
It's a very fun company to work at. There's always a lot of content to make and a lot of tools to try out.
So what's in your suite right now? Is it a little bit of Claude, a little bit of 11 Labs, a little bit of like Kling, like Runway, Midjourney? Is it just everything?
Yeah. So to go back to what I was saying earlier about constantly trying new tools and features, like we're at a place now where these tools are evolving so fast that it's becoming very tricky to know what's best to what. And so you do almost have to use all of them. I go with the basics of like, obviously I use ChatGPT and Claude. Those are the two LLMs I'll use the most. Anything audio related, I use 11 Labs because it's got sound effects, music, voiceovers, everything I would need to basically either start off the voiceover or do a final sound pass for the video content. And then for the models, I think it will switch quite a lot for image and video. For example, I was just talking about Nano Banana and then Seedream. I've been using those the most recently, whereas before that it was Midjourney, because now you can get precise AI image editing, whereas before you would ask to make a change to an image and it would often change other things in the image that you didn't want. And then video, I'm a big fan of VO3. I've also been using a little bit of Kling 2.1. And all of them. But one of the best things to do is to get a subscription to either like FreePic or Higgsfield, so you can try out all the models and quickly switch between them.
Yeah, I'm thinking of absolutely doing that because these subscriptions are killing me right now.
Yeah, there's a lot. You definitely need a platform. So like 11 Labs where you can do all of it. So
all
you can
of
do
them
everything related to audio. All of them, everything related to audio, you could just go to 11 Labs for it. Whether that's like changing your voice, isolating the voice, generating music, sound effects, text-to-speech voiceovers, transcribing your voice. Yeah, all of it you can do.
We asked Ben Kaluza this, right? And we both are, friends of Ben, and we've had this conversation, several times offline. And I wanted to pick your brain on this. Do you not think you're doing yourself out of a job? you specifically when you're making content? Because a lot of the work is headshots, a lot of the work is audio. And if you've got models trained on you as the image and the video and the kind of the nuances of human behavior that you have, in addition to 11 Labs' incredible product that's able to like really make it believable and mix in the editing that over time will become easier to do or more automated or, you know, kind of more on Copilot. Do you not feel like you don't even have to film anything?
I don't think we're at that point yet. And we might get to a point where that will be possible, but I always think there's going to be a human in the driver's seat. And so I'm a really firm believer in the whole will AI replace humans debate or replace these types of jobs. I don't really believe that. I just believe that AI is another tool that we're going to incorporate into our workflows. And so, for example, there's like a YouTube content creator or content creative teams. I believe that you can just do more of what's working at scale, faster, better, at a higher quality. And as these AI tools get better to the point where you've now got voice clones that are indistinguishable from your own voice, we're getting to a point where AI avatars and AI videos starting to look very realistic. I just think these are tools that will help us scale personalization because people still want that human connection. And I'm still going to want to make content and people are going to still want to watch content made by human, but I can just scale that human content at levels that we've never seen before, thanks to these tools. And so I'm quite excited to the amount of content I'll be able to produce in the future.
Just Alec everywhere.
Yeah.
just in every platform at every time. It's just when you think of tech, you think of Alec.
That would be the goal. That would be the dream. Yeah.
Is it weird almost being the face of a brand? Because like in a weird way, you're like a celebrity of tech. So when people think of 11 Labs, you're like, oh yeah, I know that guy.
I guess so. Actually, no, I don't know. I don't think it is. I think it's like personal brands have always existed, even for specific employees going from companies to companies. Like nowadays, I hear about these engineers and people from different Silicon Valley startups moving from one another, or just like the whole AI engineers battle, right, between Meta and OpenAI and things like that. I think personal brands have always existed. It's just being the face of a brand is the same thing, more at scale, just because you're more present within video content, and that's the content you need to publish the most. But no, I don't think I don't think it's much of a weird thing. If anything, it's quite enjoyable, and you get to meet loads of people. People recognize you when you go to these meetup events, which is always fun. It's a great way to start the conversation. And I think, if anything, more and more brands should I like to think of it as like internal influencers. Like when you work at a company and you are the face of a brand, you do basically become an influencer for that brand. And if you're lucky enough to be able to do it at a company that you really like and you love the product, like where I am now with 11 Labs, it just makes it really fun. And so no, I wouldn't say it's weird. It's enjoyable.
You mentioned like you love the product. Why is that? Like, how does that compare to, you know, you've got a star-studded history, man. Like if we think about, you've been on some all-star teams and all-star companies, right? Whether that's Veed, Synthesia, and now 11 Labs. Why has 11 Labs become the one that you've not quote unquote fallen in love with, but is the love right now?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I first heard of 11 Labs in like mid 2023. And when I heard it, the first thing I heard was I was scrolling Instagram. I heard this text-to-speech voice on content, and I was like, no way, this sounds incredible. It's amazing. And then a few reels later, I hear it again. I'm like, wow, I need to find out how to make the same voice, how to make the same text-to-speech, because up until then, it's always been super robotic and boring and a pain to listen to. Mm-hmm. And I found out that it was from 11 Labs. And all of a sudden, that like unlocked my brain. I was like, oh my gosh, the possibilities that you can do with human-like text-to-speech is crazy. All content starts from like audio or a voice, right? And so now this human-like text-to-speech existed, I was just obsessed from day one, and I tried all of the tools and features, and back then it was still quite minimal, but it was the best at doing this one thing, which was text-to-speech. And now that's evolved into tons of other things. But I became an affiliate and just started playing around with the tool so much. And I think it's, one of those tools that does a few things really, really well. And now as the company's scaling, they're branching out, but they go really, really deep into a set of specific tools rather than having a bunch of different tools that aren't the best. And so I love that we've got like the best text to speech, we've got the most accurate transcriptions, we've got the best voices, and so on. You know, I just think it's really cool that to work at a company that cares about quality and also produces audio that's just amazing. And I think audio again is so important, so I really like it.
It's deeply entrenched in culture, right? When we think about songs, when we think about music,
Yeah.
that is how we connect as people. And I don't think that gets talked about enough at, in the context of 11 Labs. You're building something that, like I've played with the new music one and the new music model, and that is pretty insane, especially,
Yeah.
off the back of, other products like Suno as an example, that has created an incredible model and has been around for a while. And it's like, bam, you're right there.
Yeah, exactly. And like one of the reasons it just took so long to come out is because 11 Labs cares about the quality of its products. And so like you mentioned, AI music models have been around for a while, but 11 Labs came out a bit later just because they wanted to make sure that it was really, really good. It's the same thing with all of their products. I just think they're high quality, and first of all, I love being able to use a product that's just really high quality, but I love to be able to talk about a product and push it to people and recommend it to people when you really believe in it, So
how do you get over the
very
whole,
enjoyable.
like, I'm selling something when I'm making this YouTube video versus I'm trying to inform you about something?
That's a really good question. I think if you focus on the value you provide and you just try to make it as valuable as possible, people won't mind selling. And I never feel like I'm selling if I'm actually like teaching you how to get really good value out of it. And so for some of our recent videos, for example, we're showing AI workflows or how to achieve like specific viral hooks or turning yourself into like a video game character. But my goal with these videos is first to provide value so people think just that content alone was good enough to consume, and then they can kind of go on with their day. But if they then decide to go further and explore more of the content we're creating or discover what 11 Labs is and go and use the products, that's something else. But I think you provide value first and the rest kind of just does itself. And that's been my I guess my motto since day one. And I figured that out early on YouTube. Having really nice editing and a fancy camera setup and everything's really nice. But if you provide value, people are going to be grateful and thankful, and they're going to enjoy your content because they feel like they're learning. And if a viewer leaves your content satisfied, they'll remember you and they'll happily watch you again. And they'll happily check out your product without you even asking. So provide value is the number one goal.
Within the team at 11 Labs and the people that you interact with, who surprised you?
That's a good question. I mean, the person I work the closest with is James. James is a high performer. He does so many things in his personal life and at work. I'm just very, very impressed. When you get him on the show, you'll see it firsthand, and you've spoken to him as well. It's just pretty nuts. But there are so many different individuals at 11 Labs that are just dialed in and that are
Like who?
really good at a few specific things. I mean, first of all, Matty, the CEO, co-founder, I've spoken to him a few times. You understand how the company is moving in the direction that it is. Then you got Luke, you got Sam, quite a few people. And the company's grown so much over the past 6 months. I believe we've gone from like 150 to now 250, close to 300 if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it's pretty wild.
And I want to look outside of 11 Labs a little bit. When you look at the space of people doing video in the context of tech, who does it well?
Oh,
like, I know there's the mafia, right? Like, we've had on half of them, but like the Tim Zahls, the Claires, the Bryans of the world. I'm probably missing on the Synthesia teams. They all do it incredibly well. Outside of that small mafia that seems to exist, and you guys know each other incredibly well, who do you look at and go, wow, like they're really playing well in that space?
That's a good question. I can't remember the name, but Hrefs, their YouTube channel, that was super solid.
Really?
Yeah, they had some high quality content there.
What did you like about it?
the first of all, just the editing and the way they delivered the content was really good, but the value, I think just the value in there, if you know, like delivering value when it comes to educational content, and all SaaS companies should be doing this, but if you know how to deliver value in a way that's enjoyable, it just makes the video so easy to watch, and it's just very impressive. And it's actually a lot harder than you think. And even I'm still trying to get better at it day to day, but yeah, otherwise it's funny you ask that, because
I know you don't live
outside of-
chronically online. Like me.
Outside of the bubble I'm kind of in, I don't consume too much. I'm more about like paying attention to who's close already, you know?
Awesome. Alec, look, last question before you go. I want to know if there's a concept that you could run a video with at 11 Labs. What is the one that's sort of like tinkering in your mind? You're like, I haven't got to do that yet.
Oh, that's a very good question. A concept at 11 Labs.
You've done the VO3 work for like the workflows in conjunction with 11 Labs' tools. You've done a bunch of other ones that I know are coming out, or likely to come out in the future, just because of the space that we operate in, and I can see how it all comes together. What is it that you're like, oh my God, this would push the boundary of what we're able to do?
So I would love to. So we already dive deep into a few different AI workflows, and I still think I'm scratching the surface, and not many people have gone so deep where you're like, your mind is blown, because I know for a fact that the things you can achieve with AI in content is insane. It's just so hard to get to that level. And so something I would love to do is to do like an hour-long video going deep into how to make like a Hollywood style or a Hollywood production type music video, something like that, from start to finish, everything with AI, because it is doable and I've seen it. It's just, for now, it takes a lot of time just to be able to get to that level. But I'd love to be able to teach something like that soon.
That sounds insane. Alec, this has been a genuine pleasure, because I've worked so damn hard to get you on this show. This has been fun. Look,
well, thanks for inviting
You've
me.
got an open slot, my friend. Like, whenever you want to come on, you know, I will talk content with you and the team any day of the week.
I'd love to do it again.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much for the time. Ciao. That was Alec on the show with us, talking to us about all things 11 Labs, all things content, and more broadly, how AI plays into this. You know, Alec is one of those few people that deeply understands the craft. He's very, very, very good at creating videos with AI and integrating all of these different tools in a way. And, you know, we didn't get to touch on specifically on the content automations and the content workflows that they have over there, but what he's involved with. But some of that insight around how they think about it and the way that they use it, and the sort of the emphasis on audio as a first, not just because they work for 11 Labs, but because it is the source of all interaction. It's something to take note of, right? When we think about content today, we will watch a video in 180p or whatever it is, of like 340, grainy. But if the audio is crisp, hey, I'll watch that thing every day of the week. It doesn't matter. And I can just stick my headphones in and I sort of get the gist. I think there's something lovely there, right? And what they're building in that very small, very high agency team is very much aligned to like how 11 Labs operates. And we're going to definitely have more interviews with the team over time. The stream so far, we are 4 hours and 40 minutes in. This is usually where we end it, but we've got 3 more guests to come on. We have had Brian from REVEL, Colm, Lee-Roche from OpenAI. We've had Nico from Singulate, Ben from V talking about Fabric 1.0. We've had Andrea from Thrad talking about all things AI and LLMs and advertising. We've had Soma from ETA Technologies talking about founder psychology and the psychometric testing they do and how it's all not woo-woo. We had the Grace Andrews on the show to talk all things her life and how she's approaching it post leaving flight. Bryony, Cooper from PT1 talking Europe, what it does well, what it doesn't do well, the thesis at PT1 and the landscape that she's been in for the last couple of years. And our most latest guest, Alec, talking all things 11 Labs and content. Our latest guest is in the waiting room. We're going to let him in now. Elliot, my friend, how are we? How are we doing? I'm doing incredibly well, my friend. How are you? Like, what's going on? How's life at Lovable? Is it something special right now?
Every day, so it's a lot of new like crack people, and yeah, it's interesting to like see all of these new faces, and once you like meet a person, it's like, oh, this is some new guy, and then you get to know them, and you realize this is like this could be a really good friendship, which is great.
I love it. Look, my friend, I want to get through the intro background with you super quickly because like we don't want to focus on the path. Lovable is all about the future. And from my research, right, from what I understand, you are the youngest person ever in history to be working at $1 billion company, a unicorn. So congratulations. I think that's freaking amazing. 16 years old. Tell me all about it. Like, give me some intro, give me some background.
Yeah. So I mean, I've always loved building stuff. I built a lot with Legos when I was a kid, and played a lot of Minecraft and such. But when I was around 11, I got computers to my school, and nobody in my class wanted to do schoolwork on these computers. Everybody wanted to play games. But my school had blocked the IP address to all these websites like Pac-Man and such, where you could play the game. So no one was able to do that. And then me and a friend found out about this platform called Scratch, where you could build your own games just by like dragging and dropping blocks built to like try to emulate code, but in a way that's understandable for a little child. And we started building our own games in Scratch and like let the other kids play them, and like that feeling of seeing someone use something that I've built and like put my love into was really amazing. And so I wanted to keep doing that, right? So I started like programming, getting more into like learning Python and such, and I eventually stumbled upon AI around some years after the AlphaZero release. So I played a lot of chess. So I got like interested in AlphaZero and like, yeah.
Really interesting. That's very early.
Yeah. I think AlphaZero was released 2000. I think I found out about like AI in the first place around 2021, maybe later, a couple years after AlphaZero. But that's how I got into AI. And then like when GPT-3 was released, but mainly like GPT 3.5 with ChatGPT, I felt like now I have gathered all these skills and I want to apply them to something and do something with them. So I started building like a ChatGPT wrapper startup, which was AI customer service platform for e-commerce brands, like super random. I had no experience in the e-commerce industry like whatsoever, but I kind of tried, and I got a couple brands like interested in the service. And I think it's a lot like when you see I was 14 at that time, and like when people see this like young kid like trying to get into their space, they want to help like naturally. And so yeah, that's been great.
Tell me a little bit about growth and engineering, right? Like obviously Lovable is moving at an incredible pace right now, right? You're scaling like no one's business. The $200 million round, valuing it over like, I think it's 1.4, 1.7 billion. What's your thesis on growth and engineering internally? Like what's the vibe? How are you thinking about it?
Yeah, I mean, we've have to do like a lot of first principles thinking, like these days when AI and technology is moving so fast, you can't look at like the old frameworks and how other companies are doing it. Like we look at the kind of tech companies of the 2010s, and like all of their strategies and everything is outdated. Yeah, it's invent new kind of teams and frameworks for
Because
Lovable to
everything's
operate in.
moving at such pace, right? Like you're almost rewriting the playbook for what it means for growth, what it means for engineering today. And do you take inspiration from companies like first principle thinking, as like a SpaceX as an example? It's like let's get it out there. Let's really think from first principles, but then also at the same time look at the tech companies and try and go like, how do we build a base understanding of like what we can build on top of, but also an infrastructure that allows us, or a scaffolding that allows us to scale super fast.
I think we have had some growth pains, like adding more people. But I mean, like we've focused a lot, like in our engineering efforts, like talking a lot to users and like having focus on just making the current user experience as great as possible, compared to like a lot of other companies that we see today in AI as well, that like spread their focus very thin and don't actually make like one actually really great product. And that's kind of what we're trying to do.
I've got to ask, how do you make Lovable lovable? There are
Yeah.
like little bits in it. For example, when you log in, it says most recently signed in with like the Google login or the Apple login. Like these small nuances, I find sort of add delightment to the product. Do you go out of your way to do that? Or is that something that just happens because it's just the culture internally?
That's a great question, and we've gotten like a lot of love from the community and people because of that feature. And I mean, it's kind of when you create a space for people to be creative, those kinds of things naturally come, and it's like we don't really have a problem that we have too few ideas that we want to do and like a few paths to pursue, but it's more that we have too many and they have to say no to a lot of things. But yeah, it's a lot like you think, okay, what would I find like? You always have to think from a user's perspective.
Do you
And
use
I think
Lovable
this,
in your daily workflow?
yeah, we basically all of the people at Lovable internally use it. Whether it's like designers, I know the designers use it a lot. We have one guy who was like he added a feature, I don't remember what it was, but to Lovable, and it's like, fuck, now I've basically automated my job and the designers don't need me anymore. One of the and it's like the designers use it a lot to like prototype faster, and we use it a lot for like internal tools, visualizing stuff. So it's used a lot internally as well.
What are you most proud of about the product? Is there a specific feature? Is there something that it's done incredibly well compared to others? What are you most proud of?
Yeah, I think I'm really proud of like the feeling and brand that Lovable gives. Like I think all of the other like vibe coding platforms, if you want to say so, they don't really give you a kind of feeling. It's just they kind of pretty like I really love the design of Lovable because I think it emulates a lot of our culture internally as well. So I'm really proud of like the brand and design that we have built up around Lovable.
Why did you want to work there? Of all of these, hyperscalable companies that are in the Nordics right now, why does Lovable the one for you? Why did it feel like home?
Yeah, I mean, I've known Anton for the founder for a couple years now, and I just knew that I think that he has like a unique skill in attracting talent that I don't think a lot of other people in the world has, and that's basically the reason why we have grown so fast, because like all these amazing people he's been able to gather. So it's like I want to kind of be under that leadership.
What did you like about him, like that relationship that you've built over the last couple of years? What made you gravitate towards him outside of just exceptional talent?
Yeah, it's I think he's put a lot of his own values onto Lovable, and I think that's kind of how you build a generational company. You put your own culture values on your environment rather than taking the values from the environment and putting them on you. And I think we've because of the companies and we've set up, which I think is great.
I love it. Look, I want to talk a little bit about you, about the ecosystem in the Nordics and the quote unquote entrepreneurship or lack of it that exists there. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, we've got some incredible companies cropping up across all of the new Nordics. Like, as someone who's like in the thick of it right now, what do you see amongst your peers, amongst, growing up? Like, where does the drive come from? Or if there is one, do you have to find it yourself?
I think generally it's always gonna be that you kind of have to find it yourself somehow, but it definitely helps. And like we have Klarna, we have Skype, we have Spotify, King. Like there's a ton of companies coming out from Sweden and Finland and Denmark and Norway as well. But I think like seeing those companies really motivate you to like it's definitely possible. Like I think back in 2020 we had this company that Depict, which Anton was also a co-founder of, and was like one of the first YC companies from Sweden. And like in the last 3 years, we have kind of doubled the amount of YC companies coming out of Sweden. And I think that is a lot because of what like Depict set, and a lot of the people working at Lovable and co-founding these YC startups are former Depict employees. So I think it's like seeing other people, from your background, achieve those stuff helps a lot.
I can't even begin to imagine. It must be awesome to look at the world and be like, I know the town you came from. Like, I know a couple of people, and just that proximity gives you the energy to keep building.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you're looking at the ecosystem today, is like, for you, do you think that you'll stay on a Lovable long term? It's like where you want to sort of hone the craft of what it means to like be a part of a hyperscalable company? Or is like long term, do you think like, because you are incredibly talented, you'll step out and go and do your own thing at some point? Does that come into your mind?
I think eventually I want to build my own thing, but I mean at the same time I think this is the best place to learn right now. It's like these kind of companies being as early stage as I've been at these kinds of companies, that doesn't happen. Like it maybe happens once in a decade or something. So I need to like actually be really care about this, like learning the most. So I think I will stay here for a while, but eventually I will probably start my own thing.
The itch is always there. I'd love to ask, do you, like, because you are so young, do you bring a different flavor of how you look at the world to the product? Because you talked about like growing up playing Minecraft as an example. Not everyone has done that. And like there are some incredible like growth aspects or sort of nuances of Minecraft that could probably or potentially be applied to the Lovable product. Do you see yourself like using tools or games and things you've interacted with more and more and trying to drag in those experiences into the Lovable product?
Yeah, I think so I first want to say that a lot of people working at Lovable have played Minecraft as
Oh
kids.
yeah, love it.
But yeah, I mean, it's
Mm.
yeah, I think especially I played a lot of chess as a kid, as I said before, and I think that like playing chess is really great as a kid because it's kind of puts you into always planning and being strategic about everything you do and how you think about stuff. And so I think chess has been really helpful in kind of my journey and working at Lovable as well, like how we position ourselves and strategically. Yeah.
How do you look up to any of the Nordic founders? And when you think about these greats, these titans of industry within the context of startups, who do you look at aside from Anton,
Yeah.
obviously?
Yeah, I mean, Anton is great, and I mean, it's obviously like from Sweden we have Daniel Ek, who is really impressive, and I think he kind of stands apart as the only one who's actually built a kind of generational defining company from the Nordics.
Did you use Spotify in the early days?
I mean, I was Spotify had been around for like 4 years.
Do you use it now? Who else outside of the Nordics do you look at and think like, wow, I like the way they think. Wow, they've built an incredible company. I would love to not emulate, but take some of those best learnings.
Like founder, I like to say founder of Singapore, because he's been able to take like a country from like absolute poverty, like they got rejected by everybody, and turn it into this like super ultra modern, really peaceful and great country, and with a lot of culture as well. And I think it's like being pragmatic, and I think he truly like emulates first principle thinking, and like I think Lee Kuan Yew is someone I definitely try to be like.
That is so interesting. I've never looked at it from that perspective. What do you take away from that and apply into your own world?
It's I think he talks about it, but it's kind of like always looking at things from different perspectives is very important. So it's very important then to like get as much context from different people as possible to be able to like understand their view, and then like you should first like you should always try to understand other people. And I think like talking to customers is of course like that's the most important thing in a company. And like then you can't just talk to customer, you have to understand the customer and why they're saying stuff.
How do you do that? Aside from like the generic user interview, like how do you get down to the core of like how they use the product, the problems that they have?
Yeah, it's I mean it's That's the billion-dollar question, I would say. But I mean, it's different to everybody, and it's like based on, you know, when I come into like if I have a call, we often take at Lovable like random calls with either people in the Discord or someone who has a problem. Like at first you had no idea what their problem is, and like why they're so mad. But then like as you talk to them and ask more questions based on what they answer, you get into like I think it's just a lot about practice and kind of doing it a lot.
I want to ask you about what you needed growing up to really supercharge this drive. Do you think that the Nordic or the Swedish ecosystem is missing something at an educational level that you missed out on? Do you think it was not enough of the hacker houses? I know that the guys at Wave Ventures the team at Wave Ventures is doing an incredible job of trying to build out like Founders House. What did you feel like you missed? But you look back now and you're like, oh God, I wish I had that.
Yeah, I think it's very hard for me to like look back at okay what caused this drive, but I can look back and say like improvements that I would like it when I was. So Sweden, for example, has like obligatory school until 16, and when I was like 14, 15, I was really pissed at like the education system. Like it's not built for exceptional people, and it's just built for the average person. I mean, I think if there were more kind of clubs, even at that like age, for really ambitious people, that I think there exist such clubs, but I didn't have access to them, or I didn't know about them. So I think if we could make that more like we should talk more about the exceptional people and try to motivate everybody to do something truly exceptional to help humanity.
No, I feel you. There is a need for exceptional talent, right? Like just to allow them to go and get it done. I think half the fun, or like at least half the chaos, is getting over that curve of society, right? And
Yeah.
you have to go through it to become exceptional. And I think in your case, it was very much one of those situations where like at 14, you're ready to cut it out and like, no, I'm ready to go. And yeah, I truly believe there needs to be more of an outlet. I don't know if dropping out is the right thing to do. Maybe you disagree with me on that. But there is definitely like, there needs to be almost like an offshoot where you're allowed to go and try and build out these projects, and a space for like titans to interact with this younger demographic and actively have a conversation and actively have a dialogue. I think that's the beauty of the valley, right? It's that serendipity that comes into it.
Yeah. And I think like the teachers that I talked to at least had a very like tunnel vision, and they were like, you have to go to school and be there for 3 years and do like, you can't do what you're doing and yada yada. Like my maths. But it was very hard for them to understand, like, I want to do this thing. And it's like, at that time, I was really into like machine learning. And I was like, okay, now I'm learning about the chain rule. And you're sitting here and telling me about like Pythagoras theorem. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, why should I be here? And that was really annoying for me. But I mean, it's I think it should be some, as you say, like some way to just go your own path. And I
And
think like you learn way more if you explore your interests. So.
I've been talking about this a lot offline, and I think it's in the cultural zeitgeist of the world right now. It's like today, it feels safer for you to try and build something, actively go and do entrepreneurship, actively try and build a startup, in whatever context that it might be, and learn on the go, because AI is going to take a huge amount of these roles away, or at least take them away in the sense of all of this manual process that wasn't really valuable is now going to be done by the LLMs. And today there needs to be more than just value add. There needs to be more than just like, I just punch numbers in. It's got to be, there is something that I've done that I can apply to this logic. And I think you feel the same way.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of contrary to what I've said before, but I think we will have to build a lot of stuff in the physical world and like move away a bit from the world of bits into the world of atoms. And so I think if you're not going to build something exceptional, you should get into some kind of physical labor, whether that's a plumber or if construction. I think we need way more construction workers, and I think they should be paid way more. That's so. I think that's kind of the two paths.
Dude, I love the contrarian take.
Yep.
It's like I agree. We've optimized for bits and we haven't optimized for atoms. And so like we're playing catch up almost with ourselves. If we've gone so deep into computers and software and technology, well, where's the infrastructure for the road, for the buildings, for steel, etc.? Like, why could we need to push that energy and push that capital into those? This has been an absolute pleasure, my friend. I'm looking forward to having an ongoing conversation with you over the course of this show. This has been awesome. I'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Thanks for the time. That was Elliot on the show with us from Lovable, talking all things growth engineering in the Swedish ecosystem. 16 years old. What an incredible talent. How awesome is that? Wanted to drop out at 14 and was raring to go. Developed a relationship with Anton over the years and has now been working at Lovable, where he's honing the craft, but he's also deeply thinking about the future. You can see someone that isn't just caught up in the chaos of it all, but someone that is like actively trying to figure out where they sit in all of this, but has a mind of his own. I think that Lovable has, from what I understand, has really created a space for that. And like he said, Anton can attract talent like no one's business. And they've been very thoughtful with that talent. Our next guest is already in the green room. We're going to let him in. We've got some breaking news. Moises from Drill Surgeries is back from the roadshow. Moises, how are we?
I'm very happy to be here.
Oh, dude, it's an absolute pleasure. Thanks so much for coming back on the show. I want to know, how was the roadshow? We left you when you were just about going out. I think it was the next day. How was it?
It was nonstop. It was 10 flights in 10 days, an average of 3 hours of sleep per day.
Oh,
it was tiring, but worth it.
Did it remind you of like why you got into all of this? When you were sitting in those hospitals, the waiting around, the like, I want to go spend time with my dad. Was it like deja vu?
Well, it was a little bit like that, on the sense of my dad was always like, please, son, Moises, do not be a sales rep, because you spend the whole day in the car going from one hospital to the other. And I'm like, I listen to you, Dad. Now I spend my whole day in airports going from one hospital to another.
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
What's the American ecosystem like at the moment? Was it quite easy explaining the offering and showing them, or did they not get it? Oh, wow.
At Kentucky University Hospital, or the vice chair of innovation at Cleveland Clinic. And we get in with the top people in the industry. And for us, especially for me, it's a very simple proposition. I just sit down with them. I ask a couple of questions about their experience doing the surgery. And then I say, well, if that's how you feel, if that's the struggles that you've experienced or the needs that you see you need in the operating room, this is what we've been working on. And then I get to share what we've built within 15 minutes. And for me personally, it was easy because we built strong relationships with the top people. So we had that reputation behind us. And then we also happen to have the best technology. So for them, it's a no-brainer.
Have they seen this technology before? Or for them, is it just new?
So many of them have heard of mixed reality.
Right.
To be honest, like mixed reality is a growing field within the healthcare ecosystem. Like in 2016, there was maybe 1-2 papers published around it. One of our KOLs was the first doctor to do an operation with mixed reality back in 2013. And over the past 5 years, there's been like a 10x or a 100x increase in publications in medical journals about the use of augmented reality, mixed reality in the operating room. So you can see this growth, exponential growth, about doctors wanting to use mixed reality. It just happens that there is not enough useful solutions that are commercially available. So not all doctors have used it. But because they've read about it, they've seen their colleagues publish about it, they want to be part of it. And when they get to see our technology in this case being super easy to use and super easy to test, because you can test it in your own operating room, in your own office, then it's a very straightforward learning process for them. It's something they feel very comfortable with.
It brings to life the product instantly, I guess. So for them, they don't have to go and sit in and wait for someone to operate on. For them, it's like you can pitch it there and then and actively show the value that it creates.
Indeed, exactly, 100%.
Talk to me a little about like some of the news you've got out. I saw some commentary about FDA.
So like, wow, I just got goosebumps. So that's something we've been working on for a long time. And I think this is the first time I'm going to say it publicly, but we got FDA clearance.
We'll bring the we've got the gong. We're going to gong you in. Right, FDA clearance.
We got
Absolutely
it, man.
Amazing.
We got it.
How is that process? How long has this been?
To put into perspective, what FDA clearance means is when you build a tech product, you build it, you launch, you sell. Doesn't work, you relaunch the next week, no problems. Within healthcare, you cannot do that because you're building something that's going to be used on patients, something that's going to have real impact, and it's highly regulated. So we've got different levels of regulations, class 1, class 2, class 3. What matters here is it takes tens of millions of dollars to reach there. It takes years, if not decades, to reach FDA clearance. And we've done a sprint over the past 3 years. And within 3 years, we've finished developing the product. We documented, talked with the regulators, and got clearance in a record time at a fraction of the cost that many of the multi-billion-dollar corporations have to spend.
How have you been able to do this?
That's our mode. We move fast. We don't break things because we're in healthcare. And as I like to say, we don't mind sleeping in couches, and we are very smart guys.
And does the medical space just not have that at the moment? And so you're able to move at a speed that no one else is moving at?
We just don't have the internal bureaucracy that medical technology companies have.
Right.
Like a big company like Johnson & Johnson, Stryker, Zimmer Biomet, they cannot focus on regulation of new products because they're already making billions selling implants, pieces
and
of
so the incentives aren't there.
But then when it comes to medical technology startups, these all come from either engineers or people that are very highly embedded within the healthcare ecosystem, which means they think the process is X, Y, Z. But we are London-based, we are entrepreneurs, we are scrappy. So if we find a way that by talking with the regulator of this top company, we get insights into certain loopholes, or if we get to talk with the FDA regulators early on, just because we are very smart about where to find them, instead of having to pay an agency $1 million just to get that report. Smart about our journey.
What does this mean for the company? Because the FDA approval globally is so recognized, does it open up new territories, or does it just mean you can go full tilt in the US?
So this means we are no longer a research and development company, and we can start generating sales today.
Oh, wow.
Which
Okay.
is massive. Now, in some places, the revenue generating process is longer than in others, but it can go from anywhere from 1 week to 3 months. And yes, the US market is the key territory that this unlocks, but FDA is regulated everywhere. Like in the Middle East, for example, all you have to do if you want to trade in the Middle East is fulfill paperwork. That's a matter of 1 or 2 weeks. And then you can start selling in a new region. And it's similar in many other regions across the globe. So we don't have to go through the same 3 years to launch in 20 different regions. It's a matter of weeks and a piece of paper.
That's insane. And so it carries all of that weight. You've done the R&D, you can now start selling. Obviously, last time we talked a lot about America being the kind of target territory to begin with. Are you looking at expanding outside of that now? Or is it very much focused on, we want to deeply understand the US and then branch out into maybe like a Middle East, Singapore as an example?
Yeah, so very good point. So we've got our hands full on the US market.
It's a hard bull to wrangle, isn't it?
It's the biggest names, it's the highest reputation, but that doesn't mean we don't have the interest across Europe. Like just a couple of weeks ago, I was speaking at the podcast of the Spanish Society of Orthopedics and Trauma. A week ago, my co-founder, he was speaking at the World Orthopedic Conference. We've got so much inbound from surgeons across Spain, Germany, Italy, all these many places that we are here to serve them. So the moment we get CE marking, because we are just a software product, we are ready to sell to them as well.
How does this change, or does it change what's moving, like what you do moving forward? Has this always been the goal and it's just been teed up perfectly post the roadshow that you're able to now like go, well, we can sell it to you now, and it's not just R&D? Or has it changed the product roadmap slightly?
Well, the goal has always been to improve the way in which doctors operate and improve the patient outcome. That's been my mission. And this has been the way to do it. Now, we are FDA clear. There's doctors that want this. And to be honest, because of the inbound, their roadmap has slightly changed. Like we launched with a product that was only for the arm. Mm-hmm. We are now launching with the FDA with a product that's ready for the arm and legs operations. But we've got a whole system that allows doctors to plan surgeries before you have to go into the operating room. So you can be in your office planning them in a 3D environment. But we also have a pipeline that allows you to operate shoulders and a pipeline that allows you to operate on spine. So getting FDA clearance has opened the doors to an US market. It's opening the doors to an international market, but it's attracting so many doctors that's increasing what we can do exponentially as well.
What's hard right now for you? So the bottleneck now isn't we need the clearance. It's, well, we need to be able to service all of these people, all of these incredible doctors, all of these patients. So what's difficult right now? What's the bottleneck?
So we've got 2 bottlenecks at the moment. One is Europe. And I say Europe in the sense of we secured FDA approval over the past couple of months, and we are ready to get CE marking. All that we are missing, it's the audit. It's to get someone within the European ecosystem to come over, visit us, and give us the check. That's it. We don't have to do any more work. We just need a visit. It only happens that there's a huge waiting list. We've been waiting for the past 6 months to get that visit. And of course, we were not going to get it over the summer months. So hopefully we are aiming to get it in the next few weeks. So that has been the first bottleneck to start selling in Europe. And then the second bottleneck is the way in which hospitals work in the US. Now we've done the hard work, which is convincing the doctors. Now the next stage is to convince the CFOs, the money people, the procurement officers. The good part is that we only have to do this once or twice in 1 or 2 hospitals across the US, because the US buys from the US. So now we're going to Johns Hopkins. We'll be operating the patients. Will take a couple of months before we start generating revenue there as a way to get our foot in the door in the market. But once we do that, the whole country is open for us. So yes, it's a bottleneck of, again, 2-3 more months before revenue generation. But once we get there, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be very, very good, Viraj.
And I think that what's lovely there is like what you said, America buys from America. And if you've got this signal of John Hopkins using the product, this beacon of medical excellence across the US and possibly across the world, right? It just signals to the market that you are there and we are here and like we are ready, because this has already been happening for a couple of months.
Indeed. And we are not going to behave like a startup anymore. Like we've already used all the tricks of a startup to get here. Now we are a medical device company. We are no longer scrappy. We are launching publicly next month at the Orthopedics and Trauma Conference in Phoenix. We are making a splash at the conference. We are inviting a bunch of the doctors that have been using our technology across the US, but also internationally. We are going to be making a lot of noise within the healthcare industry now.
Can I ask, around the CFO conversation that you've got to have with these hospitals, what are their problems? Like where do you fit into how they think about planning or financially planning? Is it optimizing for cost, or is it they see this as a revenue generator?
So on the case of the US, it's a matter of how much money are you making me? So if I spend $500, how many thousands are you giving me? But it also depends on the regions. Like, for example, in regions like Spain, like if there's a private hospital network that we work with, if they have the opportunity of saying, oh, we use intraoperative artificial intelligence, that means as a private hospital, they can charge 600 euros more, 1,000 euros more per surgery, because you are giving something that no one else can. So the hospital, yes, can charge more money, but at the same time, the hospital, because they offer this, they attract more patients. So then you can start that revenue generating model. So for them is you're giving them more money, you're attracting more patients. So different regions have different strategies.
And from the Europe's perspective, you talk about this waiting list that you're on, and it's very difficult to just get the check off someone to come and visit you. Why is the waiting list so long? Is it just bureaucracy? Is it something else?
So the waiting list for patients in this case is you get patients in, but there's a whole bureaucratic ecosystem in which you have to go through someone to have a look at you, someone to decide whether you should go to this specialist or that specialist. And then this other specialist has a different view than what this person said, which means they redirect you to another specialist. It's not that well streamlined. So there's many things, many layers of paperwork, of people involved in any patient that's assigned at any point, basically.
How do you feel about all of this right now? Do you feel like you're in a good place, that the company is like ready to start generating revenue? Obviously that's amazing, but there's also a different level of intensity that's now going to be required. You've come out the scrappy startup and you're transitioning into the mentality of we are a medical company. And there is a level of level-headedness that comes with that. How are you thinking about all of this right now?
The strongest people around me. On the clinical side and the technical side, we already talked about it. We've got my co-founder, Dr. Joan Ferraz, which means we understand the way doctors think from the get-go. But now that we are selling, we also have my new left hand, my deal maker. So he is Dean Sikria. He is a member of our board. He is the former head of marketing for Johnson & Johnson. He led the digital health division across 25 countries. He was the head of strategy at Pfizer. Like, yes, I'm entering the US from London, but my team is it's boots on the ground in the US with decades of experience on the commercial side of things. So I couldn't be stronger to attack this market now.
Oh, this is going to be fun. Do you after the US, what's next then? I know it's a difficult beast to wrangle, and it's probably going to be a significantly long time of just getting entrenched into the ecosystem, etc. But post that, Europe is obviously, I assume, next up, and then beyond that, do you look at how you can reduce the cost over time so you can access some of these more developing markets?
Less time with zero days and with a higher percentage of success rate.
Mm-hmm.
Now, for example, in 2021, in 2022, I was in Africa. I was in Uganda. I was working at this clinic in rural Uganda. They had one X-ray machine that could take one X-ray every 30 minutes. So definitely this is not the type of place where you want to break a bone to undertake a surgery like this. So if there's a point in time in which manufacturers and distributors find a way to bring these implants to help these doctors in these clinics for these patients, even if they get access to the tools, they'll still need a way to operate on patients, because it's very rare that anyone's going to donate a $3 million X-ray machine. But with our system, which is a handful of $100, you can make that happen.
And also you can upskill everyone faster.
Exactly. So there's always a way to expand further than what we are doing. There's always a way, and we are here to help.
I love it. During this process of R&D, I assume there's been some financial backing, because R&D is very much it's a long time frame that you're looking at. In your case, maybe not as long as people might have imagined. And the moment that you start generating revenue, you must be quite happy and thinking about how do we supercharge this thing? How do we take advantage of it?
Yeah, indeed. So that's the thing. Right now, I only raised what I needed to do what I wanted to do. We didn't over dilute ourselves. We didn't take money we didn't need. We didn't take money from people we didn't want. So
you're very curated around who sits on the board,
yes.
Who you gave equity to, etc.
100%. No institutional investors have been introduced until now. No institutional investors are in our cap table. They've all been entrepreneurs, exited medical technology founders, CEOs from global multinationals, people that know how to manage thousands of people in workforce, people that have built workforce of over 1,000, people that have reached over $1 billion in valuation. So definitely people we can learn from. And now that we are reaching the next stage, this is something that's also been the result of the momentum. Our goal was, we've got enough resources, we can sell, we'll do a small soft launch. But as we were doing the roadshow, we stopped by San Francisco. And over the past 5 weeks, over the past 5 days or 10 days now, we secured $800,000 in commitments from the best angels you can imagine, all through inbound. We didn't open around, we didn't say anything. We did the roadshow, we stopped ISF, we talked to some people, we went to a couple of podcasts, and people started calling, and they are like, and if we give you 300K, and this is a single individual, and then you get another one that says, what about this? And it's amazing people. It's the type of people I want to have around me to propel the next phase. So we're like, hell yeah, let's do it. So we got $800,000. We are going to open a round tomorrow, and the goal is to cross 50 hospitals, 50 paying hospitals within the next 12 months.
Incredible.
In order to cross over 10 million ARR within the next 18 months.
10 million ARR in the next 18 months. Jesus, for a medical device.
Yes.
Whoa, that's the goal. Quick. Wow.
That's the goal.
This is insane. So not only, like, I think that's just serendipity of the valley, right? It's like what we're trying to create in Europe, and like, how do we do that? It's unmatched. It's undefeated.
It's gonna be a ride.
It's going to be a hell of a ride, my friend. I'm looking forward to like documenting this process with you. We'll have to get you back on post raise, but I'm so happy that you were able to share this on the show with us. We deeply love you over here.
Thank you so much, my friend. It's my pleasure.
Looking forward to seeing you soon. When you're back in the country, or whichever country you're in currently, I'm looking forward to seeing you.
Very, very soon, my friend.
Thanks so much for the time. Thanks, Moises.
Thank you. Bye.
That was Moises on the show talking to us all things FDA and how they are now approved in the US. We know that it's awesome. We're so happy for them that they can now start moving forward and start this raise process. As you heard, they've already got 800K in commitments. They're going to open a round, and they're going for 10 million ARR in the next 18 months. Mind-boggling. We are getting into the end game of this stream. The energy is still there. We're 5.5 hours in. It's the longest stream yet, with the most amount of guests and the largest, most valuable docket ever put together in Ventures history. And so we are incredible that you have tuned in for all of this time. Our last guest isn't with us right now, but will be with us very, very, very shortly. We're looking forward to having him in. I believe he's probably waking up right now, but it's going to be a blast. We've got the Actioners Residency on next. But before we get into this last segment, one, if you're enjoying the show, you've got to like and subscribe. You've got to enjoy it. You've got to get involved, right? We've got to have you on the show, but also we need you to spam that like button. Oh, wow, I sound like a YouTuber. We'd love you to engage with the show. If you want to consume it, if you want to be part of like this renaissance that we're creating and documenting and commentating on, make sure to follow us on YouTube, follow us on LinkedIn. We're moving to other platforms as well, and we'll make sure that we're streaming across all of them so that you can consume this as and when you need. And then secondly, like feedback. We love it. We love you guys on the show. We love having the most incredible minds across the block and the world, as you'll soon realize. We want to know, who do we need to bring on? Who are these untapped talents across the block that we actively need to talk to? And we're here for it. This is why the show exists. We're creating this renaissance. And so far, let's give you a recap. We had Brian on the show first from REVEL, talking all things REVEL Hackathon, how it came about, how it was this serendipitous moment of getting on a plane and going to Stockholm to see Project Europe's Project Lovable. And then meeting Kitty and Harry Stebbings, Kitty Mayo and Harry Stebbings, talking to them, feeding off that energy. The man told his wife that they weren't going on holiday and made their way to Stockholm. Insane. They're doing the REVEL Hackathon now. It's very much focused around how can we leverage the REVEL product at the center of all of this, but has grown larger because it does not exist in a place. The world is engaging with it. On the flip side, it's also deeply important for robotics because as we have more of these humanoids come to life, we want them being able to do certain things. And so the REVEL Hackathon is all about that. Colm, Lee-Roche, was on the show talking all things GTM from OpenAI. If there's anyone doing GTM well, it's them, right? Talking about motions, talking about what it's actually like to actively work at that company. But more importantly, how do you get into something like this? And I think that is deeply cool. We had Nico on the show from Singulate talking about hyper-personalization and how the value of large language models and large reasoning models and where that product is going in the future, how they aren't just shoehorned into marketing, but actually this goes beyond just marketing technologies and marketing. It goes into education. It goes into comms. Imagine having everything curated towards you in the way that you need it so that you understand it. Government policies in a way that you understand it. There's something beautiful that's being built at Singulate, and I think the serendipity of that team coming together is not as serendipitous as one might think. Actually, it's years of just being in the right places at the right times with the right technologies. We then had Ben on the show, who is senior director of product at VEED, talking to us about Fabric 1.0. They dropped last night, and we've got them on the show. That's how fast we move out here. Yeah, there's no lie, there's no waiting around. We make sure we deliver you value. Talking to us about how they built the product, how he thinks about products, and how Fabric gets integrated into that Veed ecosystem of creation, not just editing. We touch on some of the upsides and the downsides, how it's come about. We definitely need to have a deep dive with some of the team that has built out the model. We then had Andrea on from Thrad, not Thrads, Thrad now. So forgive me if I get it wrong. The man is guerrilla marketing at its core. He's probably going to be the next version of Rory Sunderland in many ways, in the way that he thinks about advertising. But you can see that he loves the craft. There is something generational about what he's building in Thrad. And most people will bucket it into a ChatGPT or a Claude and be like, no, don't run ads. When in fact, actually, this could be bolted into any large language model chat functionality. And they'll only begin to expand into multimodal potentially. Really love the conversation with Andrea. It's always great fun talking to him. We then had Soma on the show talking all things founder psychology. That was great, getting an insight into the psychometric testing of what makes great founders and how maybe it isn't as woo as we all might think. We had the Grace Andrews on the show talking to us all things Grace Andrews. It was a very laid back, transparent conversation around what she's doing for the future and how this all comes together. And Bryony was then on after her, Bryony Cooper, talking to us about PT1, prop tech, GP, being a GP in Europe, and what did the European ecosystem need at this point in time? We then had Alec from 11 Labs talking to us all things content and social in the context of AI. Then we had Elliot from Lovable, 60 years old, working at $1 billion unicorn. And then we've just had Moises from Drill Surgeries, who's announced some breaking news that they have got FDA clearance and are now full tilt ready to sell in the US. They are ready to rock and roll. We're looking forward to bringing him back on the show post-raise, and it's going to be fun. It's incredible documenting these journeys, incredible having these teams on and being right in the midst of this conversation. Our last guest, but by no means least, must I admit, is in the waiting room. I'm going to let him in. Sebastian from the Actioners Residency. Sebastian, my friend, how are we? I can do. Give me 1 second. We're just getting you sorted. How's life? Are you just waking up?
I woke up a little bit ago. But yeah, it's the morning. I have my coffee here. So yeah.
Love it. Dude, give us some context into you and the residency, in the Actioners Residency. I mean, I'm seeing this place all over the internet right now.
Yeah. Well, right now I'm staying in a 18-bedroom mansion. We have around 20 startups living here. We're all like early stage. Everybody's a founder. We've had everybody from A16C to Lovable in the house in the past week. And like, I didn't even plan any of these things. I just walked downstairs and it was happening. And now I'm in this awesome podcast. We really started it because I think here in Silicon Valley, we're really good at the startup part and really bad at the life part. I think Europe is a lot better at the life part. And we believe that you don't have to sacrifice your health in order to make generational companies. So that's why we started the house. And we're bringing the health back in. So we have saunas, we have cold plunges.
How did this all come together?
Funny story, because is this network of hacker houses all around the world. And I got waitlisted. And I emailed the founder 1 hour later and I was like, hey, what if I find the house, the people, and the money? And for the next 3 months, I just kept emailing him. I'm like, okay, I interviewed these people. The landlord, and eventually we just made it. We rolled it into existence. And that was like 6 months ago. And I moved into a bedroom house. And 2 weeks ago, we upgraded to this beautiful 18-bedroom mansion.
That's insane. That is absolutely wild. Like, give me some context about why you wanted to be at the Residency. I've heard great things. We've had some of the people on the show that have been to the Residency. Why was that the right fit for you? Why wasn't it one of the other hacker networks?
Yeah, I think it all started when my friend applied, and she's like one of the people I admire the most. And I've been trying to get her to move to the US for many years. So when she applied, I'm like, oh, this is my opportunity to get her finally here. So it was a lot more serendipitous than anything. And I think that is what is so good about here. I mean, the reason why I wanted to move to SF is the density of talent is so high that serendipity happens in any coffee shop, in your living room. Like, it happens everywhere. And I think success is the combination of opportunity and preparation. And back when I was with my parents, there was not that much opportunity. And here, basically, a new door is opening every day. And it's just a matter of being prepared to take it.
The idea of a hacker house might confuse some people. So can you explain it a little bit to us? In the fact that it's very much like you don't just chuck all of these people in a house and just be like, yo, go do your thing. I feel like the Residency is slightly more curated than that. There's a certain type of person that gets in. And then why the emphasis on action in the Actions house?
Yeah, so there's actually like a pretty long application process. There was like about 900 applications. We accepted about
900?
70. Yeah.
What the hell?
900 people applied to our last batch. So people stay in the house for 3 to 4 months. At the end of the day, we have a demo day, and everybody presents what they've built in the last 3 months. And entrepreneurship is like running, in the sense that I can't teach you how to run. Like, I can, but at the end of the day, you have to run it yourself. So say that a bit differently. Doesn't matter how many books I give you, how many videos I give you, at the end of the day, you have to run yourself. And it's the same with entrepreneurship. Like, no matter how many fireside chats or how many videos, like, eventually you have to do it yourself. And it's helpful to have other people running beside you, and you're like deep into the marathon and you're like, I hate this. And you turn around and the guy's still running with you. Or you're like, okay, maybe I'll keep running. So I think that's the most valuable thing out of everything. It's just entrepreneurship is a really lonely thing, and just turning around and seeing like someone that's been there since 6 a.m. and it's 6 p.m. and he's still there. You're like, okay, I can keep going. That's a little bit. And action. Yeah, I mean, that's how the house started, right? I got rejected and I took action. And we're building a new word. Danny, who helped me found this bigger one, it was his idea. And the same way that there's investors, builders, she was like, well, let's invent a new word. Let's invent actioners. And that's how the name came about. Yeah.
And it's the idea that people take action. It's not you just sit around and wait for it. So you don't just build, you are actively, consistently taking action in every course of your life.
Yeah. I think like everybody has dreams, right? Like everybody's like, oh, I want to go to space. But actually, are you actually building the rocket? I think like that's the distinction we make.
Interesting. Do you have any rocket makers in the house?
We have one that is building prompt to aircrafts. So like you do it and it makes a 3D model of an aircraft. So not exactly a rocket, but yeah.
Is it incredible being around just not only hyper intelligent people, but people that move at a velocity that you sometimes can't keep up with, and you just get dragged into their wake?
Yeah, it's like it's the best and worst. I think it never stops, and it is super inspiring. And going back to the running metaphor, it's the first time someone ran a sub 4 minute mile. Before, nobody had ever done it. After someone did it, so many more people, thousands, have done it since. So seeing people, you realize that all these incredible founders are just people, and what they're doing is there's nothing that's stopping you from doing the same thing. So it's definitely super inspiring and unlocks a different type of thinking.
Tell me, a year ago, is this true that you were homeless and now you're living in this 18-bed mansion?
Well, I mean, I wasn't homeless. I just got rejected, and you could say I was homeless, but I was with my parents, so it wasn't out in the streets. Yeah,
it very well could have been if things had gone the wrong way.
Yeah, I mean, I think I am fortunate enough to have a safety net. I think part of my own personal reasons of why I wanted to come to SF is to get rid of that safety net, at least in a certain way. It's like, okay, I have money for the next month. How am I going to pay the month after? I have no idea. But we'll figure. Factors forced me to be successful.
I imagine you get a lot of European founders potentially showing up or coming into SF. I'd love to get your take on our culture and how we operate, because obviously the Valley is a bubble in and of itself, right? It's just it's an ecosystem you can't even begin to try and work out. You just live in it, right? It's like don't try and figure out what this is. Just go with the flow and get on with it. How do you look at the other side of the pond when we come over and we integrate into the ecosystem? What do we do well, and what do we not do well?
I saw this post, which I think is very true, that in Europe you have to be careful of people that put down your dreams, right? So you say like, hey, I want to do this amazing thing, and they're like, no, that's not possible, right? Like, you're wasting your time. Versus in the US, here in Silicon Valley, you have to be careful of liars, right? Of people that say like, oh, I can measure all your DNA from one. And I always find it funny how like people that have been here for a while are like always name dropping, always, and it feels like European founders are like more uncomfortable with that. I was talking with a founder the other day that had like raised 6 million in 7 days, and yeah, and he didn't give that information. It was like after someone asked him like, how much did you raise? And he was like uncomfortable saying it, and I just found it funny that an American founder would have said it from the get-go, right?
There's something really interesting in that like part of the show is figuring out what it is, and some of it's the aristocracy that we have in our society or have had in our culture for a long time, that I think that sort of we're uncovering and realizing like, oh, we've always been pushed down, and so we come for the bourgeoisie comes for the upper class and that high society, and that's sort of eked into culture today of why we cut down people when we see them doing well. It's really interesting you say that as well. I think that, I don't know, I think there's an emphasis on capital here, that it's like, oh, we do it, like you win it, great, but let's be perfectly honest, you get the capital if you're building a VC-backed company so that you can get on with the job and get on with the mission. Like, that's the purpose of the capital. It's not to stroke your ego.
Yeah, I think you pointed at very like fundamentally that biggest difference is what is the highest form of social status, the deepest, like you're judged here by how much money you have right now. Like it doesn't matter what you did before. And you can really see it in a country's idols, right? So over in Europe, you have more artists, you have football players, you have musicians, you have some businessmen, and if you see like the very big companies are actually in fashion, versus here, all the idols are like Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and it's like who appears in the covers of magazines. That tells you what your culture values.
You know what? We're hitting some notes here, my friend. Like you guys do media incredibly well. Like I think one of the streamers out in the US came to the house, was making some content, and I'm like, wow, this is cool. Like you've got a streamer making content about the Actioners Residency. Like we need a version of that, right? We need that flavor of media that's actively getting eyeballs on it, so that people can see like, wow, this is not that difficult. I've just got to try.
Yeah, I think there was this program recently that was called The Bridge in Europe, where they rented out a castle. Yeah, and they did it pretty good. They've been over here and they've been inspired, and they started. I mean, we don't have a castle yet, but yeah, I think they're doing it good as well.
You got the next best thing, right? You've got an 18-bed mansion that looks like it is a castle.
Yeah. I definitely want a suit of armor in that corner.
Oh, dude, you've got to get one. You've got to absolutely get one, please. And just like have it as like the mascot of the house.
Yeah. Somebody said that we should put like one of those Tesla robots inside, and it brings you coffee in the morning.
Oh, dude, that's brilliant. That's such a good idea. Like, can you get your hands on one of them?
Maybe. I mean, anything is possible here. So.
I love it. Can I ask, where does this go next? Is the Actioners Residency going to have more houses because it attracts a certain type of person that exists inside the residency network? Or is this right now the focus is very much on, let's make sure that these batches are well curated. Let's keep this, let's keep this house ticking. What's next steps look like?
I think in the short term, everything that matters is the people. So
what are you optimizing for? Great people.
That's also true in the long term. I think the only thing that matters is the people. My job is to find the next Elon Musk. I think usually when I answer this question, it's like, how do you scale it? I think there's 3 main routes in which you scale this into a venture scale business, like $1 billion plus. The first obvious one is raise a fund.
And deploy that capital into the house, right?
Yeah. So Pierre and Nick, who are the founders of the residency, they're starting to focus on that. And that's why people like me are running the houses. Then the other one is you become a real estate company and you get hundreds, thousands of houses. I don't love that model as much because I don't see how you manage culture in that many houses. I think almost by definition, if you're looking for exceptional people, they'll be out of the norm. So having thousands of houses means
you run into the Soho House problem where everyone's invited in.
Right. I think the third one is a college campus.
Ooh.
I don't like skyscrapers because they divide culture.
You want to flatten out?
Yeah. I like the goal of the residency as a whole is to accelerate innovation. We believe that college is broken, right? So going back to the running metaphor, school only teaches you the books, right? How to memorize stuff, how to a lot of the school system has become outdated, and we're seeing a very big shift of young people saying like, hey, like why don't I just go start a t-shirt company? Like, why do I have to go to college? Right? It's like I'll be at the end of 4 years with a writing degree, an English degree, and it's like, what do I actually have? Why don't I just write a book instead? Right? And I'll learn by writing the book. That's the idea behind the houses. And that is also why a college campus makes sense, but the capital to buy one is like insane. So
how much does a college campus cost these days?
The problem is the endowments. I don't think there's a price. So I think you would, I haven't looked at it. I know the HF0 people have, and it was too expensive for them. And the HF0 guys have way more money than we do. So,
very interesting. I want to ask you a question around what we've just discussed here. Why does it have to be a hyperscalable VC-backed business? Isn't the beauty of the residency the fact that it's not currently?
A lot of this conversation internally, because there's been things like Kairos, which turned into Sigma Squared. And there was also a thing called Launch House. And I've heard from people that were part of it that once the funds came in, the culture suffered and it stopped being as good. So it is something that we don't have the answer for.
Do you think there is an answer? Because like we've had a lot of the Sigma Squared people on, I've had a lot of discussions around it, and I've seen the same thing. You look at the two different sides of it, and there is this beautiful culture in Sigma that you just you can't replicate because it just doesn't have that fund incentive attached. And so like it's deeply community, and I think that that's amazing, and maybe that's what we need today. But the flip side of it is like, look, everyone needs to make a living, and you want to add overwhelming amounts of value. And how do you do that? And how do you, the beauty of venture is the game allows for everything to flourish. And also you have these cancerous cells that come out, right? And venture sort of supercharges all of this. And I think in the residency, you end up in a situation where actually maybe there is a good thing as a fund attached, but how do we curate that fund process?
Yeah, I think if you go back to our mission of like people first and how to best help the people in the house, right now the two things that people are like, this is what I need, is like I need to hire more people, I need to raise more money. So having our own fund would help everyone tremendously. What we've discussed is not making it a requirement. So as opposed to YC that you get in, you get the money, it's like you get in, and if you want the money, there's the option for you to have it, right? I think that also allows us like to pay it back to the people in the house. So if you're early stage and you're like, actually like, I have no money, we can actually offer scholarships. We've already had some people, some past residents, alumni, give back. So that's been pretty cool. We've only really been running for 2 years. And I think the answer will come from action, from doing it, right? Like we can sit here and think about it for the next year. We can actually do it and course correct if we have to.
I think that's the beauty of the actions residency, right? It's like you're quite literally built in a way for this. As we get into the kind of the final part of the entire show and my time with you, I'd love to ask you some like just rapid fire questions.
Yeah.
All right. When we're looking at founders today, when we're looking at people that you quote unquote look up to, who comes to mind?
I'll give my friend Sofia Castillo. as an example. She sold her first company at 24, and now she is an executive at the company that bought her. But I think what I admire the most is she's always been true to her morals. She's like the best people person I know. And I think here we idolize money as the ultimate goal. And her goal has always been help people, and her trajectory that has always been the North Star, independent of the financial gains.
The most intelligent person that you've come across in the Actioners Residency, like that's just surprised you?
I'd say, I mean, there's so many, but I'll just pick one. Karthik. He is building glasses so that blind people can see. So it tells them what they're seeing. Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Do you think that we've iterated significantly on software over the past, 10, 15 years, and we haven't focused enough on hardware and infrastructure?
Yes.
Within the Valley, in the context of, what we've talked about in San Fran, this almost oxymoron of society, have you been able to wrap your head around it?
No, I think by definition you can't, but I think everything is a pendulum. It just like goes too far one way and then you course correct, and it goes, you can see it in politics and economy. And I like the trajectory we're going right now. It feels like we're going up.
Do you, with AI and the advent of AI in the past few years, does the Valley feel like home for it?
I think it's the place that supports the place where the unfair advantages, the monopoly, will be most likely created here.
Last one. You've got a background in video, in cinematography. You've done 2 startups already. When we look at the advent of AI and the technology itself, do you think it will put you out of a job?
Agency. So the same way when I was a film director, you have your cinematographer, you have your writer, you have your sound, you have your actor, you have the set design, and all of those people are better than me at what they do. But they're all going in different directions. My job as the director is to tell them we're going one direction. So if we put AI as like, okay, AI is doing these separate jobs, it still needs something to give it direction. And by definition, AI or LLMs are average, right? Because they're predicting the next most probable thing. So if you're trying to create something new, no, it won't take your job.
My friend, this has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for getting up and doing this with me. I'm looking forward to checking back in and seeing the chaos and the innovation that comes out of the Actioners Residency. You got to bring one over to the UK for us.
Yeah. There, we will.
Sebastian, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much.
That was Sebastian on the show talking to us about the Actioners Residency and the incredible innovation that comes out of San Fran and that ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got to the end of our 6 hour and 5 minute stream. I am so, what a docket. What an incredible amount of value add we've been able to create today for the European ecosystem, for the world, in the content that we're able to share with you, the conversations that we're able to have, the dialogue and the commentary that we are able to consume in the world through this show. Just a small recap for those of you tuning in right now. We've had Brian from REVEL on the show talking about the REVEL hack, Colm Roche from OpenAI discussing GTM in motion, Nico from Singulate talking about hyper-personalization, comms, marketing, education, Ben from Veed giving us the breaking news on Fabric 1.0. Andrea from Thrad coming back from the Valley, talking to us about advertising in LLMs and chat. Soma talking about founder psychology and everything ETA technologies. Grace Andrews talking about Grace Andrews and what's next for her post her time after flight. She's released a new collaborative community newsletter. I would highly recommend checking it out. That woman is incredibly high signal. Bryony Cooper from PT1 discussing all things Europe, PT1. Like, how does being a singer play into venture and the showmanship that is required? Alec from 11 Labs talking to us about social media, his view on content in the future, and how AI and the automations and workflows that they use internally at 11 Labs, giving us a peek under the hood and the mind of the team that develops some of the most incredible content on the internet for SaaS companies. Elliot from Lovable discussing with us growth and engineering within the Lovable team, his relationship with Anton and the Swedish ecosystem. Moises breaking news with us on the FDA clearance that they have just been granted. The American ecosystem is up for grabs for them now, and they're going full tilt. They already were about to start to kick off a raise. They've got 800,000 in commitments. Moises, we are here for you. We're looking forward to seeing you on the other side, my friend. And then last, but by no means least, the Action is Residency in the US, in San Fran, 18-bed hacker house that is taking action. And we're talking to Sebastian about how this all came about, his view on the Europeans from the Valley, but also more of a quick fire round on the ecosystem as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so